This is hosted by yours truly, Food Shops. And yeah, I'm a content creator, commentator, debater, and
Now you can.
and other than that, I like talking about subjects that are typically too complicated or like a little bit more nuanced than Twitch poll in general. But I like dumbing things down for Twitch poll because I think that there's still important subjects to talk about. And that's about it. That's my entire gist. All right. So in terms of drama, this is for President Sunday, Wick TV, and Brianna Wu drama. So the premise is this: there has been an occurrence of late, a whisper in the ether, if you will. All right. Brianna Wu has been chatting in private and in public in both Discord and otherwise group chats about her transmedicalist related takes, or some may call transmedicalist, some may say not transmedicalist, and some may say based, and some may say not based. Okay, these chat logs have been leaked to President Sunday, who has then live streamed and made at least one video on Wu's past in a negative light, as well as posting about her negatively on Twitter. All right. So there are two main group chats at play. The first is a primarily transgender and some may argue transmedicalist Twitter group chat called Sissy Hippo Pub. In the chat, Brianna Wu's most contentious statement on former TYT trans employee Benny that Sunday has repeatedly posted is, quote, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally, end quote. The second is Wick TV's public Discord server, general chat. What has been contentious especially is Sunday has took the logs from Wick TV server where both Wu and Sunday has been active in and has posted them online onto his YouTube channel, to which Wick TV has banned Sunday for a week because Sunday broke the rule of Wick TV's Discord rule of turning server logs into content or publicized material. So the first question is this: do you think that private group chat messages where the messages don't cause direct harm, quote unquote direct harm, so you guys can argue over this, to others or public facing figures should be regarded as something serious? If a public figure gave their opinions in private only, but said other things in public, would that be a cause for concern, as long as it is not harming anybody directly, like unwanted sexual advances? Discuss.
Well, doesn't it kind of depend on the context? Like, if you're a politician and you're saying, hey, publicly I'm saying this thing, but privately I have this different view, and I'm telling my donors that thing. Like, obviously that's in the public interest. But if it's just people talking and like you're shooting the shit with your friends, and maybe you say something that's not fully thought out because it's a private chat, like that probably shouldn't be leaked out. No, I don't.
Wait, hold on. In Brianna Wu's case in particular, she is a politician.
Yeah, Brianna Wu is running a PAC. She is attempting to insert herself into a conversation and saying one thing publicly and saying entirely a different one privately. I feel that is a public interest.
She runs a PAC. She ran a failed congressional campaign. During her failed congressional campaign, by the way, she also had a bunch of insane lies. Like, she claimed to be a cybersecurity expert in campaign advertisements. She claimed that she was homeless, but like before that, she was claiming that like when she was 19, her parents gave her $200,000 to start up an animation studio. She's just like her entire history is just her being a chronic liar and saying one thing publicly and a different thing privately, and then getting caught for it. Like, that's her entire history on loop.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that's a bit different then.
That's fair.
Yeah, it really feels fairly cut and dry that this is a case of public interest.
Yeah.
I see. Is there no disagreement whatsoever then on this issue?
I
think that. Well, I would think that the Brianna Wu in this particular case would absolutely be putting herself at risk because yes, she's in organizations that are tied to her opinion. So obviously, contradicting one of them privately is still a big deal. But Wick has every right to ban President Sunday in this content because Wick TV is not. My understanding is he's just a moderator, but I mean he has his own public political opinions, but they're tied to a debate channel. So
Oh,
yeah, I
Discord
think
is
that
irrelevant.
the-
President
the-
Sunday said he didn't care himself.
the career of the person matters, or what their intentions are matter.
Look, is there anybody on here who actually thinks that like Wick doesn't have like a right to ban anybody he wants from his Discord? Like I think so. I just think that it's like just because he has a right to do it doesn't mean that it is right to do it, right? Like you can have a right to free speech, but that doesn't mean that like calling.
Well, yeah, I would argue. I would point out that Wick is perfectly at liberty to ban whoever he wants from his Discord for any reason. However, like there's, I think, an important point in that Discord for the rules. I don't know if it's been updated as of today. It probably has. I would imagine it would have been. But originally, it said that you cannot record anything in voice chat explicitly. There was nothing about the general chat. In that, I don't necessarily think that it's reasonable to assume that you are not being monitored in a public-facing Discord. Like anything you say is going to be said in public. So, like, he can do whatever he wants, but I don't necessarily think I would make that argument as a reasonable one.
You should act as such, absolutely. Like, especially on the internet, you should act as such that, like, the worst person in your personal life is going to see that particular thought or whatever. But, I mean, aside from that, the conversation again, the intention of a particular conversation were not stated to be broadcasted or whatever. So I think that really is, a reasonable argument for Wick to make. And the fact that President Sunday was only banned for 7 days makes it even more formidable to me. So,
yeah,
Like,
I don't
think anybody
necessarily.
thinks it's like. Oh yeah, I don't think anybody thinks it's like a big deal that President Sunday was banned for 7 days. I just think they think it's like dorky that Wick did it. I think it's kind of like silly.
It's funny more than anything.
yeah, it's
I mean,
whatever.
President Sunday doesn't mind it, no? They talked about it.
He was
He hasn't said
very
anything.
well. There was a split like conversation he had with Wick that was just nothing really. But yeah, he doesn't seem very bothered by it.
Yeah.
So.
It was like, oh yeah, sure, it's your prerogative or whatever. I don't really care. It's fine.
Regardless of how pointless and entertaining that conversation was, it was good that they were able to at least have that conversation face to face, even though it was just really mundane and kind of boring. Because yeah, like if it is one thing to like ban someone from your castle or your point of authority, but to not justify it, that is another layer of what sometimes causes the turbulence. So.
Yeah, I really think that Wick is a fairly minor player in all of this. I mean, he's obviously having a temper tantrum on Twitter for the last 2 days, but that's,
Follow him.
totally his prerogative.
Temper
Like,
tantrum.
he's not really. Yes, he is fighting with Zanzi and Sunday and me and Sirius about how serious he is. So, like, he's having a normal one today, but. Like, I don't really think he's the principal player here. Like, it's a minor show, and he's mostly upset because a source of funding for him is been accosted. He was paid by Rebellion PAC, which is the PAC that Wu runs, to host a panel show. He has a vested financial, to host a panel between Vosh and some guy on abortion. I forget the other guy.
Some Catholic dude or whatever.
It was about
Yes,
contraception.
Okay.
Yeah, there's also
contraception.
there were two. There was one about there was the debate between Vosh and the Catholic guy, and there was another panel or something that was sponsored as well. I think the panel was contraception. Do you have that correctly?
The
Lucy?
debate was contraception, I think.
Oh, okay. And the panel was something else then, I
It
guess.
would-
Yeah, I think it
Catholic.
moved. The topic moved in the middle of it. I was only half paying attention. The point is, though, like, he has a vested financial interest here, so he's understandably upset, just not necessarily justifiably upset.
I have a question. So, do you think that maybe simply just dismissing it as like a vested, financial aspect might dismiss, genuine criticism that he may have?
I don't know.
Well,
it's
if you go and
genuine
you look at
criticism.
if you go and look at the criticism, he's just basically spent the entire time calling anyone who opposes him the R-slur. So I'm not entirely certain he's articulating any criticism he has in the most effective way possible.
Well,
You're talking about
if-
Wick, right?
I don't know all
I don't
the
understand the
details,
question.
but from this, I just want to understand. It sounds like President Sunday took the screenshots and chat logs from Wick's server, right? That's where he got these, or some of them.
No, He got these screenshots from a individual who gave them to him on the condition of anonymity, and he got the logs from Wix server on Wix server, of which he is a member.
But so he leaked the logs partially from Wix server, some of them, right?
It's not really a leak if it's a public-facing log, but sure.
But would Wix, does he have any reason to be upset that someone was in his server and was taking these things? That it is a public community, but it's semi-public because you have to be invited in theory. And they were trying to cause drama involving.
I was able to.
It's a Discord link. You can just click right in.
Yeah.
Right,
But if you searched it up, would you be able to join?
Well, he's not here to defend himself. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here a little bit. He runs a server. People are taking screenshots or logs from that server, and they're posting them publicly. He might be a little bit upset about that. I think that's not super unreasonable.
Okay.
So I had this happen to me recently. I had this I am an admin for a server as well, and this happened to us recently where it was posted on it was posted on a live show, and I decided not to ban the person who screenshotted. Well, it was a VC conversation as well, a little bit different, but I decided not to ban them. I just stripped them of their, what is it called, their access type stuff. But that was in the case of a VC. I think that I could see it go either way, honestly. In this case, I understand though.
So let me ask a different question then in this particular case. What we're talking about is a limit. Where is the limit of what you think is acceptable to take? Because people take things from Discords as a matter of public comment and put them in other Discords all the time. In fact, in Wix Discord that very morning, I saw someone take something from Sunday's Discord and put it up there to mock the individual who was speaking in that photo. So it's a question of limits. I don't necessarily think that you can say it's universally wrong if he's... Oh, excuse me, I'm about to have my dog bark furiously.
Yeah, I think the point that Daedalus is making, maybe to pick up where they left off, is there's not really a good reason to believe that there's some kind of universal rule against taking screenshots on Discord. Obviously, there's plenty of cases where it's justified. Obviously, in this case, it's probably pretty justified. Now you can say maybe but Wick had an expectation or something, but it's kind of a silly expectation, right? Being realistic. You having the expectation people aren't going to take screenshots of your posts on social media, on Discord, on Facebook, on Twitter. It's just a silly idea. Obviously people are going to do that. You just don't post things to the internet you don't want seen publicly.
I'm not sure if it's even a big topic since Wick and President Sunday talked about it, and President Sunday said, "Oh, fair enough. You decided to ban me. I think it's it's your right. Fair enough if you felt that it's against some of your rules or whatever." 7 days, no big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, and you shouldn't have an expectation of privacy. I just trying to see it from his perspective here a little bit. It does seem like he's like, dude, what the fuck? This is you're bringing this massive drama into this space from my server. I'm not really comfortable with it. I understand. I think that having that expectation of privacy is stupid, but if he wants to ban the guy for 7 days, I think that's perfectly chill. I think he has the right to do that, to moderate his own private space that way. But it's also just kind of silly to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's got a right to do it, and it's a dorky or whatever to do it, but who cares, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think the real maybe the real disagreement we can figure out is just is Brianna Wu guilty of some wrongdoing? I know that I think so. I'm guessing that the President Sunday people think so.
What was the specific statement that you would be basing that on?
Oh, I have an issue with her lying. I have an issue with somebody having one position in public and then misrepresenting the positions that they actually hold in private. I have an issue with somebody
Can you elaborate on that? Because I didn't really know who she was until I looked into the context. So.
Yeah, so she's got a long history of doing this, but the most recent one is basically the thing that I take most issue with is the fact that she secretly held contempt for the Black Lives Matter movement and never voiced this publicly. Now, I would disagree with her if she voiced it publicly, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal, right? I think it's yeah, you know what, there are some reasonable critiques to be made. I would disagree with you at the end of the day, but at least you have a fucking spine. But something about this person who's running a PAC, who's running a congressional campaign, and has this long history of lies and is now lying about her political views. That puts a really bad taste in my mouth. I think there's something deeply wrong about that.
Sorry, and this Black Lives Matter disdain was voiced inside the
group chat in secret, yeah.
which is what has caused all of that so far.
Yeah. There's that, as
Yes.
well as her attacks on a transgender individual who is on one hand is kind of a fucking dork, but like the way she attacked her is on virtue of the fact that she was trans.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel like there is a degree. I believe you speak about Benny, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, there's a degree. Like I can understand to a certain degree, like fighting with Benny, with Brianna Wu was doing, but then turning around and saying, "Wow, Benny's an asshole." That's pretty valid. I feel like necessarily in disparaging her as a non-passing trans person feels wrong, just beyond the pale of simply pointing out that you dislike a person.
I think that like on one hand it feels like shitty. But like I wouldn't have such a fucking bad taste in my mouth if she wasn't like publicly woke scolding other people about like much more minor things, like the whole fucking Total Biscuit situation. Openly called Total Biscuit as transphobic, as racist, and as sexist as you can be. Those are her fucking words, right? But the dude is like openly, like even in fucking 2017, until the dude's fucking death from cancer, he was like one of the most pro-trans people online. He like, if you guys remember the CoxCon R-Traps gay question, he was like on the front lines of like shitting on the fucking person who asked the transphobic question. He got so much fucking backlash for it. But she like threw this guy under the bus. Like, so he's one of the few fucking people in the space who is progressive.
Like, am I mistaken?
He and Jesse Cox had that person removed.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't Brianna Wu like almost like gloating over his death?
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, she said some really fucked shit. Like the fact that like, oh, the only legacy I want to get the exact quote. The most impactful legacy of John Bain, which is Total Biscuit's name, I see is an army of toxic gamers who harass women they don't like in his name.
That was her
Like,
quote?
Yeah, it's a direct quote from her, yeah.
Wait,
obviously
I know
that's
the
not
quote, I
true.
just didn't know it was hers.
Yeah, obviously that's not true.
The claim isn't true, yeah. I agree, she's lying.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, yeah, it's not true.
And it's also a really crappy thing to say to somebody as they're dying of cancer, especially when it's not true.
Right after his death, to be clear, right? Not to the guy, but like
Well, still, his family, his
6 months, yeah.
friends, people in
I
his
mean, it
community.
doesn't
Obviously,
make
it's
it any better.
exactly.
I'm pretty sure his wife was also experiencing some troubles after his death.
Yes, his wife has effectively left public life, but she was
She has some
very
financial
upset
trouble,
at the
if I'm
time.
not mistaken, regarding the
Yes.
house and some other things.
What had happened in their particular case is they had put a great deal of money and leverage into a StarCraft 2 esports team. So in that particular case, that was what was happening with them at that time. But old news aside, I think kind of the bigger things I think are this. Brianna Wu makes a tweet the morning before Sunday does his stream, where she categorically states that she unequivocally supports non-binary people, and obviously that wasn't true. There's a whole host of things here to talk about, even kind of the larger aspect of the emerging talk about the debate between self-ID and transmedicalism, whereas not everyone seems to feel that transmedicalism is a inclusive path forward for the trans community.
In fact, it was used as a tool to enforce, and still in some cases is used as a tool to enforce sterilization on people. We do need to remember that aspect as well.
Now, I do have a question. Now, I know that Neve specifically has, some views regarding, specifically on, transmedicalism and,
I cannot yell.
non-binary people.
Come on.
What would your take be specifically on, Brianna Wu? Would Brianna Wu necessarily be contradicting herself on that?
Well, in my opinion, not at all, right? Because I make the distinction between trans people and non-binary people, right? That is at the heart of my opinion with regards to the communities. I think you could even step outside of transmedicalism and self-ID. I mean, I think self-ID is definitely an issue there for me. But I think the issue is that she is contradicting herself publicly, right?
What's a trans person
Even
on
though-
your view?
Sorry?
What's a trans person on your view? Like, what do you take a trans person to be?
I think that they must meet like a medical requirement. They must be making some sort of like effort to convey themselves as the opposite gender.
the opposite gender. So like if you have dysphoria and you're non-binary and you're taking effort to convey yourself in some kind of androgynous way, you wouldn't consider that person trans?
Well, in a conversation about people who are transitioning from one gender to the other, no.
Will you be transitioning from one gender to not having a gender, or from one gender to some kind of neutral ground, or one gender to bigender?
Yeah, they can do that, and I think the validity is in their ballpark to explain to other people. I personally have no quips with that. I just don't think it's trans, and I think that the separation matters in the context of like medicalization and things like that. So
It seems like an arbitrary distinction to say that it has to be. Like you're just saying like you have to be binary to be trans. You're not saying like the definition of trans entails it. You're just saying something like, well, my definition of trans is built to entail it.
Cool.
Just this seems like arbitrary to me.
nice.
So you could just like draw the lines around anything. Right? You could be like, oh, well, what I mean when I say trans is like when a white person transitions from one gender to the opposite gender, just like any random arbitrary line. It's like
Wait,
silly.
so why don't you tell me why you obviously don't make the distinction. So instead of sprigging on my take, why don't you just tell me yours?
Yeah, sure. So the thing that I think that makes somebody trans is identifying as a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth, or not identifying as the gender they were assigned at birth. I think either is sufficient condition.
Cool.
Yep.
I think
I
that
don't
works
think
for
there's any
some
issue with that.
people. Well,
yeah,
I think it
don't
works for
there's
some
any reductio on the
people.
view.
Sorry?
I don't think there's any reductio on the view. I don't think there's any like logical issue. I don't think there's any like silly entailments. I don't think it's got arbitrarity issue.
Nice.
So I think
I know a lot of
Pick
people.
any definition you want or whatever.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that would disagree with you, and I think a lot of people that would be, a lot of trans women, a lot of trans men. I think
They would
that
disagree.
non-binary people, in their own experience, one I can't relate to. They have their own life experience, and I think that's cool and acceptable. But it's not
What
the
are they
same
disagreeing with?
experience.
Yeah, I'm not
Sorry?
saying it's the same experience. Like my experience and your experience aren't the same experience, right? But that's like irrelevant.
Yeah, so again, I think that the definitions of both, like the way that we exist in life, they shouldn't be conflated with one another. And I think that the way they are in society right now is problematic.
Do you think that it's conflated to the degree where people are saying like, if you are trans, then you are non-binary, and if you are not trans, then you are binary? I think that's what people are saying.
So my particular reason for this, I think, is that when we get into things like, they, them, I think it's actually reasonable. I don't think it's actually that difficult to incorporate it into everyday language. I do it quite often. When you get into things like neopronouns and you start to get into the weeds when it comes to like ambivalence, gender abolition, then that sort of thing just really doesn't
This isn't really answering.
shouldn't coexist with gender. Well, that's fine. You can state a question and I can just tell you how I feel, right? That's definitely
you can
probably
just
more
say-
the productive way to get into the point of the conversation.
I'm curious. I am curious. Okay, Tachyon, who do you agree with? If you were to choose a side, who would you agree with?
I think Neeb is the person who is wearing the white headset.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I actually probably lean more your way, but I don't know a lot about this topic. I don't know a lot about the transgender stuff, so I'm here partly to learn. But I do think that your arguments about the medical side are probably better from what I've heard so far. But I'm open to hearing other arguments.
Yeah,
I think that if you have to get into like the mental gymnastics of why your experience is close to mine is so counterproductive to like what you should actually be doing, and that should be like working to further the non-binary movement as it should exist separate from the trans.
Now the pro Sunday side. I want to ask the pro Sunday side just one moment, okay? Do you guys believe in neo-pronouns?
Why wouldn't I?
Fruit Chops is trolling me, I swear.
Okay. If you guys believe in neo-pronouns, Tachyon, do you believe in neo-pronouns?
No, I don't really see the value of them.
Fruit Chops, what are you
Oh
doing?
no! Oh my
or the
god!
utility.
Wow.
Oh my god, Neve, do you believe in neo-pronouns?
I believe they exist, but I wouldn't I would probably reduce them to arbitrary. Like I think they're pretty silly. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have
I think
you're okay
that's-
with arbitrary
I think
definitions.
neopronouns. I think Okay, sorry. Am I talking? I think I am.
Yeah, you talk
so
too much.
neopronouns are actually okay. Laugh at your own jokes and then use that to validate them later. Okay.
That's so true. That was definitely just a joke. I didn't actually mean that.
Totally. Okay. No, I think neopronouns are contributing to the distaste that like cis people have for trans people as a whole.
That's so true. Look, are you able to engage with arguments, or do you just like ramble like a retard?
So
It's
you
gonna make the pro
state
Sunday people dislike me, but I don't care.
that's okay. No, I think you would like to set the parameters for the discussion, and then I'm going to
Like getting an
engage with
argument,
what I need
my
to say.
question.
Sorry, can I talk?
Oh,
Sorry,
No.
I'm just going to state what I need to state and, reinforce my opinions.
Uh-huh.
And if you want to set a little, like, target for me to hit in the conversation, you're fine to do so. But I'll engage with it if I feel I should.
If you feel like shit,
If I feel I should. You should turn your headphones up. You should,
I don't think
you
that
should
was
turn
on
your
my end.
headphones
I think
up.
that was you like slurring through your speech or something. Did you
Cool,
come here
wonderful.
sober?
Wonderful.
You're not able to engage with
would-
arguments. You just like ramble indefinitely. There's like
Okay,
engage with
but you're not able to engage in a conversation with your camera on. Can you see why that
That's
would make
so
somebody
true.
feel like a little thing? Yeah, why
I
is
don't
that?
care. I don't care.
Why is that?
I don't care.
Okay.
Because I didn't
Do you
want to
feel
turn
like
my
that
camera on
makes it?
today. I don't want to plug my camera in.
Okay, perfect. Do you feel like that
I've
makes
got like
it a
videos with
little?
my camera on. If
Do
you
you
don't
think?
look at my
Do you
fucking
think
face or something.
engaging? Do you think engaging in conversations in bad faith is easier to do with your camera off? Do you think that's the case?
Probably.
Okay.
Do you think that you've engaged in the conversation in good faith by ignoring every question you're asked and rambling like a retard?
I think I've stated my opinions very honestly, and you're free to
No,
do
you
with that
haven't.
information with whatever you want. Yeah,
No, you
absolutely,
haven't.
I have.
No,
Absolutely.
you
I
haven't.
have.
You just ignored any
Well,
response.
you can
to the
watch the
argument.
you can watch the VOD from yesterday, and I am just as consistent as I am here today. So
That's
Well, to
crazy.
be
I don't
clear,
care that you're
though,
consistently
I don't-
stupid.
Oh, I want to hear
You
tag
should
on.
judge. You should judge people based on the arguments that they make, though, not because they're on camera. And I know. Obviously, I'm not on camera. I probably will get a camera at some point soon, but that has no relevance to the argument that they're making, though. We should judge it based on the quality and strength of their argument.
Infighting. Wait, speaking of infighting, Lucy and Daedalus, what's your thoughts on Synth using the word retard?
Who cares? Oh my god.
It's not my place to enforce rules here. Synth can use whatever word she feels necessary. I wouldn't use it, but I'm not going to impose myself upon her.
I honestly think it's super fair to find it distasteful. Like I'm not even gonna disagree that it's like distasteful.
Fair.
I'm a
Fair.
distasteful person. Everyone knows that.
Well, what's your thoughts on this entire neopronoun stuff? Well, how do you justify neopronouns and stuff, Lucy and Daedalus?
Lucy, feel free.
Oh. Well, what's my thought on neopronouns?
Yeah, you guys haven't been,
Yeah. Well,
just to.
Well, first of all, I don't really think that it's a matter of belief. It's like they exist. It's like we can't not believe in them, Like, and second of all,
On a perfectly philosophical level, how are neopronouns any more arbitrary than he, him, she, her, they, them, it's in any way? Like, language is at a certain level arbitrary. To assign one as arbitrary and not the other just is only because one feels common and we use it commonly.
and as a
Well, is it
small,
just that it's?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
as a small insert, I would just like to. I'm not sure if we're gonna go into that discussion in any way, but I would just like to remind that medicalization as a thing was not exactly created to help trans people. It was actually created to, for example, as I will remind, force sterilization on people, which is still a thing in many countries. So the term medicalization carries with it a lot of not necessarily positive connotation on its own.
Oh, okay, but so free informed consent, the ability for anyone to access, medical, let's say hormone therapy, like HRT right now. HRT is going to render you infertile anyways. So how is that any different
From what?
from what you said, medicalization being used to sterilize people?
Because there's a difference.
Like, why make that
between-
distinction if it's happening either way?
Because there's a difference between consented taking HRT that may or may not make you infertile and making being sterilized a legal requirement to be able to change your gender. I think there's a pretty big distinction there.
They call Lucy
Okay.
the question answerer. She'd be answering the questions and shit.
Do you not see a difference between these things?
I don't know.
I
I don't
agree,
think you were. I don't think that I was aware of the first portion of what you had said.
Okay, I just want to know, like, is anybody here supporting like neopronouns?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Why? Why?
Why not?
Why? So the reason why
I'm sorry.
The reason why I support neopronouns is just because I don't really think that like policing other people's language usage is always the best idea. I think if somebody's like lying or something, that'd be an issue. But if somebody's just like using language the way they want to, that's not that big of a deal to me.
Yeah,
But
frankly, it's
isn't
not
it
my job.
also isn't it also kind of actually policing other people's language if you're like, I expect everyone to call me Zer, and like
No, I don't think
no one in like the normal world, like most
Yeah,
people, the vast majority of people don't use that kind of language, don't understand that kind of language,
Agreed.
don't have
Okay,
any
what if you worked with
like
what if you worked with someone whose name was Richard and he wanted to be called Richard and you insisted upon calling him Dick? How is that very different?
Well, it's very different because we're referring to someone as their name, right? And we're talking
Yeah.
about pronouns. Pretty different.
No, it's not. A pronoun is an extension of your name. It's how you identify yourself.
no, it's
Yeah,
not.
but in
You
a
get
concept-
silly.
but in a conversation about pronouns, neopronouns specifically, then how would you feel like somebody shortening someone else's name in a societally I don't know, that's stupid as fuck to me. I don't know why you would just call someone Dick if their name was Richard. But I get what you're saying with this, and it's just irrelevant.
Do you want to tell why it's irrelevant, or you just want to like cast out that it's irrelevant while you're just like
Because we're discussing neopronouns, right? And I think that people who don't people who don't want to use pronouns or neopronouns or anything, respectfully, they're probably just going to call you your name, right? So it just doesn't make sense that like if that's what we're not doing to not favor that, then I just don't see how it's analogous to use like somebody's name.
Yeah, what's the dissimilarity do you think is morally relevant?
Well, one is a person's name, which is something that I think it's perfectly reasonable in society for people to expect to be called their name. It's not reasonable to infinitely affirm that somebody is something that most people, the vast majority of people, don't have any reason to think is real, like Zer, or if they identify as like a dog or whatever. Like we wouldn't infinitely affirm and be like, no, you have to bark at me. You have to like.
Yeah, but nobody looks.
doesn't
Who has
seem
ever
like-
done? Wait, who has ever done that? Who has ever
Well,
said,
like,
"I
the
want you
other-
to bark at me"? Like, what the
the
hell?
other kin-
This
the
is the
other
most
kin
internet
people-
disgrace,
The other
disguised
kin people
conversation
do
ever.
identify as.
Oh, jeez.
Look, the other kin people who identify as animals are not the same as people who are using like xenogenders or neopronouns. Right? There's like a different.
You guys won't take the time to make that distinction, right? Like there's no like calling people out in your community side of things. You guys think everyone is
Yeah, I don't
fun,
think
having a great time, right?
No, I think that a person
I-
who's
I-
either a dog
Because
is
you don't
saying
take the time
themselves-
because you don't take the time to call out people's language. You said that yourself, right? So
Hold on. Do you understand the difference between calling out pure language usage and calling out somebody lying?
I think in a practical sense, you've made it pretty clear.
Yeah, I made it very clear. Yeah, I made the distinction very clear. Thank you.
I
Moving
think
on.
it's fucked up. Like I personally think
Well,
it's fucked
I
up.
don't think that's helping your position the way you think it is. but-
Listen,
You want to tell why it does?
I think it's fucked up when you have these
Didn't think so.
oligans and that kind of shit. Well,
Looking
you
like a poor little guy.
definitely have like fucking trans people like having like a hard time, and meanwhile you have these people that calling themselves like fairy gender or whatever. Like I think that's fucked up.
You think
So-
it's fucked up
I
to
think it's
call yourself fairy
transphobic.
gender?
I think it's transphobic.
Yeah,
what's
it
transphobic
is
about it?
transphobic. It is
I think
transphobic.
it's very transphobic,
Yeah,
especially
you
because
said
I
it's
make the
transphobic.
distinction.
It's
Okay,
transphobic.
listen.
It's transphobic. It's transphobic. Three
Okay.
times in a row. Just say what you why you
You
think
realize
it's
you
transphobic.
could- you
Or
realize
say
you
what you
could
think
turn-
transphobia is.
Okay, you could unplug your mic, turn your computer off, and go have this conversation
You
with
could
yourself in the
log out.
bathroom.
You could
If
log
just wanna
out.
stop-
You haven't
if you want to
answered any
just turn your own voice, right? You know that's an option for you, right?
You're just
Okay.
crying. You're just crying
Yeah.
with your
well,
arbitrary size looking ass.
Fucking
Just make an
fairy
argument.
gender.
Okay, can I
What the
talk?
fuck is going on there?
Can I talk?
Instead of repeating yourself 3 times in a row, yeah, say something original and new. Say something novel. She's
You just
dumbfounded.
like
What?
hearing yourself. Well, you just like hearing your own
She has nothing to
voice.
say.
Like I just super cringe. Like I don't think
It's
you
so
understand how you
cringe.
sound.
It's really
I don't
cringe
think you
and not
understand how
even
you sound
they.
right now.
Really?
No, I don't think you do.
Be on the internet less often.
I don't think you understand.
Points only, points only.
Like, I
You
don't
don't look
know.
good in this
The
discussion. Like, there's no
autism
way
is
that you think you're looking
strong
good.
in this one. The autism is strong in this one.
I'm 100% sure you're diagnosed. Like you can throw out the autism accusation all you want or whatever, right? But you don't.
I
look
don't
in
think
this
there's
conversation.
anything wrong with having autism. I just think
Then
that
why'd
I'm
you use
gonna
it as an
factor
insult, dumbass.
What? That's your
Oh,
okay. Well,
jeez.
that's your impression. All I'm saying is that
Yeah,
I'm gonna
anybody who-
factor it.
What?
Okay, can I talk or
My
say
impression.
anything, or are you just gonna interrupt me?
Are you
Shut
gonna say
the fuck
anything that's
up.
relevant? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
What I'm saying-
Calm down. down, Sim. Calm down. All right, Sim. Calm down. Calm down.
Okay,
I got
what
it, I
I'm
got it.
saying is that you having autism, I'm going to factor it into our personal interactions throughout this conversation.
That's true. When you said the autism is strong
Alright,
with this one, you
thank
totally
you,
didn't mean an
Jen.
insult. Did you know like normal people would interpret that as an insult, or did you actually not mean it that way?
No, I think I have a lot of compassion for people with autism. And if it's the fact that you do have autism, then I'm not going to sit here and try
I
and
love
dunk on
this
you throughout
talking
the
out
whole
of both sides of your mouth.
conversation.
Tell
Okay,
this talking
shut the
out of
fuck
your
up.
mouth.
Oh,
You-
okay, okay. All
How
right.
would you
I'm
even
gonna,
know that? You haven't
what
heard
I'm
a
gonna do.
you haven't
Okay,
heard a thing
stop,
I've
stop.
said this entire
Let the
time because you've been trying to
content
talk
All right, to
over
bring
me.
it back to
Let the
Brianna
content
Wu.
happen.
To bring it back to Brianna Wu. Okay, I'm gonna ask the second question. All right. I'm gonna ask the second question. Unless you guys have any more to say specifically on the topic of neopronouns.
I mean,
I do.
have-
I've got
They're
so much more to
transphobic and we
say.
shouldn't.
Is there
transphobic, we shouldn't use them.
any way to move the conversation forward?
Yes.
Yeah,
How?
since mutes
How?
his mic, since
How?
mutes their mic when I'm talking,
Day works too.
since mutes their mic when I'm talking, and then just doesn't talk when anyone else is talking. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that.
Wait,
Look, I understand that
that's
she's
not,
got,
no,
like,
no, legitimately.
capacity
How
to
do,
control
how
herself.
do you?
I've got a way.
No, no,
Look,
no.
I'll show you.
Sorry,
you
so
look.
you're literally
Good
doing
job.
it right now.
Oh my God.
You're literally
No,
doing
no,
it
no,
right
no,
now.
no, no,
What
stop,
would you do?
stop. Actually, is there
Are
any
you capable
legitimate
of having
way?
a conversation?
No,
This is the legitimate way for us to move forward in a conversation, since not interrupting people when they talk.
No,
so
is
mad.
there, no, is there actually any legitimate way to
Yes.
like point? What is the next point?
I got you.
To convince
I
the
mean-
other person.
It's one simple question, right? Food Shops is a moderator. Like, the only thing I can do is hope that maybe you'll press the retarded guest on answering it. But the question is just, what do you think transphobia is?
Okay.
Who are you
Go
posting
ahead.
this to?
You.
I think transphobia, in my definition, would be any act to like, I don't know, like delegitimize a trans person in society. A lot of that would be, and when I say delegitimize, I mean like more like, you know, committing violent acts against a trans person would be like would be transphobic because of you know, having that be the only reason that you're committing like violence against them. I think for one. But no, yeah, I think it's transphobic because it's trivializing the use of pronouns that are important to people who are binary trans and people who obviously you know, rely on the distinctions to get by in everyday life.
So on your definition, being an ugly trans person is going to be transphobic. That's silly. That's a silly definition. You want to try it again?
Well, do you want to lay that out for me, or are you just going to say that and hope
Yeah,
I
look,
accept it as fact?
For the same reason that it makes trans people look bad to use xenopronouns or neopronouns, the same is going to be true of an ugly trans person. It's going to make trans people look
Okay,
bad.
so
Trivializing
you're
the public
not-
eye.
So you're not changing my position right now. I don't know if that's your approach or your intent here, but
Yeah, you personally changing your mind is not my goal in the conversation. Like, I don't care about
Well-
you personally. You're like very clearly like entrenched in your views and not willing to engage.
Okay, wait, stop. Points only.
I think I've been having a conversation. I think that you're making a lot of assumptions in this conversation, and I don't think that
Make a
you're very
counter-argument.
optically. I don't think you're very optically conscious. I just think
You're
that
not doing well
you
on
are the
optics
one.
either.
Alright, stop. Points
Like, I
only.
don't think you're winning on
Points
that.
only.
You're not winning on
Move
substance
forward
or on
and
optics.
leave
I
the
don't know why
rest-
you're
No,
helping on that.
okay, so I think that you know, like I said, I'm staying true to my opinions, and you are speaking over people. So I mean, take with
You
Pick that up
ignoring
with me, well.
arguments and like having a panic attack and freaking out and getting laughed at is not
Okay,
optically good.
alright. No, none of those panic
make a
attacks
counter-argument.
Okay, you
I
guys are
think
just literally
me
making
trying
every
to-
5 seconds.
talk over you because you're talking over me. Would you like? You would see that as anger? Do I
No,
look
I see
angry
the-
at all to
I
you
see
right
you-
now?
Moderating
Yeah, you kind of actually do look
is
super angry. You're making like the super
food.
big frowny face.
Food.
But just go ahead and
Wait,
do
wait,
what
you
you
can't
Well,
say that.
let's-
I think this is just the way I
Wait,
am,
can I
but
ask a question about this?
Maybe
This
make a
perhaps the
counter argument
wrong.
though.
Food.
This is perhaps the wrong audience to ask because obviously I feel like I'm like at a panel where people are just talking past each other and not engaging super great faith. But when it comes to the neopronoun stuff, what do you think the expectation should be for other people? Like if you want to call yourself Caesar or whatever, right? But like when you interact with other people in the world, what should that expectation be?
You probably shouldn't expect that other people are going to call you by your neopronouns. But if you want to use those alongside like something like they or something, I don't think there's any issue with that. And some people will call you by it.
Thanks.
I personally have no problem with calling somebody by a pronoun that they choose. It costs me nothing.
Yeah, it's like free, and for some people it's pretty easy. I know that like for a lot of people it might be kind of difficult to retrain your brain for pronouns, but like it's already good to do that just for the sake of trans people, broadly. So in
Yeah.
case of like people who use neopronouns, I think that's fine too.
So yes,
Okay.
I I guess
Okay.
there's yes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, of
Okay.
course.
I just feel that the argument around pronouns feels a bit empty to me. It feels like a pointing to normalcy, to what's normal, as to a person is saying that pronouns are bad because they won't be perceived as normal, and certain things, as opposed to the things that are normal. And I just think that it's not really a strong argument, considering that most bigots will simply not really see the difference between pronouns or the so-called binary pronouns. To a bigot, a trans woman will be a man. They will say, you're policing my language just by expecting me to call you she, her. So I'm not sure if that argument really holds any water.
Yeah,
Well,
and in
you
the
want to talk
broader,
about.
please go
Go
ahead.
ahead. You go first.
In the broader sense, language isn't static. It does not stay the same. It changes over time. Words are added to the language. New definitions come up for old words. So, like I don't necessarily see a normalization of language as even possible, or we should really apply it in this case as really a case of special pleading. Really, at the end of the day, like words change all the time. Ain't used to be considered improper English when I was in primary school. Now it's in the dictionary. It's always changing, and so like. It would be difficult for me to sit on an argument of normalcy and when it comes to what language is.
I do want to ask that too about like, do you think it's useful to like talk about this in like terms of like bigotry? Because like obviously there are people who like hate trans people like legitimately, but I think like most people, even like a lot of people who are more like centrist or center right, they'll be like, I don't really know about this stuff, and I think if you're an adult, you should be able to do whatever you want. Some of the kid stuff, I'm a bit more, undecided on. Some of the sports stuff, I'm a bit more undecided on. And you're like, oh, well, you're a bigot. Like, is that even useful to engage in that way, or is it better to like, well, let's talk about that. Let's see what the good arguments are. Let's see what the science says, and let's see what X, Y, and Z.
When it comes to like neopronoun discussions, no, it's probably really dorky to go ahead and be like, "You're a bigot" if somebody disagrees with them. Even if it's true or something. Like even if you have some argument for it and you think it's true, it's really not that effective. Yeah, that would be optically bad. That would be optically kind of silly.
Yeah, I'm not personally. I talked about on my own channel not too long ago the nature of meeting people where they're at, and obviously throwing yourself to the first place where you're calling names is not going to meet people where they're at. But at the same time, I also need to recognize that I am in a position where I feel much safer and I'm more capable of doing that than other people. So, like whether I would do the thing or not, I think really depends on where you're sitting, what your perspective is, and whether you feel like, because I feel like the person who's going to call you a bigot does not wish to engage with you in the first place. So if that's the case, then someone like myself who might be more able to talk about the thing because I don't feel immediately threatened is going to be less likely to go to that.
Well, this might be a good segue for Kat's next part. She wants to bring it back to Brianna Wu, but I do feel that some
Yes.
people use the term bigot and make these accusations in order to shut down conversations rather than have those conversations.
Yeah, sure. I think the rhetoric conversation is a topic for another time. Obviously, like that's a completely different topic, and we had a lot of that talk, yesterday. When it came, by the way, the entire talk was about transmedicalism, and that was a clusterfuck of a panel. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We have tackled subjects that has gone far beyond anything Twitchpool has ever talked about, said cancelable stuff that Twitchpool has ever said before, just because I was the one that was organizing it. You're welcome. Okay, all right, because if it was organized by anybody who was not a transgender woman, they would have been obliterated. Okay, but anyhow, so my second question is this. Okay, in the meantime, one side of the aisle has been saying that since Wick is growing larger and larger, that even his public Discord server is no longer
Is he?
going to remain a safe
Wait, he
space
is?
from being made into content,
Debatable.
especially the general chat. However, the other side of the aisle says that no matter what, the users of the Discord server never consented to be made into content and would never chat there if they were
didn't mean it
turned
like
into
that,
content
Connor. Oh my
while
God.
being posted online. Do you think that it is reasonable to expect the Discord chat of a public figure to be treated in the public spotlight? If so, to what degree? Would it be the same as on Twitter? Should it be as reclusive as possible? Discuss.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
they don't consent. Oh, you go ahead first.
To be perfectly frank, it feels somewhat ridiculous to imagine that your public-facing servers channels are private. They're public-facing server channels. And insofar as Wix community like expectation goes, it's never been a safe space. It's barely moderated. Like basically nearly anything goes anyway. So I don't necessarily know I'd make that argument at all.
I think it's reasonable. I'm just gonna say that like it's not this isn't like Brianna Wu isn't the first person this has happened to. Like Discord chats and whatever have been leaked for years. So it's kind of like a norm at this point. So if you had the expectation that it should be private, then you would be kind of naive.
It's okay.
The other thing I'd point out is
Don't
like
worry. We'll do my house.
I think all of us
after
here are
this as a
content
palate
creators,
cleanser.
and at least I've
I
made
can
it an
promise you
objective to
that.
create a space
We're
by
gonna
moderating
do
it in which people
my
feel
house.
safe
This
and
feels
secure,
like-
and that means telling them sometimes to not
This
say
does not
things
feel like a
or to keep it to themselves. So, like,
Not feel
I
like
can't
a
change your
big-
thoughts, but I can certainly police my space. So, if that's the concern, moderate.
true. You have the tools too. Since especially Wix, since he's growing larger and larger.
Is he? Actually, let's look.
I mean, that was the claim,
I
so
think-
I believe it. I don't check. I just believe.
No disagreement.
No, I think we all agree. You're kind of like silly if you don't. If you think
Oh.
it's just not gonna get recorded.
All right, sure. Okay,
Oh,
I
there's
mean,
no
if
wick on
so,
Social Blade.
yeah, I mean, if so, then we can just go directly to the third question, which is proponents on Sunday's End might argue that promoting a person such as Brianna Wu will be sending a bad message. However, on the other side, pragmatism is more important than simply a few differences. Where would you draw the line between somebody that is too problematic to simply associate with for the sake of pragmatism and making a difference in the real world? When does somebody stop being worth it? Discuss.
Oh God, holy!
I
shit,
might
she's
have some
so far.
interesting insight here, actually, because I was involved with. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but I was involved with
Say
an
it.
online community.
No, actually, just say
and
it. Why not?
I was involved with the Gamergate conversation, and as a part of that conversation, I obviously interact with a lot of people, and every once in a while you'd run into a bad actor, and I think that when somebody crosses the line, and those lines might be different for different communities, but I think that something like doxing or sending death threats to people is obviously a line that absolutely can't be crossed. Now, when it comes to something more nuanced like lying, I think that you obviously should call out the lies to be like, hey, look, what you said wasn't true. But I don't know if that means you cut them out entirely. This whole Brianna Wu conversation does have sort of a cancel culture aspect to it. It seems like a lot of the people who hate Brianna Wu want to go after her
Cancel
and like
culture.
take her down and
I have an
destroy her
answer to this that's
publicly.
very
And I don't know
simple,
if that's
actually.
like good. Actually,
Mm.
I don't know if that's good for society. Like, even if Brianna Wu did lie about this, her public and private views are different. And she is a public figure in the sense of being like a politician, so that's a bit different. But like, to say that she can't like be in the streamer community too is a bit. It feels very much like you're trying to like destroy this person rather than you're trying to claim a scalp. It feels like, and I don't know if that's like good.
Yeah, I don't think the view is that like Brianna Wu can't be in any space or something. I think the issue is just that it's kind of optical suicide. Ironically, I have a pragmatic view on this. I think that it's kind of optical suicide to let Brianna Wu into your movement. Like everywhere she goes, she's kind of like optical hell for whoever side she's on. It's an optical nuke for whichever side lets her in and tries to defend her. And I mean, like, this is like one of many fuck ups in a long history of fuck ups. If this was like a one-off lie, then it's like, yeah, I mean, kind of fucking cringy, but like not that big of a deal at the end of the day. People can reform, people can get better. but she's got like a long fucking history of just like insane lying. Like Tachyon, you said you were in Gamergate. Do you remember like the literal woo thing? Like literal who, literal woo?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yep. The reason why that
I don't support using that kind of language, to be clear, and I didn't then either.
I mean, I think that's I don't see a
I think
like
it's fair. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's like evil or anything, but I don't personally speak that way.
Well, like she in particular, right? The reason why the meme came about is because like she had been like harassed by Gamergate, and like nobody knew who the fuck she was. She had like just made this the fuck up, and like she did this like several times in a row with like fake harassment campaigns, like claimed that somebody was like sending her private death threats. Turns out they were just like a shit poster who didn't send her shit. Said that like the police had arrested them. Turns out they had just like they had filmed like the police had arrested them and they had crashed their car on their way to go kill her. And it turns out they had just like they were just the shit poster had just crashed their car street racing. She had said like that she like did that fucking crazy Steam green lighting thing. Do you remember that shit, Tachyon? From the Gamergate?
I do.
Remember this. Yes, I believe Kat and I have talked about it actually.
Yeah. She's
But
like,
look,
she's just got a long
obviously, she obviously blew up that video from the comedian guy who crashed his car. Like obviously that was obviously he was literally a comedy YouTube guy who made all sorts of weird skits. That was obviously fake. And the Steam when she posted that very suspicious topic on her forums, that was very weird and obviously very suspicious. But also she did receive legit harassment on at least one occasion. There was a third-party troll who was not associated with Gamergate called Pterodax, and he actually did send her. He trolled everybody. He trolled pro Gamergate people too. I know people who he harassed. Arguably, I mean, what do you want to call what he did harassment is? But he did send her like he sent her a picture of a gun, and he was a third-party troll not associated with GG. And then also, so to be clear, like she did receive like that actual harassment, and we had like over 50 people mass reporting it on the Gamergate side because we're like, hey, look, this is an actual harassment, this is actual death threats. We don't want our community to be associated with this. So and of course, this guy wasn't even one of us. He was going after our people too. And then of course, Ethan Ralph did actually have like I don't know if you want to call it harassment, but he was on his private. I have logs I can show you. He was a bad actor in Gamergate that no one wanted to associate with for the most part. But he was like a legit bad guy. But he actually did talk about how he wanted to make a hit piece on Brianna Wu, basically, where he wanted to do a live stream show attacking Brianna Wu. And he also did associate himself with doxers.
Well, yeah, but that's like a four-dimensional guilt by association. I think Ethan Ralph's like a piece of shit. Like, I don't think that like him making a fucking hit piece on her and like fucking doing a live stream talking shit on her is like that. I don't think that's harassment.
Yeah. I don't think it's the end of the world. But like, you could call that harassment maybe if like because like it is weird, dude. Like, why do you want to
someone who
do
associates
this?
with doxers should be like making exposés and not like making strict claims like
Absolutely
not harass this person?
Absolutely not. I don't support Ralph in any way, shape, or form. The vast majority of people in Gamergate condemned him, by the way. Kotaku in Action banned his website. He's on the tier 3 block list. Okay.
Tachyon, would you say Gamergate was a harassment campaign?
I would not say that. I'd say that was a smear that partly Brianna Wu spread. But Brianna Wu also was harassed by some people.
Oof. So you're against Brianna Wu for a completely different reason than these other pro Sunday
he's against
people.
her for being right.
I don't think so. I don't think he's against her for being right. I think he's against her for being wrong. I think
you guys are uniting against you guys are uniting against Brianna Wu for different reasons.
No, me and Tachyon have very similar reasons. We're not different reasons. We both did. I mean,
I think to come back to the issue at hand.
Why are you like this?
To come back to the issue at hand, I think the question is not that Brianna Wu should be excluded from a space. I think the question is that Brianna Wu should engage authentically with that space, that she should be held to account for what she views and to speak with her chest when she has a viewpoint. Yeah. Because like that's the standard, I think, that the minimum standard of entry that should be for this space is that you should get up and you should be ready to fight for what you believe in and not sit in the dark and mutter it.
Okay, but we're talking about
like
a
dumb
space
fuck
like
if you ever
Wix.
trust anything she says.
If we're talking about a space like Wix, then Wix doesn't have standards, so that's ridiculous to say.
Wix is not the only person involved here.
No, but
Yeah,
he
we all
doesn't have
agree, look.
standards, so that's never going to happen.
Look, that's
And
fine. Right?
secondly,
Point
like,
is not
it's
like
one
Wick
thing
doesn't
to
have.
say.
Oh my god.
No, let me finish.
You
It's
go,
one
you
thing
go
to say that she should have standards. Like, yeah, every personal person should have standards for themselves. It's another thing to say that when other people think she doesn't have standards, we should automatically favor those people over what Brianna Wu says. If you're just going to have this one-way narrative that forgets that she may actually have standards for herself that we just don't relate to or notice at the moment, then I think that your narrative is very lacking in actually attacking Wu as a person.
Well, that's not what I said, is
true.
it? I said that she should say those
No, it
things with her
relies on
chest
it.
out
It
loud.
relies on that assumption.
How does it rely on that assumption?
Because
Okay.
because if the whole thing is like she should have standards, and if she doesn't, then we should get rid of her. And if she
That's
has
not what I
standards
said, though.
already, then well,
Yeah, nobody's
Who's
saying
gonna
if she
police
has.
that?
Yeah, what we're saying is
Who's
that
gonna
she
police
should
that?
speak those
Who's gonna
things
police
out
that?
loud.
If the
Who should
issue
what?
is there's
Thing.
one specific standard, really, there's one specific standard that we're taking issue with or not upholding, which is like not being a lying piece of shit.
But how do you know the difference between being a lying piece of shit and being wrong? Like somebody mentioned Black Lives Matter earlier.
Because
as far
she
as I've
said
looked
one thing in
into it,
privately and a different thing in public.
Publicly proclaims that she did a thing which she in private did the
she didn't
opposite
say
of.
anything in public for a long time, and then she said something differently in public. Whether or not what she said privately really reflects
What
on
she
her
said in
journey
private.
is a
Oh my god,
different
then she'd be
thing.
lying in private. What she said in private was that she held her views, that she kept her views secret.
It seems to be more about rioting than about BLM, so maybe you should get your
No, it was
facts
specifically
straight.
about BLM. You should get your facts straight. Go look it up, dummy.
Are you steel manning or do you support Brianna Wu?
I don't. I'm guessing that she's been demonized because that's what Gamergate victims have had happen to them. It's
Oh.
very
Okay, I
clear.
just wasn't sure where
based
you
on the
stood on
rhetoric
the
that
issue. 'Cause
Doing no
were you
you
research
listening
have
before?
any actual criticisms of anything she's actually done, and every time you try to hit, you miss.
Okay,
Ninetales, you've once again
but
jumped the
before
gun
you
and done
came
no
in-
research on the topic you're talking about. What was the quote that
I've
you were
already
talking about
done
regarding
research
BLM?
on this. I debated Tachyon,
Answer my
you
question.
dumb fuck.
Answer my question, dummy.
Maybe I'm gonna be able to
What
answer
was
the panel question at some
Look, the
point.
question is just, we made a specific claim about her talking about BLM. You said no, it was more about the rioting. What did she say about BLM?
Look, I'll go back to exactly what she said because I have it, and it was about rioting.
It was about BLM and rioting. It was about the rioting that she's blaming BLM for.
Maybe.
So give me a quote then. If like, why are you so afraid of giving me the quote
It was
you wanted?
posted
her to have?
publicly. You said that I haven't done my research. You were calling me on my bullshit.
No,
you
I
were
have
trying
it
to
in my
do.
bookmarks. Let me find it.
Go ahead, pull it
You
up.
could just give it to me sooner if you
No,
weren't.
I want to hear it out of your mouth. It's
Of
funnier
course
that
you do,
way.
because you're too afraid to say it yourself.
We've all seen it. You're the
Well,
only person in the
Ninetales-
dark here.
Ninetales, you
yeah,
said
Tachyon,
that
can you say it?
you said that Gamergate was about harassment, but do you know what percentage of Gamergate people engaged in harassment? Because we have 2 studies on this. It was 0.66% is what one study found. Another study did not look at harassment itself, but looked at negative sentiment and found that only 1.26%, I believe it was 1.26, I can pull it up here, but 1.26% of the people had sent tweets containing negative sentiment towards people. Okay? Like this idea that Gamergate was about harassment is just not true. And I kind of resent that you coming into space and saying this. I think that you should back it up with some sources if you're going to make accusations against people that I know and that
I think I
people
already
that
have, and you're
care
just
about.
ignoring them. Because I sent you sources, and you're ignoring them. I also sent other forms
Send me
like
YouTube videos.
No, that wasn't it. See, like, this is what I mean, how you've been ignoring my sources. Because if that's all you think that I've sent, then you've clearly been ignoring the non-video sources at your own convenience. The point being that, like, yeah, you can actually critique BLM for the rioting if you do it right. And chances are, nobody here who's critiquing her is nuanced enough to tell the difference between if she's critiquing the rioting versus critiquing BLM. And I doubt that any of you actually carry a concern
You don't
for
even know
that
what she said,
criticism,
Ninetales.
aside from
Good
wanting to
shot.
hold her to a
What are
double
you
standard. By the
Good
way,
shot.
like,
Can you
If you're gonna accuse me
if
of
we
dodging,
hold-
you're gonna.
if we
I have the right to
house-
respond to that. If you're
if
gonna
we
accuse
house
me of
the
dodging, what am I
contribution-
dodging?
One
was
at a
worthless.
time. One at a time.
Good jobs. Can you
you're
restate
dodging the
your
actual
original?
evidence I sent you here. I'll send it to you again.
Can you restate the question and then have 9 answer it? Because I feel like she's leaning one way, but I just want to hear her say it. I don't know.
Specifically, like the question I wrote down, right?
Like the pragmatism versus like run them out of town witch hunt type thing, I think.
Okay, so specifically the question I wrote down on the document is proponents on Sunday's end might argue that promoting a person such as Brianna Wu will be sending a bad message. However, on the other side, pragmatism is more important than simply a few differences. Where would you draw the line between somebody that is too problematic to simply associate with for the sake of pragmatism and making a difference in the real world? When does somebody stop being worth it?
So
I'm just gonna say this much: like, this is not how the space handles most people. Like, most people are not like they're not run out because they have a double standard. There are plenty of people who are loved because they have a double standard. Doobie is a perfect example of that. The reason that we see this time and time again, that people have double standards, is because either people evolve or people say some dumb shit and then never actually change it because they thought they said it in private.
So pragmatic.
so
You know, the same people who are defending those individuals are defending this one, right? Like, this is like mostly a DGG Twitter retard campaign. Ninetales.
Maybe DGG is the R-slur campaign, the ableist campaign. Seems more
The ableist
likely.
campaign?
It seems like
What-
you like to make
what are you talking
accusations against
about?
large groups of people, Ninetales.
Without putting
I'm the
any
one
effort
Where's the
into
evidence
researching
that
it.
DGG is
Like,
doing bad stuff?
Yeah, they make it easy.
so could I answer?
So, if we really want
Wait,
to
wait, wait,
unpack
hold
what
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
Brianna Wu,
Hold on, I want
What's-
Lucy
what-
to
does
answer
anyone-
first. Because Lucy has been wanting
sorry.
to answer for a little
she's
bit
just
now.
very
so-
quiet for me. So my
No,
bad.
Oh,
yeah.
should I
yeah.
speak? Is it okay
No,
now?
that's much louder. Yes, that's much louder and
Yeah.
clear. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
So I think that, to me personally, the problem is twofold. The problem is, of course, the double standard, but to me, the problem is, of course, what the double standard itself represents. And where I draw the line when it comes to people like Brianna, who is not the bad optics or Brianna Wu being problematic, but the fact that her private interactions indicate that she is perfectly okay and perfectly willing to discard a whole group from a community in order to further political goals. And that is basically where I draw the line, discarding whole groups of
This-
people to advance a goal.
This doesn't make sense because if she said it in private, then she's not expecting it to disenfranchise the groups that she's supporting publicly.
If she said it in private, that means she's willing to do it in public when it's opportune.
No,
Well,
it only means that
Ninetales,
she's
but
willing
like
to do
to
it
be
in private.
fair,
No?
You're trying
before
to
you
extend
got
this
here-
logic further than it goes.
but before you got here, we were debating on whether the expectation should be that if you were posting something in private as a person of whatever significance, that should the assumption be that it's public anyways, because the likelihood of somebody posting it is so high. That's the context you don't have right now. That's why I think why Lucy said is actually kind of reasonable.
No, because most professional interactions between streamers are done in confidence.
Hardly
But
any
there was more than just streamers
Speak
there,
for yourself.
right?
Pardon?
There was more than just streamers there. Like, am I wrong? Was that just not like a general chat, or not a general chat, like a private chat? Like, not everyone there was a streamer.
No, I don't agree that. Okay, just to be clear, I don't agree. Wix server was private. So if she's saying that that's in private, I disagree. If she said something in a private message, and I'm pretty sure it was a private message, if I'm not mistaken. It's the thing that she said in Wix server that seems to contradict it.
No, it's the
Do we know
the
that?
thing that we're talking about is not the Wix server
No,
thing. The thing that's
she-
being talked about is the group chat on Twitter.
Yeah, she was definitely in the group chat for that, more some of those messages.
And how many people are in this group chat?
I don't know.
How
That
closed off is it
isn't-
supposed to be?
That information wasn't disclosed. Only the information relevant to her
It could
hypocrisy
be.
was
It could be
disclosed.
two. It could just be one extra person. Then it counts as
There was
a
like
group
5
chat.
to 6 that you could observe, probably. Like, it wasn't small.
Well, 5 to 6 is pretty small, especially
No, at
if
least
those are like
5 to
people
6.
that you
Wait,
would
wait,
know.
wait.
If those are
At
people
No,
that
at
you would know.
least. Because but there's a lot of discourse coming from a lot of people. So I'm just saying that because I saw like 5 to 6 people say something, but there was a lot going on, like people replying to replies and stuff. So messy.
It's important to remember that this tacitly supports the act of leaking DMs, which I will not condone. Like, I think what people say in private should be kept private.
Insane views. Look, I don't see anything.
the
that's
perfect world,
super
yes.
in private,
Insane
so everyone should see all of my messages in private.
Well,
The
here's,
perfect
here's
world,
a,
yes.
here's a question that I think we should ask too. The people who want Brianna Wu gone from this space, what do you think should happen to her? What does that look like in practice? Because that kind of is important here.
No, fuck,
Are
I don't
are
think
any of those
us
people
wanna-
I
here?
just wanted to point
I don't
out,
think you just want
does
that.
anyone who's
I'm kind of
speaking against her have
conflicted.
real constructive criticism for her? Do you have any constructive criticism?
I'm
Yeah,
just
maybe
conflicted
that's
on the
maybe
idea.
that's-
Said in this
issue.
chat.
Maybe it's just
Like,
a skills issue, and like this is why you want to get rid of her.
So true.
I don't
The-
think that Sorry, go for it. Did I just?
Sorry, my push to talk was fucked up there for a second. Yeah, I don't think that the reason why anybody here is like wants to criticize her is because we want her like out of the space forever or something. I think that the two big pieces of criticism for Brianna Wu are: one, stop constantly fucking lying and seek therapy for that. There has to be some reason why you constantly do this thing where you seek attention by lying publicly. And two, maybe take a fucking break for just a little bit and come back and stream like a normal person, stream video game content. Maybe politics is not the place for somebody who doesn't have the ability to handle this kind of situation. You can't do that. You can't like do politics if it's the case you're going to constantly fucking lie. People aren't going to trust you. It's your bad optics
Maybe
for
you could
inside
also
your eye.
not narrate her experiences lying when you don't actually know what's in her heart.
I do know that what the thing
We
she said
have
is that she
publicly
lied.
seen her lie.
About what?
About the
She's
fact that she
posted.
said that her public view is that she was silent on the BLM issue. She was silent on the BLM issue because of the fact that she thought there was resentment on there. She said that she was a cybersecurity expert during a congressional campaign. She said that both of her parents were
No,
millionaires.
she said she was against the rioting that
She said that
BLM
both
did,
of her
which is a
parents. No, she said
common.
the BLM riots. She called them the BLM riots, right? So let's
Yes,
be correct.
it's common for BLM people to
Jesus
be
Christ.
against the riots. That's nothing new.
It's common for BLM people to be against the riots. I
Yes.
agree. Saying you were silent on it is different than saying something like, I am against the riots. There's a big difference between I was silent on the riots despite knowing I had an issue with them, and
No,
saying
because
something
that
like,
was a private
I am not against the
conversation
riots.
You were a part of that you're making assumptions of. The people in that conversation already had the context. You're seeing the conversation out of context and assuming that that's what she meant.
I assume that she meant the words she said?
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
words she
obviously,
assumed
that's how words
were
work.
in the context that they understood. When they
What
heard
context
that,
do you think is gonna fix the situation of her obviously admitting to lying? What's the
Do
context?
you understand why journalistic integrity involves adding context to things like this and not just quotes?
Adding context. Sometimes adding relevant
Yeah, you
context.
don't just
Not
click
adding the
quote.
entire message history.
So, if anything, for you, how do you know that this DM or like her other view or what she said publicly doesn't add context to her private DMs?
Because she said that she kept silent on an issue she had publicly. She said she kept silent on it.
Well, yeah, because maybe she doesn't want it actually like hurt the BLM movement. Maybe she's not as against it as you're narrating.
Oh, no,
her
no. She gave us her motivations. She didn't want the trouble. She didn't want the fucking backlash. Did you read any of these? Are you just talking out of your ass?
Seems like
Nigel?
she's aware of the consequences of her actions and avoiding it by what you're saying. Yes, I did.
Exactly. She's aware that people will be mad at her if she says this. So because she's fucking
No, she's aware
spineless,
that it
she's
would
not
hurt
saying it.
people to
No, that's not what she said. No, that's not what she said. She gave her motivations, Ninetales. Is that she didn't want the trouble. She didn't want the backlash. That's not saying something like, I don't want to hurt the movement. That's saying it will be bad for me.
It sounds like she's picking her battles. Like, it's all perception in there.
If you pick your battles by going silent on an issue that you think the left is wrong on, you're fucking silent.
But she's only one person. She's only one person. People
plenty of people are only one person.
People partition their energy for particular things, and she didn't feel like she was able to do it. If that was part of the reason, then I don't know. Like, I would sympathize with that.
If you're publicly defending the fucking leftist movement when they're doing fucked up shit, and then privately you're saying, man, I just don't want the trouble, then I think you're a spineless piece of shit. And I think any reasonable person would come away with the exact same impression. That if you're publicly saying one thing, and then saying another, you're a spineless piece of shit.
Do you ever argue from optics?
I think there's a big difference between optics and lying. I don't think it's good optics to lie.
You would just create an imaginary group of people who agree with your point, right?
What are you talking about?
You just said you think most reasonable people would agree with your take.
I think most reasonable people would do that. I don't think most reasonable people are imaginary.
Okay, you're imagining a group of people who would agree with your point, because I think to everyone else, like, we don't know that.
You don't know that. Yeah, most reasonable people would agree with this because it's pretty fucking transparent.
Well, that's a pretty strong belief that you have. That gives me even less reason to believe that fact.
What's the counter argument? Silence is the counter argument?
No.
Anything else?
The argument is that I don't think that you're speaking to an unpopular opinion the way that you're trying to make it seem like you are.
Most people don't think if you're a fucking political activist who runs a super PAC, who ran a congressional campaign, that if you're saying, I didn't speak out on this issue because of the fact that I didn't want the backlash, that you're a piece of shit? You don't think most people have an issue with that?
I think she's doing good optics.
You people are so disconnected. Log off.
I think when you have a super PAC, that's when optics matter more than anything.
You think when you have a super PAC, optics matter more? I agree. Optics do matter more. And lying is bad optics.
Optics and
I don't think she
optic
lied. She didn't
considerations,
lie.
right?
What do you think a lie is? Ninetales.
It's not being silent on an issue. That's for goddamn
What is a
sure.
lie?
It's not being silent on an issue. That's
Answer
for
the
goddamn
question,
sure.
you weasel. I know you don't think this is a lie.
No,
what is a
I'm
lie?
calling out what you're doing, which is making it out to be being silent on something, which is not what a lie is.
I know you
I think it's just
disagree
a
with me,
weird
Ninetales.
rhetoric
What do you
tactic.
think a lie? What do you think a lie is?
definitely.
Just
See,
answer the
I don't
get
think.
that- I get that you
I'm
feel
actually of the
clever right
opinion
now,
that no
Sam.
one needs to engage. Like you're using a rhetoric tactic right now. I
A
don't think
rhetoric
people need
tactic
to
of
engage.
asking what a lie is?
I don't think that people need to.
Because you know what a lie is,
Publicly are
and I
saying
know what a-
BLM.
Sam,
If you're publicly
you know
saying
what a lie
BLM is okay,
You
there are
know-
no riots, there's nothing wrong with what they're
Okay.
doing,
You know
and then
what a
privately
lie
saying
is.
you're fucking
Posing a
silent,
question.
that's
You
a
know what a
lie.
You were
is.
getting a
You know, I
response.
know what a lie
one
is.
at a time. One at a time.
I just want to point out, Synth knows what a lie is. Synth knows I know what
You
a lie
don't.
is. This is
No,
all
I
just
don't.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Answer the question then. Make it nice
Kinda
and
seems
clear
like
for me. What is a lie?
kind of seems like stupid semantics to me.
It's not semantics to ask you what the fuck you mean. Semantics
Why
would be
don't
like,
you
that's not the
answer
real
it?
definition,
To create
like you
it-
did.
To turn it into a qualifier for the conversation is still a rhetoric.
I'm
kind of
asking
tactic,
for
obviously.
one
Prove us
clear
wrong.
fucking answer to a question.
Answer
Well,
it for us and prove you have a
You're
definition
gonna
that
you're gonna have
qualifies
to wipe your tears
example.
because you won't get
I think that actively choosing to promote false beliefs is lying. I think lying by omission is
That's
still
such a
lying. I
shitty
think most people
definition.
agree lying by
You haven't
omission is
even
a kind of
started from a
lying.
good
Hence
definition
why
of
it's
lying.
called lying by omission and not saying everything by omission.
But you also know that every politician out there chooses their views based on optics. So this is nothing new, and you're freaking out over literally a nothing burger.
This is just a pivot. Now you're saying, oh, well, all the other politicians also lie.
no, this is just
That's
autism
it?
on your part. Like I'm
It's autism on my
This is
part to have an
autism.
issue with
Yes.
politicians lying.
You're hearing
Yes,
this from an
because you're
autistic person.
hyper focused
You have
on a
Down
small
syndrome. Don't
element
tell other
of
people
the
they're
whole
autistic.
fucking issue.
I'm not using
Chill.
hyperfixation to understand the topic. You're just stupid.
You're using hyperfixation to focus on one specific issue when you yourself acknowledge she's a political figure who is going to factor in optics into everything she
goody.
fucking does. So you are focused on one specific element of this whole issue.
It's
There's a wildly different issue between
It's
I'm
why
factoring in
she's
optics and I'm
optics.
misrepresenting my views because of
Okay.
optics.
No,
So
you're
because
trying
she's a
not to
political
factor in
figure,
optics.
there's optic considerations that she makes that we all understand.
It's
that
bad
politicians
optics
do.
to lie.
You
I don't
are
think you retards
focusing
get
on
this.
one
You don't
issue.
have good
You
optics
are
when you're
focusing
constantly
on
fucking
one
lying.
issue.
Cynthia,
You are
Cynthia,
stuck
hold on,
on
I gotta
one
say
issue.
something.
Wait. Calm down. Agnostic just joined. All right. What do you have to say?
Are you really going to be claiming that Brianna Wu, of all people, is the one who needs to be checked for lying about pretty much anything?
True.
Anything.
Let's
President
explain who this
Sunday,
individual is.
President
This is
Sunday,
Origin,
the
who
guy.
paid $20 to be humiliated by Sunday on stream.
We're not talking about me right now, okay? Chill.
Well, yes, we are.
I thought he was being so.
room.
Oh no, you're
Just
serious?
Sunday.
Who is this
Yes.
person? Who is this person?
Quiet.
You're just
Who
here
is
to
this
do a
person?
your job, bro.
Wait, who is this person?
This is Origin of Language, or Logos. I think he's
You're
changed his
not
channel to
saying
now.
anything about stuff that's not
So
relevant
he
to
paid
this
he paid
discussion.
Sunday $20
This is
to
not relevant
humiliate
to the
himself on
discussion,
stream,
Delatus.
and
You
he
keep
turned around and
saying
got a
this
hate boner for
because
it
You're
afterwards.
talking over each other. Stop, please.
Let me
Look,
actually
Gnostic,
say
you
what
had
I
a
need to
question.
say.
You had a question for me. Your question was something about Brianna Wu lying, right? Am I actually gonna say Brianna Wu's the one to lie? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that Brianna Wu, like, sure, she probably lies. We all lie, of course. But
Constantly.
sure, but here's the
Her
thing.
career's built
If you're
off of
going
it.
to talk about somebody who is like the king of lying, the king of doing whatever he can to break boundaries, to backstab people, to try to have good connections with certain people, only then to be a little snake and to go into people's servers
This is
and to
also
screenshot
loaded.
everything and doesn't
Yeah,
have
when are
any
you
sort of
pitching off,
code of
pitching off this
honor
turd of a
for
sentence, Gnostic?
anybody.
So I can answer your
Sorry?
question. Are you done? Can I answer your question? Or you
No, I'm not done yet because
Let me know when you're done.
I think it's hilarious that you are going to be attacking Brianna Wu of all people
You already said this.
instead of the one person who has constantly gone after people with little to no evidence, who frames things in the most dishonest, backstabbing shit. And yet, the one person, the one target that we really need to focus on is Brianna Wu of all people. Oh my God, Brianna Wu!
How
and
many
not President
lies can you
Sunday,
name
a
that?
guy
Listen.
who is
Oh my God, he
constantly
keeps
burning
going.
bridges.
Wait, calm
you
down,
normally
calm
like
down,
this?
Calm down.
Yes,
Calm down.
he's
Let's
basically
try
an
to-
idiot.
Listen, guys. Let's try to make this productive. Let's do this
Can I answer the
one point
question
at a
first,
time,
Agnostic asked?
okay? So that we can just look. Let's make this productive, and everybody is human beings here, okay? All right. So unless we
Arguable.
see each other as animals, all right, let's try to have a productive conversation. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Stardust says bring her in.
Look, I want to go
Okay.
through all the fucking. I want to go through the long history of fucking examples, and we can see if you think it's the case that President Sunday is the king of lying, and Brianna Wu isn't the fucking queen of it. So she lied about her fucking double major. She lied about being a cybersecurity expert. And fucking campaign advertisements. She lied about homelessness during her fucking campaign. She rose to fame during Gamergate by lying about being harassed by them when nobody knew who the fuck she was. She lied about Total Biscuit being a transphobe, about him being a sexist, about him being a racist. She lied about the fact that like his fucking entire legacy is toxic gamers who harassed her. Like, do you want to keep going, Gnostic?
Wait,
not
wait
gonna
a
say
minute.
I know
Are you
all of
saying
that is
she
to be
lied about
true.
her harassment?
I'm
Are you
gonna
saying
say
she
all
lied
of
about
that
her
When she
harassment?
initially said that Gamergate harassed her, nobody knew who the fuck she was. She lied about it.
I'm pretty sure she posted some videos about Gamergate before anyone knew her and posted some, like, an expose, but she didn't say anyone harassed her
No,
until
she
after
didn't.
she was harassed. Yeah, she did.
Well, let me ask you this then, Sid.
No, she didn't.
Even
Well,
if
when was
all
the,
of
wait, hold
this-
on. When was the date in which she was Ninetales? When was the date in which she was harassed?
Okay, I have to look
First
this up
harassment.
because I'm bad with dates.
Do you have an approx? Do you know the year?
Hang on, wait. I have some receipts
Holy
here that might be
fuck.
useful. Okay.
Do you know the year, Ninetales? You don't know
Calm
the
down,
year.
Sid,
Sid.
can
I'm
I ask
looking
you
it
a
up so
follow-up
I don't make
question real
any
quick?
This is so
mistakes.
non-serious. So go ahead,
Calm
you guys. Sorry, I'm
down.
joking. Yeah, I'm super not calm right now. You're super chill.
You
Can I
are
ask you
kind
a
of
follow-up question,
spurging.
Synth?
Spurging? Really? Neva, the entire conversation you've had
I'm
fucking
pretty sure
meltdowns, you couldn't
that's-
address arguments. You're not listening
Okay,
to
so I'm
it.
pretty sure that your behavior is more conducive to anger than mine is, but that's okay.
I'm pretty sure actually you're
Synth.
the angry one, and I'm super calm right now.
I
Really,
think that
that's the
just
best argument you
reflects
got?
that you have like no emotional intelligence, right? You just can't identify emotions, and I think we sussed that out earlier
True.
in the
You are
conversation.
super emotionally intelligent, and you're definitely winning on the optics right now. Anything else, Neva?
Synth,
No,
may I
just keep
ask
screaming
you?
over people and defending
Neva,
the
why are you
removal of
talking
an
right now? Let the
effective
other person
member.
talk. They're making actual arguments.
You're defending the removal of somebody who's actually effective because you
Why
don't
has she
like
done this
their track
effective?
record.
What has she
Huh?
done this effective, Neva?
I think that sorry, my name is Neve, by the way. I don't know why you can't read.
Because your name looks the exact same as Neva. I'm sorry.
Well,
Neva,
I mean,
Neve, answer the question.
so you didn't know the name,
Hey.
you didn't know how to say it, and I'm telling you that now. So
Can you even read? Not being rude or
I
insulting. I'm
posted-
just telling
I
you.
posted-
well, I think
posted
it's
on
a
Discord.
You
fair.
I
I think
think
it's a
it's
fair
a
question.
Let's be
I think it's a
civil.
fair
Let's be
question.
civil.
I think it's a fair question.
Points only.
I think it's a
Hey, I
fair
posted some
question.
Discord.
Really?
I posted some
Literally
evidence in the
everything-
Discord
okay.
here.
Either your
That is
response,
really relevant.
I think your response is trying to like mock someone or laugh at your own joke. Do you have any?
Everything
do you
that
do
said
anything
is-
else?
You haven't made any
Do you do
argument.
anything else?
When you
Do you
start
do
making
anything
arguments,
else?
I start mocking
Do
you.
you do
Yeah.
anything else? Sorry,
Yeah,
do you do
I made
anything
arguments.
else?
This doesn't even
Okay, so
understand
you-
the
She's
timeline.
broken. Oh my god, she's looping.
This doesn't even understand the timeline beyond root. The first
May
thing
I
she did
ask
was
you
make
a
a
follow-up
passing
You'd be
joke
looping.
about
You'd be
Gamergate.
looping with me
The
because
first
the
thing
only
she
response
did
you
was
have
make
to
a
anything is to
passing
mock
joke about
someone.
Gamergate. The first thing Brianna Wu did was make a passing joke about Gamergate, and this was September 19th of 2015 or 14, and she got harassed for that. So get your fucking back straight.
She
Well,
didn't
no,
get
hey,
harassed
hey,
for that.
she-
Nobody knew who the
we-
fuck she
no.
was.
I
can't say
posted
she
evidence.
didn't.
I posted
Look.
evidence in the Discord. Look, nobody in Gamergate, sorry, the vast majority of people in Gamer, I should say, did not support harassing
That's not
Brianna
proof
Wu.
she didn't get
Look at
harassed, Tatiana. No one.
That means the
I'm
not saying that
probability of
nobody
her
on the
getting harassed
internet-
are
I'm not saying
astronomically
that-
low. She got harassed later on,
66%
down the line. Once down the line, once people knew who the
people
fuck she
still
was.
A shit ton of people, and it's only because of a sampling bias, and they didn't get a big enough sample.
Because
that
of
they're
a sampling
0.66.
bias, really?
Not because they literally sampled everything.
What's the
What are
issue
you?
with the
Wait,
sampling?
what are you even talking about? Are you
What
talking about the Women
the hell
Action
are you
Media
talking
study, or are
about?
you talking about the
That the sample
brand
was
watch?
too selective to particular groups that weren't totally representative of gamers.
I'm not even
They
talking
certain-
about the Women Action Media study. We can talk about that study if you want to, but I'm not talking about that study in this
The
case.
only
I'm
way
talking
you
about
get that
the specific claim about whether or
result.
not let's make
narrowing your
specific claims,
sample.
Ninetales, because you never want to make specific claims. You always
You
want
read
to
the
make
methodology
vague.
section.
Well, this community
Read
is
the
evil,
methodology
hateful,
section.
misogynist. You always want to
I
say
can do it
big
for you.
claims. Let's make specific accusations, okay?
Yeah.
Brianna
The
Wu,
methodology.
Gamergate supported harassing Brianna Wu. Huh. Does that seem to be true? Well, let's see. We have studies that show it's not true. Let's also look at. You don't like the
Well, we
studies,
don't have
okay?
studies
well,
that
let's
show
look
that
at.
it isn't
Let's
true.
look at.
You haven't
Let's look at
debunked
this.
it at all.
What about? What about when Pterodax, a third-party troll, did harass Brianna Wu? How did Gamergate respond? I posted evidence of this here. Look at this.
How is everybody?
All these people on Twitter were all
gotta
saying,
drink some
"Mass report
Pepsi
this,
now.
mass report this, everybody." All these people, hashtag Gamergate, get
And
this out of here.
despite that, there's
And
still
then
evidence
look at this.
that the
Oh, everyone on
harassment-
Reddit too was saying absolutely
And
this
despite
person.
that, there is still evidence that the harassment outweighed these actions. I can
I'm
find
just
something that
gonna
says
say
that.
this.
It's like,
Nine
Vosh would
study.
have kept
I won't
this
study
under
nine
tails.
control.
What's the
Appreciate
details
Vosh
about?
as a moderator.
There isn't one. You made it up.
Tachyon 0.66 study?
Have you considered? You think
Hey,
you got
Nine
that study?
Tails,
You think
can
that
I
one
ask you a
proves your
question?
point?
You think on this
You go
and
ahead, Oscar.
Look, I'm looking
appreciate
at the thing you
Vosh
asked.
Okay.
as the moderator.
Well, I actually just wanted to ask Cynthia a follow-up question after he gave me all of this
This would have been
list of
under
things that
control
Brianna
by
Wu must
now.
have done. I'm not going to say I know
Must
for
have?
a fact that she's done all of this. Look,
We do.
I don't know all the information, so maybe it's true, but for the sake of
I
argument,
mean, Synth
let's
is
say all of
trashing
it is
in
true.
terms of
who do you think is in a better position to
insulting
expose
the
this?
opponents, but
A
this is going
journalist, like an
nowhere.
actual accredited journalist out in the real world, or President fucking Sunday?
I don't think the president
guy
is in a good position
who-
to do exposés. Who cares?
Wait, what?
I don't
President
care.
Sunday's a fucking clown, and if anybody takes him seriously, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, that is my favorite lolcow. President Sunday is my favorite lolcow. I only watch him to laugh. I really only watch him to laugh. And you guys, if you're watching it for news, I don't know, you guys, I don't know what to say. Good luck.
That's just
you
bad
know?
taste in
So,
lolcows. Like Brianna's a better lolcow. She's got like a
She's
funnier
not.
history.
She's
She's
not
so much
even a
better.
lolcow.
Oh come
so-
on, the fucking
yes,
the
she
fucking
is.
Steam
Yes, she
greenlighting
is.
page. That's so funny.
She explained it in an interview with me.
I've seen her explanation. No, guys, don't worry. I was
Um,
I was.
What
honey
was her
potting
explanation anyway, Stardust?
That she was that it was 4D chat.
No,
Yes,
it
she
wasn't
wanted to-
40 Yes, it was.
She
it
wanted
was
to-
Homie, it was specifically that her page was already getting flooded with people like who hated her, and so
Wait, that's
she
not
thought-
true though. Wait, let's go through
let
the
me
logs.
finish what I'm saying,
Okay,
motherfucker.
sorry.
Did I
Hey.
finish fucking saying what I was saying? No, I didn't. Shut the
Here
fuck
comes
up.
the
you
ramble.
fucking
Go ahead,
idiot.
Stardust. Just spit it out.
All right. Okay, so what I was saying is that basically she said that she was already getting a whole bunch of hate comments on her page, on her Steam page. So she tried to like kind of make a quarantine or whatever by like making a thing so that everybody would just go into that one thread and spam all their hate there instead of like all over
Hello,
her
thank
page.
you.
So
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
because
that
that's how
makes
the internet
no
works.
sense.
Oh, hello,
That's like the
everybody.
most hilarious possible
Enjoy.
excuse. It was secretly to make sure
Enjoy
that if I made
yourself.
one more thread,
It wasn't
they would
a
all go to this
secret.
one.
Thank you.
Because there were too
It
many
wasn't a
people making
wild.
threads. So if I make one
No,
more
it
thread,
wasn't a
there will be
secret.
less
It wasn't a
threads.
What a
secret.
fucking joke.
Yes.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't a secret.
What wasn't a secret?
Like you're talking. Oh, you said you completely strawman like the explanation that I gave.
I didn't strawman the explanation. I
Yeah,
made fun
you
of it.
did.
The explanation you gave was that if you make this one thread, all of the people will go into that thread instead of all of the other ones. But for some reason, I made this thread and then deleted it instantly afterwards.
Nobody's
For
winning.
some
here.
reason.
There is
because
no
hang on,
winning.
it wasn't working.
It's impossible
like,
to
I
win
mean,
here.
what else do you want me to
No,
say?
Of course it wasn't working. Nobody thought it would work. She didn't think it would work to
So-
quarantine
Bro,
people.
No,
it's like
neither of you
a
know what the
She knew
fuck you're
exactly
talking
what she was
about,
doing.
dude.
Guys,
What
It's
the
a
hell?
hilarious
I've got
typical
excuse.
boomer shit thing to do. Okay. Holy shit.
She's a
I've
boomer
done
who's like owns
more
a game
boomer
development
shit.
studio, really?
I've done
It was
more
a boomer thing. She left her
shit.
account logged in.
And then
Well, hang on,
animation
guys.
studio.
And I
One
This is so funny.
One at a time, please. Thank you
No, we're
so
not
much.
doing one at a time. Do you want content or not? Jesus Christ. Okay? This guy, Tack. Okay, you shut up. Did I tell you could speak, Tack?
Oh, jeez.
Did
I give TAC permission to speak.
Well,
I will defend TAC.
Fuck you, Tack. You do not have permission to speak. Synth,
Go ahead, Tack.
you-
well, hang on. Wait, no, hang on. What the
Synth,
fuck is this?
You literally
Why are you being
say
so
the
hostile to
stupidest
me?
shit
Look,
that I have ever heard in my life. Synth,
Here comes the
everything you
ramble.
fucking-
Spit out the
every
arguments,
time
Tardust.
you
Here comes
fucking
Tardust with the argument.
Every time you fucking speak,
It's a
I
No
cluttered
argument.
I have
tunnel.
brain
Just
fluid
ramble.
that leaks out of my
It's a
ears.
cluttered
Okay,
tunnel.
I have to wipe it up at night.
You don't
My-
have any
my
brain fluid to leak out of your
Oh
ears,
my
Tardust.
fucking God,
That
what's
sounds like a
wrong with
condition
you?
for which
no
you seek medical
argument.
care.
Hey, Synth, can you stop with the double standard shit? It's really
The moderator is
double
not
standard?
in control.
double
I'm telling you.
like you're telling
appreciate
people like
Josh
stop
as moderator.
screeching and all this, but that's all you've been doing, dude.
Do
Like,
you think I've told people
come
to
on.
stop screeching? I just want arguments. I don't give a fuck if you're loud when you argue.
Have you given
retard.
an argument? I haven't heard
Yes.
one.
Yes. I've given you several. Want me to repeat them?
Try it.
There's not.
You made the argument that I can't call Brianna Wu a liar because President Sunday lies more often. I just
Because
told you,
President
instead of
Sunday
pointing
is
out the
the
fucking fallacy, I just
definition
pointed
of a
out
liar.
it doesn't matter.
President
Doesn't matter.
Sunday's
It doesn't
two
matter. It's
women of
tangential.
fraud now.
I gave the
Two
argument
women
that
of
look at all of
fraud.
these fucking examples. Clearly,
He's
Brianna Wu's a chronic
accused
fucking liar.
NSC of
Clearly, any
fraud.
standard by which President
He's
Sunday
accused
lies too often
Brianna
is
Wu
one that
of
Brianna
fraud.
Wu fits too. Her entire career is based on a fucking lie that she told. She
It's
made up
not.
fake harassment.
She's
Nobody knew who the fuck
legit-
she was.
She made a game, did she not?
So
Did she
join
not
the
beat the game?
page.
She
No?
didn't
I'm gonna
actually.
link
During the
it to
point,
Revolution
Revolution
60
60 wasn't
page
out
and
when she had her
consider
career. Her fucking career
subscribing to
came
this
from
channel,
Gamergate,
etc.
from Gamergate, grabbing their
You
fucking
think
giving you
it was a
time.
good
By
experience for
pretending-
her? You
I
think she
don't
got a
think-
career out of that?
She intentionally provoked Gamergate into fucking following her. That's her entire goal.
From what I could tell, it was a
You
complete
can't tell anything,
mistake.
Stardust.
And then, yeah, I can, bro.
No, you
can
can't,
my
bro.
entire fucking ass, bro. Okay, let me
That's
finish
too
what I
much
was
to
saying
eat.
before.
Too many
When
fucking
you-
calories, Stardust.
Well, you guys are just being bad faith. Let's examine.
In my fucking
let's
mouth than
examine-
you ever could. Okay, you
I
wish
bet you could
swallowed
fit
the
more
amount
shit in your
of
mouth.
dick.
I bet you could.
I
Hey,
bet you
guys,
wish you could swallow the amount of dicks I can in my mouth. Okay, I can suck way more dick than
Let's-
you fucking asshole.
You
That
wanna
is
bring
true.
up-
Okay, so I just want to point out, I posted something in
need to
trade
hear
stream
from
chat.
you.
Stardust, yeah, we get it. You're tough. I posted something in trade stream
I like
chat
Stardust more than
Aren't
Ninetales.
you a
about
fucking
the
Nazi?
Brianna Wu
Like,
stuff.
shut the fuck up. You have
Yeah,
no
Ninetales,
business
you're literally a
being
fucking
trade
fascist.
chat
But
about
look-
the Brianna Wu stuff.
I know that your
Oh my
alt
God.
account is named
I
Adolf
know Ninetales has
Ninetales.
said some real sus
Oh
shit
my
about
God, I
black
posted
people.
stuff in
I
trade
know for
stream
a fact
chat.
that Ninetales has said some real sus shit about black
What she said.
Aw, Stardust, you've just been hurt by me, and it's okay. I feel bad for you too.
Have I
Now
been
with the
hurt by you, or
content,
do I
Stardust, what
think
did
you're
she
a
say?
sus?
Hang on,
True.
guys. If we're gonna
Oh,
make
oh,
a
Take
what
this
did-
What did you
first.
say? What did because Ninetales is one of my orbiters.
I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to speak. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, what
got
did you
receipts?
say?
No, you got receipts. You're the one making the accusation.
mean,
Burden of proof,
yeah,
bitch.
Yeah, we're gonna have
I'm
to see
pretty
some
sure
evidence.
You know what it is. You know what it is.
Wait, Stardust,
You
we're
were
gonna have
talking
to see
about
some
that.
evidence. The burden of proof is
She
on
just
you. What
begged
the
for
fuck?
it. She's just desperate.
Stardust,
She's just desperate.
Stardust.
Hang on,
Wait, what?
hang on, guys.
Why
If we're
people
gonna,
cheering for me.
guys, can
Yeah,
we
I'm
talk
cheering for
about
you. Yeah,
specific?
execute Ninetales.
So, Stardust, you said that a bunch of people were posting topics on her forums that were harassing her. But if you look at, I
No, I
posted,
didn't say harassing, but yeah, they were posting like messages that were like hate and stuff.
but if you look, there are only 2 other posts on her forum when she made the post. I posted the archive in the Discord
I
chat.
showed her the screenshot, and she said that she made that one forum thingy, that one topic, so she could try and quarantine it, so at least like all the hate would go into one place. But you know,
Anything about that strike you was like maybe not true?
no, it's
More
something I would do.
Well, do you
Stardust
think
is the
that?
most gullible
Do you
person of all
look? Do you
time.
want to talk about? Look. Obviously, look. Some people did harass Brianna Wu, and that's obviously awful. No one supports that in any way, shape, or form. But you said Gamergate wasn't a good experience for her. She was making $13,000 a month in donations, right? Look, she was making $13,000 a month in donations.
She had to get like 5 years of therapy for it.
I mean, maybe she did. I don't know. But I
Yeah,
don't know about
she
her
did.
personal life. I don't care about
She's
her personal life.
very
She was
open about it.
literally
Oh,
diagnosed
President
with
fucking
PTSD.
Sunday, the accuser
She was
of
diagnosed
All right,
with
wait,
fucking
hold on. If
PTSD.
you guys are gonna be
Accuser of women, slayer of wenches.
one at a time, one at a time. We're gonna have to do
Welcome.
one
and
time.
accused Brianna Wu. of
Wait,
fraud.
seriously,
Okay, I
seriously,
reclaim
can we
my
do one
time.
at a time,
I
please?
reclaim
One
my
at a
time.
time.
I reclaim
Sorry,
my
I
time.
will mute you. Sorry, I
reclaim my
will
time.
mute you.
Males first, okay?
All right, Sunday, please, just go first. Okay, just.
I was waiting. I guess that's Daedalus. Floor is yours.
Oh no, go ahead, Sunday. I've
I
been
was
enjoying
gonna say
myself.
I just heard there was a hullabaloo and I thought I'd drop it.
I
No,
thought you could. I thought you were trying to avoid the public eye. What happened?
Nah, nobody watches.
You heard that I
it's all
could
good.
suck so
That was
many
a
dicks
joke.
at
I
once.
like you, Feature.
He
What the
said he
fuck?
heard that I could suck a lot.
I like
of
you.
dicks.
No, I'm
He
sorry.
wanted
It's the
to
joke.
challenge
It's the
me.
joke.
He
Anyways,
wanted
I just want to
challenge
point
me
out,
sucking
Taki has
dicks.
to be fucking delusional to not realize she got
So
diagnosed
I'm
with
challenging.
PTSD
Who am I
after the
challenging on
game
sucking
was
dicks? What?
Well, look, maybe she did. I don't know, dude. I don't know about her personal life. I don't care
Yeah,
about
of
her
course you
personal
don't
life.
know.
I
'cause
care
you
about
don't
specific
actually know
claims
the
you want to
timeline
make.
of the. You don't know anything about the victims. You only know about your side and how
My
to do damage
goodness.
control.
What's happening?
I don't think that the people that I
don't think he's
associate
doing
with
damage
do
control.
not
I
engage
think
with.
I know 100% he's doing damage control. I've debated him.
He's not.
So are
He
we
just is
still
not aware of
talking
Brianna
about
Can
where we
somebody-
draw the
I'm
line?
illiterate. I'm like you, Stardust. So
Okay,
fuck off.
Ninetales, you can shut the fuck up.
Do you know what
Again,
media literacy
I remember
is?
you
Do you
said
know what
some
media
real
literacy
fucking
is?
sus
It
shit
might be
about
hard
You know
to
what
get a
media
word
literacy
in.
What is the
You
first
just
law
said
of
what
media
media
literacy,
literacy is.
There is.
Food shops.
Ninetales, I have seen you
He
say
doesn't
Food
know
so
shops.
what media
blatantly.
Can I have a
literacy
quick
is.
question?
You do not have
He
the
doesn't
right.
Hold on, Stardust, please, Stardust. When you go on these rambles, like I can barely hear you because of like the overlapping voices, and the Discord is like disabling the voices, like just because of how the Discord technical function works. Anyway, Sunday, what is the question?
Yeah, can somebody sort of orient me as to where we are?
So
I was
where we are is
discussing
that I have
so
no
many
idea.
We are
dicks,
discussing
and
where we
clearly you
draw the
came in to
line.
challenge
We're at the
me
point
and
where-
suck
What
on
about
me.
dicks?
Tachyon is
Okay,
trying
okay.
to do damage control for.
I
Gamergate.
literally have
He's
not
saying
seen
that
any of
no
this
one
until
allowed.
now.
Sunday, why don't we talk about you doxing
Hold
earlier
on,
on
stop.
Twitter?
Stop! Oh my god! Wait! When I am talking,
What are
can
docs on
nobody
Twitter?
else talk?
What?
Wait! When I am talking, nobody else talks, or I will crush your ball sacks until it's a raisin. Okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on. How about this? Okay, all right. There are two different conversations going on right now. Can we just stop with the Gamergate shit? Nobody gives a fuck about Gamergate. Okay, all right.
I like
okay,
Gamergate.
Second of all, okay, all right.
I like the Gamergate shit, not Gamergate. Gamergate bad, but the Gamergate event is.
Okay,
probably
the
interesting.
Gamergate. Okay, whatever. So the second thing. All right, second thing is that
That was gonna try one.
Stardust is
Goddamn.
accusing President Sunday of being a liar. Now what
Being a
specifically
what?
is a lie? What is
Oh
a
no,
lie?
Oh,
I
liar.
can say, look here. President Sunday is accused, not so erudite, of being a fraud in
Yeah.
a very, very serious manner.
Yep.
And now President Sunday is accusing
And she
Brianna
is.
Wu of being a fraud.
Oh yeah. By the way, in the same way, oddly enough, as Kyla as well. It's funny.
I am just outlining there's a pattern of behavior here. Also, let's not forget that President Sunday aired out all of her not so erudite shit, all of her personal information in one place, collected,
Not all-
aggregated
what?
her
No, I
personal info, and fucking doxed her.
No, I didn't. I have
Yeah,
access.
you
I had
did.
access. I had
Yeah, you
access.
did. Yeah,
I had
you did.
access.
You compiled it in one area.
I had
and that
access.
is considered doxing. That is considered doxing.
Well, no, because I literally only use information that she had already compiled in social media.
I don't have
under
anything
both names
against it.
simultaneously.
Join
You went
Ron
and
the
you
Anarchist.
emailed somebody
Join.
from her school,
Join
bro.
us.
I didn't
Did
get
you
any
not-
information from
Join
her
the
school.
page.
I
all
didn't.
That's where
saw
you
that.
read
We
it,
all
please.
I didn't ask about her
email.
though.
Join White
but
Forest.
I didn't
and
Stardust. I
But
didn't ask
you
about her when I
still-
called the
Give me
school.
some
No,
donuts. I
you
deserve.
reached out to first school. We were no. We
Yeah, I
knew
emailed.
your video
Yeah.
was
So,
first
are you
school.
going to allow me to
We
speak?
know where.
Wait,
no,
Are you going to allow me to speak,
One at a
Stardust?
time right now.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Stardust, but you've been talking the entire time. So
Yes.
yeah. So when I messaged the school, I was inquiring as to whether or not the degree or the
you?
certificate or the credential, in other words,
Did you or did you not in
that
that video
Kyla.
indicate
I'm
that that
not.
was for
I'm not
school?
finished. I'm not finished.
Wait,
speaking.
how
Of course, it's her school. She said on like Fresh and Fit, which she said which school
Yes.
she goes to.
You
She said her
compiled
program.
information.
This is
did
known.
you or did you not compile
That's
her
okay.
information then?
Join the
I'm sorry,
join
what?
the page. You'll be
I'm
able
not-
to use
I'm-
better.
I'm gonna-
Did you
I'm gonna-
not compile her information.
I'm going to try.
Wait, let Sunday
I'm going to
finish
try to
first.
finish
Let
a
Sunday
sentence.
finish first, and
Because-
then you can go.
Because I understand that like the soft approach with Richard Spencer didn't really work out so well for you, but in this case it actually kind of helps if I'm able to respond to what you say.
I'm
So
glad that you're okay. I'm glad that you brought.
I'm
that
glad
up.
I'm glad that of the
It's
two of
real-
us,
it's a real-
I'm glad
really
that of the
good
two
one,
of us,
Really good one.
I'm glad that of the
Points
two of
only,
us,
points
you're the
only.
one
Let's
who's
focus on the
Uncharted
points only, so
famous
we can
for-
actually move forward in this very calm chit chat. Okay, so point first. Let's do it. Yes,
point.
yes.
Who's going first?
Sunday, you go first, and then Stardust will
Okay, on my
calmly
screen you're
make
pointing
her
at Stardust, so I was confused.
Alright.
Yeah, so Natsa Erudite made specific claims about her qualifications. So I asked the university, hey, given these qualifications, I didn't say any names, would I be entitled to say that I am of the profession of X, Y, or Z? And they answered, I'm perfectly within my rights to do so. In fact, the fact that she's giving qualifications is an invitation to check that out because that's the purpose of qualifications. That's what they're for. They tell people that, hey, if you back check me, I have training and I have approval to call myself X, Y, and Z and to perform X, Y, and Z tasks. It's very simple.
Sunday,
You
if
could
I
do the same
may
thing to me.
Add to that.
Wait.
If I may add to that real quick,
Oh,
because you didn't just do that Sunday. What you did was actually very dishonest. You didn't
Go
say,
on.
you didn't email her saying like, what would I need to do in order to be considered a psychometrist or something like that? You didn't say that. Instead, what you said was, hey, I have this certain thing.
Could I call
Does that mean
myself?
I can be a psychometrist?
Well, Origin.
How is that dishonest?
Well, hang on, 1 sec. There's
Because it would be honest.
No. Jesus Christ, people. It's the same question. So if I say, can I do this? The reply is going to be, no, you can't, because you would need X, Y, and Z to do this, and that's the answer I received.
No, you framed it in such a way. What you should have said
But
was,
they're the same. The answer is the same,
earn.
Origin.
No, it's,
The
how
import
do
of
you
the
know
question
that?
is identical.
How do you know
No,
that,
it's
Sunday?
not.
Did you test it?
Yes, the question was, can I
So,
call
did
myself?
you send both emails?
Can I call myself? Yes. Can I call myself this title if I have this certificate? And if the answer is no, then I know the answer to the other question. What do I need? More than this title. They're functionally the same. I'm not trying to become those things. I just wanted to know, am I one given these credentials? That's a perfectly
That's
reasonable
not
thing.
really what you
No,
did,
but
but anyway,
that's
also
not
That's exactly what I did.
You're
It's in the
And
letter.
also,
Okay, wait, hold on, one at a time, stop. Now I want to hear from Stardust. Why this is not exactly what Sunday did. And I only want to hear from Stardust.
Okay.
If I hear from anybody else, I will be booting you. I'll be scrunching up your testicles. Okay, Stardust, go.
I have no testicles to scrunch. I'm here to make content.
Okay.
But let me address a couple of things here. President Sunday is the most pathetic piece of shit I have ever seen in my
Okay,
life.
points only, please.
But wait.
no,
Even more than
I'm here to
you had
make-
Richard Spencer on stream. Are you sure? That's pretty
yes,
bad. I'm
I
worse
am
than Richard
sure.
Spencer,
You-
huh?
Yes, you are.
Really?
You are, because
Huh.
at least that dude is fucking honest about what he believes. If he's anti-Semitic,
Really?
he will be honest about it. Okay? You are a piece
Oh
of
my
shit
God.
who will lie about other people and ruin their fucking careers. You got somebody fired. You got this random, let's see here, academic agent person fired because
I didn't get him
they
fired.
happened. Yeah, you did. You did.
No, I didn't. No,
Yeah,
he
you
got him.
did.
He got him.
You
No,
did.
actually, he wasn't even fired.
You haven't
No, you don't know the
Hold on,
details. Can I reply to this? Food Chops, can I reply to this?
No, let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm actually
fired
asking the
because
moderator,
of
not you. Food Chops, can I
Separately-
reply to this? You have a mute button, yes? Presumably you can mute just the people
yeah.
talking and then put us in order.
Yes, but I let my voice do the muting. Okay, so wait, is there?
But
is
I'd like to
there-
reply,
Oh my
respectfully, I'd
God.
like to reply to that point in particular first, then I'll let you move on.
Okay,
Sorry,
first,
this is
go
very quickly
first.
done.
Go first.
I will not be
go
able
first,
to
real
speak
quick.
here,
Okay.
will
Me?
I?
Yes.
Impossible.
All right. The academic agent wasn't fired. He was laid off. And one of the things that went into factoring into whether or not he was laid off was that he was threatening students with lawsuits because they caught him on Twitter talking about giving socialist helicopter rights a la Pinochet, which, when you have a bunch of socialists in the school, is essentially advocating for physical harm for your students. He was never fired. When I saw on Twitter that he was battling with those students and he was rendering legal threats at them, I went on and I confirmed, yeah, this guy was doing that. That's it. I didn't dox him.
Why did you?
The only reason why I knew who he was, the only reason why,
did you tag his university?
because he was threatening students and I was providing confirmation.
Nima
No, the
Parvini
only
person?
Nima Parvini, yes. No, the only reason why I know that name. Why do I know that name? Well, I know that name because he
Why-
revealed his name. He
Why
revealed
did
it publicly.
you tag the university. And,
Because he was-
and mention this
because he
academic
was-
agent person.
because
If
he
they
was
were
threatening
if they
students,
Were already threatening
Stardust.
students. If they were already threatening students, then you could
No,
have.
no,
just
he
linked to
was.
that instead of
He-
talking.
I
Excuse me,
did.
let me. What I'm
I
saying
did.
is, if you
Incredible.
already saw
Really gonna defend the
people,
person
this
that
guy's
threatens
threatening
students?
you wouldn't need to say this person runs multiple alt-right Discord servers and personally promotes racial segregation.
He does.
You would just link where he's threatening students.
Am I not allowed to say this?
Are you
Have I
afraid of
broken
that?
a law?
Say it,
But
why
you
wouldn't you want
clearly
that?
have a fucking agenda behind it. You want to get this
Yeah.
person fucking fired.
Sunday.
Of course I do. Of course
Yeah,
I do.
okay,
Absolutely.
That's
Sunday.
number one.
Wait,
That's number one. If
stop.
Why else
President
would he
Sunday
do
trying to
Okay,
ruin
yeah,
somebody's life.
Agenda.
Number two,
I
if
don't
somebody
even know
trying
what
to
we're
ru-
talking
President
about
Sunday trying
anymore.
to ruin somebody's life.
Gamergate.
Questioning NSC's
President
credentials
Sundays.
and accusing her.
She
of
lied about her
Some
credentials.
teacher.
Of fraud.
Not
of
She lied about her
Right.
credentials.
Wait a minute. Let
She
me finish.
lied about her
Let me
credentials.
finish.
It's like a
Let me
million
finish
topics.
what I'm saying.
And
You
everybody's
accused
talking
her
at the
She
same
of-
lied
time.
about her
you
credentials.
accused-
She
that
lied
is
about her
He's
credentials.
short circuiting again. He's not going to let you
mute on
finish.
President Sunday, he won't let me finish my point here. Can we?
It's his
Can we get a
tactic.
mute on President Sunday, please? Because
True.
I need to finish my point, and he won't let me finish my
Okay, but
point. And
after you finish, we have to let Sunday ramble. Okay, we have to let Sunday ramble. Okay.
I need to
So-
Do
finish
we?
my points because
Do we?
you let him interrupt
yes.
me.
Who
You
joined?
let him interrupt me once already. You have.
I have.
Yes, you have. I was not done with my
Whatever.
point.
Just
okay?
go. I don't care. anymore.
That
Just
was
go.
number one of that. That was number one. This you tried to get this academic agent fired. That is one first example of.
I
You
thought I
trying
got
to
him
ruin
fired.
somebody's life.
Did I try to
Can
get him
we get a
fired?
mute on him? Can we please get a mute on him?
All right. Sunday, I'll just mute you temporarily. Okay. All right, whatever.
Okay.
What?
You should have done that a long
Please
time
be
ago.
silent. So fucked up.
His
Look,
face.
if people appealing to the mod is bad. Look, he was appealing to the mod himself. Okay, I can appeal to the mod too if he's doing it.
Yeah, what's
we'll
your-
play that
wait,
game.
what's your
we'll
answer
play
to the
that
question,
fucking
though?
game. Okay, number one, that is the first example of him trying to fucking ruin somebody's life. Number two
I thought he was trying to.
is
I
him
thought he was firing. and he got him
accusing.
fired.
Excuse me.
Wait,
Let me
Simp,
finish.
I'm gonna kick you. kicked
Number
him.
two is him trying to accuse not so erudite of using federal funds
I heard.
incorrectly or possibly even like fucking embezzling them, which is fucking wild. That is an accusation of fraud. You are going to ruin somebody's life or get fucking sued, and I hope you do. I hope they sue you up the ass. Number three of you trying to ruin somebody's life is leaking somebody's personal messages where they happen to say some mean shit in it. And trying to ruin their fucking career when they are actually doing real activism. Unlike you and your pathetic ass with your stupid fucking octopus plush on your face, you looking like Java the fucking Hutt, okay?
Can Sunday respond now? Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna let Sunday respond now. Sunday, go. Stardust is now muted. Go.
Look, you say what you want to me, but you leave Squiddleton out of this, bitch. I'm sorry. There is a limit. There is a line, and I'm drawing it here. I wasn't really listening to that, except for the last bit. So, Brianna Wu, who is in a quasi-employer relationship with Cenk Uygur of TYT, while she was going publicly about how much of a, how much she cares about the trans community, how much she knows how much non-binary people suffer when they're forced into boxes, etc., etc. She's castigating other people for not being up on trans issues and not being able to talk about or to trans people in non-dehumanizing ways. Went after a admittedly not a very politically savvy, to put it mildly, former employee of the Young Turks, and called her transvestite presenting, mocking her dress. So, with all due respect, Stardust, and your faux moral outrage, you can stuff it wherever you like.
Hey, Sunday, why
Are-
can't you actually listen to
wait,
criticism?
wait,
Why
are
can't you
you-
actually sincerely listen?
No, Gnostic, I will kick you. Can you please stop? Stop. Thank you. I'll mute you. All right. Stardust, you may not respond. Thank you.
I have a question for President Sunday. President Sunday, have you ever called somebody you don't like stupid or dumb or implied that they're deaf?
Okay, now I will unmute Sunday and I will mute Synth.
But did I answer or was I muted?
Now you're unmuted. Go.
Was I muted when I was just talking?
Yeah. Can you go
Okay.
again?
Well, you ruined the whole flow of that.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
It's no point now.
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just unmute both of you. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna-
unmute both of us. Okay, President Sunday,
just
my question for you is that have you ever called somebody stupid, called somebody dumb, implied that they may
Definition of a
be
helpless
blind
mod.
or deaf? Have
To
you?
be honest.
Never. Me?
Oh yeah, you have
Slander.
definitely. You have.
No.
You have. That's like what
You have no
go
proof.
to
There's
say.
no evidence. You can't
Okay,
prove anything.
Can we be
Harassment,
serious
there's
for a moment
no
here?
chance
Can we
it
be
will
serious
go
for a
to
moment here?
anything
You have
that
a
you
long
send.
history
Can
of
we?
accusing people of this shit.
There's no
you
way.
Yes, can we? And
We're not
if
gonna
that is
go
the
to the
case,
thing that you
President
sent
Sunday,
us.
that you have a long history of using
No
mentally
chance.
disabled as a
As you
fucking
can see.
insult for people, why the fuck
Right.
do you care? Why don't you care about mentally
Not
disabled
happening.
people, President Sunday? Do you even care about them? Do you even care about like them getting treatment, getting healthcare, access to healthcare? What the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid little man?
I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm not supposed to laugh.
Don't blame you.
So I want to point out Brianna Wu has apologized for what she said.
Yeah, unlike President Sunday here, who loves to use mentally disabled people as his crutch, as his way of insulting other people. Don't you?
When
You
in
do.
particular?
Yeah, plenty of times when he's referred to me, he's insulted me and claimed that I like am a dimwit or something, which is, you know, whether you like it or not,
Bless you
referring
for
to
proving
people
me
who are
wrong.
mentally disabled, right? He's done it to multiple other people. This is a long history with President Sunday.
It sure is.
It is.
It is. Well, I wasn't expecting the knockdown, yeah, you call people stupid retort, but you got me there, Stardust.
Yeah, well,
Guilty
if you
as
don't,
charged.
if you want to go after people, if you want to say, oh, people can't, you can't claim that you care about this thing because you said this mean thing using this word for this people. Well, guess what? You can't claim to care about
There's
anybody.
a
You don't care
there's
about
a
mentally disabled
there's
people.
a very particular there's a very particular reason why Brianna Wu in this particular case saying that particular thing matters. So you'll notice, for instance, I didn't go after Jenny Matrix or Zonya or any of the other people in that chat. I didn't mention them at all, really. Why do you suppose that was? Do you have any particular idea as to why I would not care about those people? Jenny Matrix, by the way,
clouded, and you can get more clout off of shitting on her because you know all the Gamergate bros love to shit on her. I know you were a fan of Sargon. I know you're a fan of Sargon. I know you were a fan
in like
of the Gamergate
2016,
shit
I'm
back
like
in
an
the day.
anarchist now.
Bro, you were pro Gamergate. You were pro Gamergate, and you know that you can
Stardust,
get the clout
Stardust,
from
Stardust.
shitting on Brianna Wu.
Stardust,
you know
you're
can.
having Stardust. Stardust, you were having casual conversations with Richard Spencer last year. You were getting heat for it.
Yes, I was, and guess what?
Yeah.
I wasn't getting clouded off of him.
Well, you're trying. You
No,
weren't
I
getting
wasn't.
clout off
He's
him
a
because you
real
have no
person.
appeal.
You know anything about me?
It's fair to debate.
Stardust. There's a very
Alright, the rest of you guys need to be quiet.
Why don't you just mute everyone but me and Stardust for now?
Let me finish what I'm saying here, okay?
You weren't finished? You've been...
No, you said something, and I want to respond to it.
Well, I wasn't actually quite finished. Like I was asking rhetorically. The reason why you didn't get the reason why you didn't get
Trying to get clout off of Richard
the reason
Spencer
why
would be the most phenomenally
This is so
fucking
weak.
stupid thing I could try to do.
Being
I am a
mean
brave
I agree.
Indian
nothing
woman.
like
I agree.
I'm not getting clout off
I
of
agree.
him. The reason
Transphobia
why
isn't
Yes,
just
you
I'm
will.
being
him
mean.
Yes,
is
you
because
would.
I'm
That's so
massively interested. I am incredibly fascinated with the far right and the dissident right. I just like
Yeah.
to know what's going on with
No,
them.
the reason
And
why
it's
you didn't
not
get
about
the
clout.
reason why you didn't get clout off of him is because you
Pathetic.
have no talent as a
sorry.
host and you're just a deeply unappealing commentator with nothing
Okay,
interesting
is
to
that
say.
what it is? You're,
No, the
bro,
reason
you
no the
speak
reason
like you're a
why
fucking robot.
no the
You speak
reason
like you're
why
fucking,
no
you're
the
a fucking
reason
Spock from fucking
yes,
Star
indeed.
Trek, bro.
No, the reason why I was
No, the
interested
reason,
in Brianna.
no, the reason,
No,
no,
the
the reason,
reason.
no, the reason,
Would you
no, the
would
reason,
you
no,
would
the
you let me
reason,
finish
no, the
my sentence,
reason.
please? Could I?
Can you-
All right,
could I
one
say
at a
a few
time.
words?
One at a time. Do you guys want to do the mute one at a time thing again, or?
I kind of just want to say something very quickly, just
Okay.
as an explanation, because this will take all night otherwise. The reason why I was interested in Brianna Wu there is precisely because, well, she is publicly saying that she stands for all of these people and for their identities and for their advocacy and for their being treated as
Bullshit.
human beings and not being treated in a dehumanizing manner. In secret, she's not only dehumanizing them in a pretty egregious way, much less former people who are sort of working in her orbit. She's also pretty much directly organizing with people who are opposed to their identities. She's saying things to the effect of, I don't like that. I think we need to move to a more exclusive notion of transsexualism. I don't like that these non-binary people with their weird pronouns have taken over the movement, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just a matter, it's the equivalent, and I posed this question to Wick earlier. It's sort of like, would you be clutching your pearls if a gay rights activist who was trying to get into government or to influence policy was suddenly found in the background in like private conversations or whatever, talking to his friends about how, I don't like how all of these queers have taken over the Democratic Party.
That's not what
between
she was
you
saying,
and me.
though. She
Oh, that's
was
basically what she said. She said
no, she was talking about
the
somebody who's
screenshots speak for themselves.
Wait, let Stardust answer.
The
She
screenshots
was
speak for
talking-
themselves.
She was talking about somebody who had been harassing her. Yes. Was she mean in those screenshots? Yes. Did she,
She wasn't
use a
just
slur
mean.
in those screenshots?
No.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Did she use a slur in those screenshots? Yes. Guess who else uses slurs? The gay community. They call each other F slurs all the time when they're talking about each other and bitching about each other. I'm sorry. So does the black community. So does any community that's a minority. I'm sorry. no,
the trans
no,
community,
excuse me,
Stardust,
excuse me,
just to be
excuse me,
clear,
excuse me, I'm not
Stardust,
finished. I am
take
not
a
finished.
chill
I
pill,
am not finished. You
Stardust.
cannot.
Wait,
Bro,
let's
no,
have
you have
Stardust
to
finish
let me.
hers.
This is a
You have to let me
non-argument.
finish. You are wrong
This was
on the slur
transphobia.
shit.
This
Any
was
community
not
that is a minority
being
community has
mean.
a history of using slurs against them, appropriating them, and using them to shit on each other when they want to bitch about each other. I have seen it. I have seen it with the gay community. I've seen it with other communities of color. Okay. Secondly, what you're saying is not even analogous to what was going on in Brianna Wu's thing. If you wanted to make a better analogy, it would be a gay guy in a chat with a bunch of other gay guys getting mad at a gay guy who
Because she
doesn't like
doesn't
him
care.
and calling him
It's
an
simple,
F-slur.
Karasu.
That's
She
what
just
the
doesn't
equivalent
care.
would be. That doesn't make him
Her defense
all of a
is
sudden
so
unfit
weak that it's
to be
pathetic.
doing political advocacy
like,
just because he gets
Is
he's
there
What
no
is,
one
difference
one
between
person.
bigotry and
What is a
being mean?
transvestite, Stardust? Because it's a little bit different in content than the
I
F
said
slur.
it's
It
a
means-
slur. I said
It's
it
not
is
just
a
a
slur.
slur. It's not just a slur. What is a transvestite?
Yes, what is the N word, President Sunday?
What? No, I'm
What is
asking you.
the
Like, what
N-
is the?
what
No,
is the
hang
N
on.
word? It's more than just a slur.
Well, actually,
Isn't
I was kind of asking a question. I was hoping you would engage with it. When somebody says the word transvestite, what is the image that comes to mind? What is being referred to by that word?
I think of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
So you think of a man in a dress, yes? You think of a man in drag. You think of somebody who is not, for example, a woman, who is dressed as a woman.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you think?
So
the
if
N-word
somebody,
is?
so if
What do you
somebody,
think the N word is? The N word is
the
to
N word,
dehumanize
the N word,
people.
the N word, the N word is a mutilation of another word to make it seem gross and whatnot. That is then used
This is
to
all
slur
for
a category of
tomfoolery
dehumanization.
is
All
here
slurs
now?
are for dehumanization.
I really would like for you to
They're for
attempt to
degrading
operate at
people.
like an adult level for a few minutes, if you wouldn't
Well,
mind.
then
I
you
would appreciate
haircut.
it.
I don't know if you're
if-
capable of operating on the same wavelength as the rest of the panel here. Your IQ might be too low.
Probably.
For this
Yeah.
panel.
So when you're
huh,
calling someone transvestite presenting, what you're actually saying is, oh, see that trans woman there that I used to work with that was complaining of a history of tacit or quiet transphobia while working at the Young Turks. Yeah, she looks like a man in a dress. She needs to wear normal clothes because she's slim anyway. She can just dress normally, right? She doesn't need to dress in these women clothes. They don't work for her. That was what she was saying. That's egregious for somebody who is operating the space that she is, especially one who's touting coalition building. She's encouraging people in the background who are bigoted towards other trans people to be more and more encouraged in those views. She's actually sowing very strong dissent within the trans community, within the communities she's supposedly trying to build coalitions with.
Wait, hold
and
on.
she's encouraging the absolute worst elements.
So one of my
No, she's not.
moderators
Yeah.
said
Agree.
Benny uses the word transvestite on their OnlyFans. Is that true? Can somebody
Is
confirm
it? I don't
that?
know. I don't know. Doesn't
Let's
matter.
look. I don't know that it would matter as to whether or not people find it right or wrong for Brianna Wu to use it. Like if Benny's
For
wrong,
one,
Benny's wrong
yeah.
too. But that wouldn't change anything
Brianna
for the
has-
rest of them.
Yeah. Brianna
Well, it'd be
has
sort of like
apologized
just
for
on
the
the
use of
on
it.
the N-word thing.
She's
Hang on a sec.
admitted it was mean.
On the N-word thing, as an example, it would be sort of like if somebody called somebody else that, maybe somebody like Barack Obama did, and that other person had happened to use it in like a different key in
So-
like a piece of music they wrote, maybe in self-description even, right?
No, okay, so no, that's not what I'm talking about. President Sunday, what I'm talking about, first off, you got that
Yeah, that is
wrong with
actually. That's
Benny.
kind of exactly
No,
what you're saying.
that's not what I'm talking about. Let me finish, okay?
What
First
did I
off,
get
you
wrong
got
on
the thing
Benny?
with Benny wrong. You got the thing
How?
with Benny wrong.
What did I get wrong with Benny?
Because Brianna Wu was not talking about Benny as a whole. They were commenting on a specific picture of Benny.
Yeah,
And they
a
were
picture
critiquing
that
that one
this person
picture.
took, a picture that this person took, to show like, hey, look how good I'm looking today. Da, 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 da. Brianna Wu
Yeah,
goes
but it
into
wasn't
her group chat with
fundamental
21
to
other
her.
people.
It
A lot
wasn't
of people with
fundamental to
audiences,
her.
by the way. What do you mean?
I mean, I would
What do you
say
mean it
the
wasn't fundamental to
picture
her?
was fairly representative of
who's that-
Benny's
who are you to
general
say that?
representation.
Who are you to
But
say that, Stardust?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't fundamental to her. It was a critique of the way that she looked.
Sorry,
And
I just
I'm
had to
not
kick
saying that
Sim.
that's right.
It wasn't just a
I'm not
critique
saying
of the
that
way
it's
that she
right,
looked. It
because
wasn't just a
even
critique of the
Brianna-
way that she
wait,
looked, Stardust.
Wait, even
She didn't just
even
say, "Ooh, that dress isn't working for you." She said,
No, she
"Yeah,
said
that
that-
trans woman. She looks like a man in that outfit. She needs to wear something else."
Yes,
was a
but it was still a
commentary on
critique
her
of that
passing.
outfit. It was still a critique of that outfit. I'm not saying that it's right, but I am saying that it is not about her fundamental character. It is
It
about
was-
the way that she appeared in that photo.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't
let
think
me
anybody
finish
was
what I'm
saying she was commenting on the
Let me
state of her
finish what I'm
soul.
saying. The second part of what I'm saying here is that, okay, first I said, right, that this is not a critique of her as a person fundamentally. It is a critique of the way that she was dressed, and it wasn't right. And Brianna Wu acknowledges that it wasn't right.
It
Secondly-
was
So
critique
fuck off.
on her
What
passing.
are you going
No.
on about? She already
Secondly-
apologized. She acknowledged wrongdoing
wait
already.
a
It's
minute,
over.
Wait a minute. No. Secondly, yes, we all do mean things, behind closed doors. We all say mean things. But if you want to talk about like using slurs, I have friends who, I
Stardust.
have a friend who. Wait. Let me finish. I have a friend.
Wait, let me
who
finish.
will call her brother.
Wait.
Will call her brother
Wait,
the
wait.
N-word with a hard
Let me
R.
finish speaking, please. Wait.
Wait, let's have Stardust actually
I
finish. And
think
then
her-
Sunday, you
I
can
think her-
respond.
I think her point is that
When-
it's not necessarily transphobic. It's just her commenting on her
Well, no,
look,
it's
which is
transphobic,
other than
but
Maybe-
commenting
It is
on her look.
transphobic?
about that look.
So we agree
I
with
would
Maybe
you.
we
say
can-
it's not transphobic. I would say it's definitely not transphobic.
Okay, maybe
It's
we
just
can all
like-
look at the photo and make up our own minds.
I don't think-
What do you think?
Or we could also look at the remainder of the messages because that's a page that we're arguing about right now.
Okay, I just freed up
I just
everybody.
think this is the third one. This is the
Sick.
third time
So
that
to be
President
clear-
Sunday has tried to
So
blow
to
up
be clear,
Sunday's career.
so to be clear,
this is the third time.
So to be clear, in your judgment, Stardust, that
Mhm.
person who wanted that conversation to be known because they wanted people to know what kinds of things Brianna Wu actually believed, contrary to her public-facing statements. That person
That
did a
person
grave.
has leaked a lot of stuff.
that-
That person is a drama chaser.
Really? Who are they?
Yeah.
Drama
I'm not
chaser.
going to name them. But
Drama
they've leaked
chaser?
many things.
But they're
before,
not they're not getting any drama from this.
Oh, they
I'm the one-
are.
I'm the
They're
one who
seeing
posted
all the
them.
drama unfold. They're seeing all the drama unfold. They wanted that.
No, I really don't think so.
Yes,
That's
I
not
do
the
think so.
impression
And
I
I
got.
think that you
No.
are a useful idiot. You're a
No,
useful
I think
idiot.
I think what
cannot
happened.
believe how
I think
low
what happened-
IQ you are.
I think what happened-
expected better of you. You have you present yourself as like a fucking professor aesthetic. I have no fucking idea. Do you have a fucking PhD? You have a bunch of books behind you. Have you read any of them?
A few of
Clearly
them.
not.
I got a duck.
Holy
It's a
shit.
banana.
That's
So,
good.
President Sunday, what do you think it is that should happen? I think that's like an important question to ask here.
I think all centrists should be swiftly and summarily. No.
Jesus.
What's supposed to happen? Nothing. What
He
should
doesn't
happen?
want people to look at Brianna as an ally. He wants them to know what her real feelings are about
Well,
these things.
I
and
want-
he
I
wants
want
them
people-
to understand where she really stands.
And isn't
maybe
that
not.
fair at
Maybe
the end
not
of the
so
day?
much. Maybe not so much to in that sense. Like if people still want to ally with her, so be it. But I think people should be aware of what her.
Who they're
actual
allying
feelings
with.
are.
You would say, I'm
Two
saying,
Well,
you
here's
would
why it
say
matters.
she's
Can
not
I
an
just very
ally.
quickly? Here's
Two
why it
different
matters.
women, you tried to ruin their careers because they were smarter than you.
Destiny is a girl's game too. So when it comes to Brianna in particular, Brianna is someone who's trying to mold policy, who's making strategic suggestions to people and saying you should do this, not do this. You should not advocate for this. Sometimes for
And
entire
her
categories of
advice
people.
is good.
I wasn't finished.
Are you sure you're not intimidated
Sometimes, like don't advocate for these whole identity groups.
I'm getting an energy drink.
Things like that. Sure. So when she's doing so, for that advice to be taken on good faith, you need to know what the goal is. What are her actual motives? And if it turns out behind the scenes that she has contempt for the groups that she's dropping, we can't trust that she's actually making this advice in their interest. It seems like she just doesn't care.
And
So
again,
the-
what I will
So
Again,
that's
what I will
that's why you need that consonance between what she says in private in these conversations with other people when she thinks you're not looking, and what she says
But
in
you don't
public.
get to
Because
say
if
who
she's
gets to appropriate the word or not.
President Sunday,
Well-
you have no idea. Like, look,
Just
you
ignore what Nine
in
Tails.
public will insult people
Yeah.
for their intelligence, and then
Yeah.
you're claiming the moral high ground here.
Yeah, 'cause
Seriously?
you're dumb.
Like, why? Why
'cause
would
you're-
you?
'cause you're dumb.
bro. You have tried to ruin
You're
multiple
silly.
people's. You've tried to ruin multiple people's
President
careers.
Sunday, I have a serious
You-
question for you.
President Sunday, let me just reiterate one last thing, and then I will let everybody else have the floor because I
Okay.
just don't want to be involved in this anymore. Okay, President Sunday, let me just tell you guys, okay? President Sunday is only part of this because he used to be he used to be pro Gamergate back in the day, and he knows that
I wasn't
it is
pro
still
Gamergate.
in.
I wasn't in
still
Gamergate.
It's still in to shit on Brianna Wu, and he knows that he can get
I didn't
clouded
shit on
by
Brianna Wu back
shitting
then.
on Brianna Wu. He knows that he can do it. He knows
No.
that he can still get
What?
clout off of it today.
What are you talking about?
That is
Where?
the reason why.
How
It's
do you
the
even know
reason
that?
why
I
he
wasn't
went
even on
after
YouTube back
NSC.
then.
It's the reason why
I
he
was
went
in.
after
I think I was like.
everybody
I
else
might
that
have been
he's
in
gone
high school
after
still.
and tried to blow up their fucking career. There
It's
is
a
Are
weak
we
nothing-
writing
there is
fiction
nothing
now?
President
Okay,
Sunday,
but you know what?
won't
But you know what I
do
didn't do?
that. He
Hey,
will
Is this
hey,
a
not.
no, that's good. That's
fiction
great. That's
club
great. But you know what
now?
I didn't do? I didn't go canvassing for a segregationist like Wu did.
Okay, so
Oh,
the
okay,
the
wow.
issue
okay,
What's
that
can I ask,
I
can I
happening?
ask
felt
Sunday a question, please?
But also, by the way, very quickly, and I'll let you ask, please. If you're all right.
You're fucking retarded, President Sunday. You President retarded.
Okay, you're not
You're a
contributing
Friday.
anymore. You're not
a
contributing
Friday.
anything.
You're a Friday.
I like Fridays.
Fridays are
Um,
great.
Wait,
Yeah, they're the
Stardust. Do you wait? It's not
Fridays
like I
are
don't
fun.
doubt you or anything, right? But do you have any receipts for like him like?
Oh, I
like,
mean, I
interviewing-
like back in college, I absolutely did watch Sargon, but I wasn't watching Sargon for Gamergate. That shit was
No,
boring.
like even
I watched-
even
but
for
he-
right now,
but
like
you were
even
a
for right
fan,
now
and
or
you
whatever.
know that it is in to shit on her because all of the ex.
No, I didn't really pay attention
All
to.
of the GGers came
I
out of the
agree
fucking
with you,
woodworks
Stardust,
to
but you're
shit
not
on
I
her.
wasn't.
Is he still
Wait,
in contact
Stardust,
with
what are you talking about? I've
No.
been pretty fair-minded here, have I not?
I'm not
Who?
talking about you, Tack. I'm talking about all the
You're
Twitter
chilling.
retards.
Wait, attack him. What the fuck? Stop. You're not okay. You're
So
okay,
very quickly.
You are not
From-
representative of all
From
of them.
about till 2016, I came from a conservative background and I watched a lot of Sargon because there's a lot of friction between, liberal lefty stuff in university campuses and people from that culture. And over time, I educated myself out of that. So in
Yes,
2016,
and you
I
know
was.
where the clout is. You knew the clout was in
What?
shitting on NSE, and you know the clout is shitting on Brianna Wu because all the GGers will come out of the woodwork. You care
That's
about
not clout. What are you
nothing.
talking about?
You don't care about
I was
any
streaming
morals.
a Hegel
Sunday,
read through before
President
this.
Sunday does not
Like-
believe in any morals. He does not have any values. The only thing he values is clout.
What
That's
about
all I need to
Chanterelles?
say.
Stardust. It's not like I don't believe it, right? But like, if you would lower your decibels by like a few 20 or 30, like I
can't
I
when he's
promise-
always interrupting
I
me.
promise I would.
He was always butting in.
You said you weren't going. You said you're going to leave it to other people. May I ask a question,
yeah, sure, Nine go.
Mr. Sunday? If anybody
Yes.
were to reappropriate hateful language, which group do you think is most, suited, entitled to do that? Would it be the group that language targets, and thus it would be empowering for them, or the group who uses that slur and has traditionally done so to weaponize it?
I don't think it's a reappropriation if it's a weaponizing of an ongoing term that has outdated connotations, because the purpose of it is to invalidate the person by way of their appearance, to say this person looks like a man, especially when you are acting in a professional or a public capacity and you're representing yourself as someone conscientious of that. And this is another crucial point, when you are castigating other people for doing things of an identical kind. So Brianna Wu has gone out of her way.
She castigates people for public things.
She does. Well, not just for public things. She castigates people for speaking to trans people in a dehumanizing way, period. And there's no excuse for people in politics to do so. This is yet precisely what she's doing. Why?
Well, no,
because fundamentally she's a chameleon.
why
She is whoever she's talking to at the moment.
This is why Startup brought up the N-word, because the N-word was dehumanizing.
Yeah.
But black people found a way to say it in a non-dehumanizing way.
Yeah, that wasn't used in a dehumanized.
Wait,
that
no,
was.
black people still use the N-word with the hard R to degrade each other. The fuck
Thank
are you
you,
guys
Stardust.
talking about? You clearly don't hang out with black people.
Thank you,
I'm
Star.
not saying they don't. I'm saying they reappropriated the language.
They
And if anybody
reappropriated it,
is
but
suited,
people will still
Alright.
use that.
I gotta-
fucking-
I gotta go soon. Does anybody else
can.
want to ask me something before I
Yes,
go?
I want to
Yes,
ask
go ahead.
Mr. Sunday a question.
Jenny Matrix is in.
Okay.
Sunday, fuck you, you slimy piece.
Wait,
of
is that
shit.
is that
Son
all?
of a-
Is that all you have to say? It has
I
to be
was
more than
gonna
insult,
ask
right?
him an
Is that all you
actual
want? Is that all you
question.
Is
want?
that all
You
I have
want
to say? I
what?
said like fucking 4 words.
Is that
Okay.
all you bought?
Okay,
How about
yeah,
somebody who
Sunday.
was already here? Because we already know Jenny
okay.
Matrix. Jenny Matrix.
Now that
Hey,
someone,
I
now that the person
literally-
whose DMs you leaked has shown up, suddenly you don't want to talk.
Hey,
about
Jenny
it.
Matrix. Do non-binary people exist?
Do non-binary people exist? Not in the sense that you would think they do.
What does it
You
say on your
what?
Twitter?
You what?
Huh?
What does it say on your Twitter?
It says the non-binary. Okay, so in a tweet where I was cramming.
How about
in
you
a
just
bunch
read
of
it?
my
How about you just
takes.
read
Yeah,
it?
sure. I'll read the whole
Okay.
tweet for you. It's fucking base.
You what?
Non-binary is not a real thing. Transgender is a meaningless category. Self-ID is a terrible idea. If you're not transsexual, you're not trans. Most trans activism is a complete joke, as you're proving right now. And the trans movement has been hijacked and subverted by gender abolitionists like yourself, you slimy scumbag. The way that people
Thank you
think
very much.
non-binary people exist today is not how third gender or fourth gender people
Sweet.
existed throughout history.
Food
It's a modern
shops, I'm so
conception
sorry.
made
I'm
up
so
by gender
sorry.
abolitionists
But
scumbags
I
like
do
you.
have to go, and there were
Okay.
people here who were
Okay.
waiting. I would like to answer a question from somebody who was already here.
Okay, my question is this.
Okay.
My question is this. Where were you inaugurated, and who can I call to verify that information?
We are. I was not
Yikes.
inaugurated in a country where the rule of law is in place. I rule by will. Ultimately, the presidential title is just a vestige of the previous regime.
Sunday,
What?
do you
It's
understand?
quite
Do you
suspicious of
understand
you.
that when somebody has been
Sorry, can you
harassing
start that?
somebody
Can you start that
else,
conversation? Can you start the sentence again?
Somebody
I
needs to
missed it.
check his creds.
Mhm.
I missed the opening of that sentence, Stardust.
okay,
How
so do you
peculiar.
understand? You understand that when somebody has been harassing a person for a long time, sometimes a
Who have I
bad
been
thing is
harassing?
going to happen. Wait a minute.
Who have I been
Sometimes a
harassing?
bad thing. Excuse me. Let me finish. Sometimes a bad thing is going to happen, and this person is maybe going to say something really bad about them in a private message that they don't expect is going to get out. It's not indicative of the entire community of trans people, but it is out of frustration.
If I
because that one
was in
person
a
and them were
public
not
beef, if
getting
I was
along.
in a public beef with a black person, I wouldn't resort to using an anti-black slur. Not in
Yeah,
public
but you're
either.
not black. You
If I
can't
was,
use
if
it.
I was, well, I wouldn't use an F
You're
slur
not
to
black.
refer to
You
a gay
can't use
person
it.
either in that key. Like there's certain keys you don't do these kinds of things in. And if,
Yes,
for
you
example,
did.
and if
People
for
in minority
example,
communities
if
do
for
it all the
example,
time.
if for
Black people call each
example,
other the N-word with the hard R all the time.
if for example,
Is
the
that supposed to be
function
an
of it is
argument?
not to say in an offhand
Others
way,
do it
hey,
too?
like she is another slur later on that is used in that
Come
key. That is
on.
appropriative.
That's
So when she
an
refers to other
argument.
people in the group as
Other people
these
do
are
it
the good
also.
T slurs or whatever, like that's different. But when you're
Do you
specifically,
even know that?
I really,
Do you know? Do you
it's a
know that those
reasonable
words are
inference.
not? Do you not
I'm
know?
being
Do you really
serious.
know that those words are not used? By
I'm
by
assuming
that
she's
community?
friends with the. I'm sorry.
Do you really know that those words are not used by that community?
I didn't say they weren't used by that community.
So
You
then,
weren't following
what
what I
is your
said, were
fucking
you?
point?
What
That's
are
the
you?
million-dollar question, isn't it? I was presuming I was speaking to somebody with a basic grasp of English. Maybe I was mistaken.
Oh, I thought I was speaking to somebody who actually knew how to put a sentence together.
Tom, do
Very
you have
good
a
at putting
question?
sentences together.
Yeah. So Sunday, it seemed like going through most of the logs that most of what Brianna Wu was talking about in them was neo pronouns. It seemed like she had a bigger issue with neo pronouns than with specifically non-binary people. I guess
Yes.
my camera just unplugged, but yeah.
Well, what are
do you-
neopronouns for? What do they do?
So I think that this is indicative of her having an issue with gender abolition, not necessarily non-binary people.
Well, what do you
right?
suppose non-binary means?
Well, non-binary means that you don't fit into the binary, but I don't.
Not
think
exactly.
That,
See, here's the trick.
well,
If
it depends
gender and
on
sex,
who you're asking, but yeah.
yeah, certainly, but if gender and sex are separate, then sex should not necessarily, therefore, limit the range of gender expressions that are possible. And so, maybe you can be a gender abolitionist, for example, but still fit that mold, or even say everybody who lives only fits either a male or a female gender expression. Or it could be the case that we lack the vocabulary to describe people who have gender expressions that are outside of that categorization scheme. They can exist or they cannot. That's going to be a historical incident, right? There may be at some point in time born only people of like some subset of expressions, and some just will just not appear for whatever reason, so on and so forth. When you're talking about
What? Stop.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
was that?
sorry, my mic's messing up. Something dropped onto my stuff.
You better
and my
not do that
camera
again. What the
unplugged and
fuck?
everything.
It's
Like a wasp.
really I
So-
him. It's hard to listen to a
so-
wet towel go on for as long as it has. It really is.
I feel so sorry for you. So when you're
Well,
talking
that
about, for
sounds-
example, when you're talking about ridiculing people with neopronouns or calling them insane, or wanting to take away the helm from them, because that's an express statement of going against that group's interests. What you're doing effectively is you're saying,
The
yeah,
answer is
people
no,
who
Somnio
have
fan.
gender expressions outside of a binaristic thing, we don't have any respect for that, because ultimately it's what neopronouns are. They're ways to particularize gender expressions outside of the binary.
Is it though?
They,
or
them
is it
is
just
the way
I
to
not
be
don't think
wanting-
that
ambiguous.
Is it
I
though?
don't
Is it
think that
just not
these
wanting
people
gender
actually.
roles?
Okay,
Yeah, I
one
don't
at a
believe
time.
that these people actually believe that you can exist outside of the gender binary. I think most
Of
people
course they
believe
do.
that you
No,
are
they do.
going
They
to.
believe that. They believe that very strongly.
They, but they're
Maybe
not trying to get rid
non-binary
of
people.
gender
No, it's-
do, but
it's-
I'm
it's
talking
really-
about
it's really
people
very
like
simple. If
Brianna
having-
Wu,
Wait.
like me. Most of us believe that they're going to
May I
be
go,
more
please, Twitch
androgynous
chat?
than anything else, but they still exist
let
within
Tom
the
go
gender
first.
binary.
Sorry.
Okay, but they don't. So when we're talking about the gender binary, what we're effectively saying, and the reason why we have a distinction between sex and gender, is that the range of ways in which you can express in a gender fashion in that way is limited by whether or not you have a penis or a vagina. And essentially, when we call people a man or a woman, that actually continues into that, where we're referring to people as penis bearers of the spirit, so to speak. But some people don't fall into that categorization. And that doesn't mean, therefore, that they're simply androgynous. Sometimes they have like very, very particular forms of expression. And that doesn't mean that the range is simply endless. Like it's distinctly possible that there are some that are more reasonable than others, or that start to lose meaning at a certain degree of they become sort of abstract or whatever, or something like that, to the point where maybe the language of gender is no longer appropriate, and maybe that's simply the case. But no, absolutely, there are people who really believe this. There's
Just
a
a
lot of people
reminder.
with these identities, a good number. The reason why the reception to this has been so negative is precisely because there are so many people who understand this is actually not an unserious thing.
I don't think the reception
Are you
has been
guys
all that
following
negative,
this
actually.
guy?
I
It's been
think
pretty
that
negative.
most people,
It's been
when we're talking
overwhelmingly
about
negative. Are you kidding?
gender, we're talking about like masculinity and femininity. And I think that most people, I think that pretty quickly, as soon as you start to take other identities that have literally nothing to do with masculinity and femininity
There is no
and call
place
them
for
gender,
exclusion
you are immediately
within the
getting
trans
outside of what
community.
is reasonable.
There isn't.
Well, no, because
Oh,
masculinity
boy.
and femininity are themselves gendered categories, right?
Sunday,
Like when
do you
we're
think
talking
it's
about gender,
valid?
we're talking.
Do you think it's
Excuse me?
valid if somebody says their gender is a Pokemon?
If their gender is a Pokemon, well, Pokemon is a brand, so that's a little bit odd. But like, for
But
example,
they're
if
outside the gender binary.
sorry.
They're outside the gender binary.
Well, the identity wouldn't be
Do we
literally saying
normally-
that they are the
Indigo
fictional.
specifically.
Let's
Wait, hold
assume
on.
that somebody did that. If they were being serious and they were using that to represent their gender identity, that would be a label for a particularization of their gender expression. That would not be trying to say I am literally the fictional character from this IP, right?
Do you understand the point though that like if we're making pronouns
No,
for
if I'm
every
honest.
single excuse me, let me finish.
Mhm.
If we are making and
The
using
arguments
pronouns for
are
every
so
single
weak, especially from Stardust,
gender
that it's
identity that is
shocking.
outside the binary,
Transphobia is just
whether
being
that's
mean.
whether that's deer,
I-
whether that's Pokemon, whether that's fucking a star gender
You will
or
be
cloud gender.
you will be
right?
relieved to know
Wait,
that
let me
nobody.
finish. Let me
You will be
finish.
relieved
Let
to
me
know.
finish.
Stardust,
You'll be
you've been cutting
relieved.
Let
people
me
off like
finish.
crazy.
May
Let me
I?
Stardust.
finish.
Wait.
It's
Like,
pathetic.
After this,
I
Nine
didn't even
will
finish
ask
what
her
I
a
was
question.
saying.
Yeah, but after you. I'm saying after you. Okay, go.
Okay. If you, can you understand that if we have to go and use neopronouns for every single person who says that they want to go by neopronouns, who identifies as something like star gender or cloud gender or Pokemon gender outside the gender binary, that we are going to have endless amounts of things to remember, and it's just not.
You have
it
to
is
remember
not-
people's
it is
names.
not-
What's the
Yes,
problem?
but remembering somebody's name and remembering like the pronouns of every single non-binary person outside of the gender binary who goes by Pokemon.
She just doesn't
Cloud,
want to.
How many are people
static,
actually? How many?
TV.
Hang on. How many are people actually using? As far as I'm aware,
Well,
we have
they're
exactly
specifically
really
in that chat.
Stardust.
they're
Stardust. How
specifically
many
talking
people can
not
you
about-
even?
Wait,
Stardust.
the people.
Stardust.
No,
Are we back? Are we back? Oh, everything just died for me for a second. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart. I don't know, everything just died for me for a second. I have no clue why. Like, what the hell? What happened to the... Oh my god. I have no idea what happened. Something like this has not happened before. Like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Like, just both chats died. Discord just died. No, I'm out of the talk.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello, hello.
Is there anybody non-binary in that chat right now?
I don't know. As far as I know, I'm probably the only one that's frozen around, you know, identity. I'm not on the stream.
Yeah, I'm non-binary. Yeah, oh, Naomi, you're non-binary too?
Yeah.
I've been... Okay, so... Annoying. My goodness.
Who's the person who can move people into the stream?
Food shops.
Food shops. Everything just died for me for a second there.
In particular, unprovokedly. And if in addition to this, you are complaining to that group of people that you're addressing that these people are corrupting the purity of your movement, and then you're going afterwards to the public and saying, no, I unequivocally defend these people, I think that's deeply disingenuous, and I think that's a deep betrayal, probably the most damning kind of betrayal you can make as a political figure, is to be be secretly working against the interests or speaking against the interests of the people you're supposedly representing,
I
and then lying
apologize.
to them afterwards and saying that, no, I'm actually 100% on your side.
Well, if their public advocacy seems to be working in the favor of, then that's pretty good, right? I mean, politicians are two-faced all the time, right?
I don't think her. Well, no, that's not an excuse, Zanya. By that logic, you would have voted for Nixon after Watergate. When your public representatives are lying about their purposes and their goals, their statements afterwards that, oh, by my highfalutin coalition, I wasn't finished speaking.
Let him finish because he doesn't have time.
By my highfalutin coalition building among goddamn Twitch poll streamers, we're going to somehow bring about the revolution, and you all be saved along with us anyways. if leaving aside the fact that no, unfortunately, her somehow involving herself in the canvassing efforts of Vosh and Destiny, that's not going to secure anything for anybody. Let's assume that it did. If she is making prescriptions that on a surface level, more than a surface level actually, but on a surface level appear to be against the interest of a subset of that group, but she claims they're in the interest of that group because if the whole succeeds, they will succeed with it. If she's secretly telling people she doesn't give a shit about that group, that's a problem, because it means that group is being misled by somebody who's claiming to speak for them, who is actually operating against their own interests or doesn't care about them. So they're lying when they say this will be good for you. They just don't give a shit about those people.
Well, so there's a very lengthy history of us shit talking each other behind the scenes constantly. It happens.
That's not an excuse.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
Right. If your public advocacy is working in the benefit of the LGBTQ community, then
I think you would have
that's
to be
a pretty damn good
monumentally
thing.
naive.
And if
I think you would have to be monumentally naive.
If you're not, I don't think so. And if you just don't have, if you're not ready to, fully adopt on all of sort of the new, more modern, open-minded sort of policies,
then don't lie.
Then
don't lie to the people you're representing.
Then it's fine to not want to have to take that on right now and to be a little bit more pragmatic.
But
the
she's
lying,
not.
look,
She's lying.
I haven't gone through.
You don't deny that she's lying. Sure.
I haven't gone through all of your stuff, but
There's
I do
3
know.
pages. It's not that much.
But I do know that there is always this is what I'm advocating for, and then there's sometimes I don't always agree with the people that are in this particular subset or something, right?
Well, it's a problem because one of the people she doesn't agree with is called Brianna Wu on Twitter. So if she's saying I unequivocally support non-binary people, and then she's equivocating on supporting non-binary people or outright
They're talking
complaining about their influence.
About Joe in that situation.
Yeah, when she was talking about.
And that Joe was dear gender.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
So I just think it's not okay to question beliefs in private among people who you can have those conversations.
Well,
with.
I do have to run,
individuals.
unfortunatately. Food shops. We'll continue this later, Zonya. I can.
Yes. Yeah.
But I do need to leave. My partner just came home, so
yeah, I do. Sunday, I do want to talk one-on-one with you.
I did bring up the sterilization
I do want to hold on.
Nobody
I do want
cares.
to talk one-on-one with you about transmedicalism sometime. But yes, I'll say goodnight to you right for now, and thank you so much for coming on. And yeah, for now, good night. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
I actually mentioned it
Have a good
several
Monday.
times. Nobody
Farewell.
cares.
How does it feel to be like a large monotone man with the personality of a rock?
He's still here.
So anyways, I have a productive question.
Oh,
for Tom.
he is? Oh, I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
What were you going
to
say? Good night.
All right.
What were you saying?
So my question for Tom
monotone
is...
voice, also slow wit. Large man,
question.
slow wit, personality of a rock.
Yeah, we get it.
And a monotone
We get it. You're
voice.
mad.
Okay.
Yeah, we get it.
I think
I
that
think
he
to
approached
me,
the
the
like.
biggest
Mr.
argument should have
Foolery.
been the stuff about the
Mr.
neopronoun stuff,
Foolery.
because he made it sound like arguing that she's criticizing
Thanks for
neopronouns
caps.
throughout almost all of it, and then he says, "Well, you're criticizing neopronouns, therefore you're not a non." Besides
Yeah,
neopronouns,
well,
and still be on board with
And the other problem with that was
one at a time. Jesus Christ.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
What the fuck is the 3D avatar? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever.
I really want to get something out of the way.
Speak thing fell apart fast.
Yeah, hold on.
I know you do, but
I just want to qualify
I've
something
been
real
waiting
quick.
longer than you have at this point.
All right, sure. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nico.
So, Mr. Foolery, do you have any objections to the claim that the
I know
gender
you have some
abolition
representation.
movement is more about getting rid of the need for people to conform to gender roles than about getting rid of gender altogether? Like, nobody's claiming that trans women need to not exist and we need to abolish gender that way. You can recognize that, right?
I agree that is what is stated. Yes.
But you think that you have better knowledge on how it works?
I think that as long as the patterns exist, as long as males act more like males and females act more like females, and they have separate interests and separate body language
this
and
is
different things that they
anti-non-binary.
do,
What
they are
does that
going to
mean?
have patterns that the
Males
rest of
act
us
more like
recognize. And as soon as we recognize those patterns, we're going to categorize them as separate things. And we just call that gender.
So this is anti-non-binary because we also see that there are some people who don't have masculine or feminine traits at the end of the day.
I don't agree with that.
Or-
I do not think that that's true. I have never seen a person who did not
That's
have
your
gender
subjective
characteristics.
experience. That's your subjective
It's not.
experience.
I
But you're
have
somebody
I've
who's
never
comfortable.
seen such a person.
I've never
No.
seen a person who
Then it
did
has
not
to be
have gender characteristics ever in my entire life.
Tomfoolery
And I've
has
had a lot
not
of people
seen
say
them,
that
then
they are
they
agender. I've
must
seen
not
people say
exist.
that they are non-binary. They might have a more mixed bag of gendered characteristics where they come off as more androgynous. And that makes sense if that's what we want to talk about when we're talking about non-binary people. But those people are not absent of any gendered characteristics.
They're talking about having a gender absent experience as a person.
As like an identity, you mean?
Both.
Well, sure.
As like
but
an internal experience or as like an intentional identity?
I guess mostly as an internal experience, but also feeling most validated when gender isn't a part of what they're doing.
Well, gender can be very confining. So, yeah, a lot of people want to try to define themselves in a way that allows them to not be as confined by society's gendered
The
rules.
key point is that unless you have any data that it's impossible for people to feel non-binary, you are confining them to this thing where no matter what they do, what they say about themselves has no meaning.
I believe in non-binary people. I just believe that they're androgynous. I believe that
What
they
is
have
this
a more mixed bag
use
gender
of the word belief? It's not a matter of belief.
So, as I understand this, tomfoolery. As I understand this,
people are
this
not
means
like
you're
God that you can
saying
either
that you
believe in
think
them or
that
not.
agender people don't exist.
Exactly.
But
I do not believe in agender. I think that's literally impossible.
I would like to
Already
do
said it
one little
once.
quick qualification. I don't know how much strongly people feel about this, but like people often like to tie neopronouns to like the trans community, but neopronouns are something that predate really even how modern understanding of transgender people, and there are plenty of cis people who use pronouns beyond the basic she, they, them. So it's something to keep in mind that it's just because someone's using neopronouns doesn't necessarily mean that they're trans.
Well,
I
maybe
think
we
an
just need to address those next.
I think there's an issue where people often talk about neopronouns without understanding how they are used in practice. Many people will think that neopronoun users are absolutely insistent and get extremely angry at all times of which their preferred pronoun is not used, whereas a lot of the times they may have a hierarchy of pronouns, and a pronoun such as fey, fair might be their favorite pronoun, but it's kind of almost honorific when it's used. That's
Yeah,
a
a
thing
lot
that
of
I think people miss.
Yeah,
You
a
know
lot
what I
of
mean?
experience I've had too, by the way. Yeah, a lot of times when we talk about non-binary people, oftentimes you're going to find that there's not really necessarily one set of pronouns that they use specifically, but it's more multiple sets of pronouns that they use, and a lot of times it's just one that they like above all the rest. And
the problem is worse than I thought.
I agree. I think that we have trouble though. Like my issue a lot of times, and this is not. I don't think this is actually
Person was
representative of the
basically just a
non-binary community
reactionary.
nor the
I'm
trans
sorry.
community, but it is fairly common with online trans people where they will have a gender identity that does not seem to drive their gender expression. And what it is that we would expect to see based on your identity is not actually seen by other people. And there's this cognitive dissonance between what you're telling us your identity is versus what we actually see in front of us. And we would expect normally the identity to align with the expression. And I think that lots of times these are I understand that they're like, when the reason I bring up gender abolition is because I do think that these are like intentionally done a lot of times to try to break down gendered barriers, to try to like give people more room to express themselves. But I think we start to lose meaning in what it is that we're talking about when we use words to kind of categorize these things in the first place.
I think that somebody who says their gender is mudkip is saying something that is meaningful but requires more context. Somebody might just see them as being a girl with blue hair who and short hair and think, oh, this person's feminine or this person's androgynous. But they are trying to express something about their identity, and I don't really perceive it as being a problem that they are expressing this part of their identity, as it's usually done within trans spaces. People very rarely try to enforce this kind of discussion outside of trans spaces, and I very frequently... Yeah.
The problem is that it undermines the entire concept of gender. You're saying that these things are nothing but a matter of self-identity. They're self-referential categories.
Precisely.
A man is anyone who identifies as a man. A woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. So
How are you
therefore,
going
it's
to
a worthless
justify
category.
healthcare?
Mean
How are you going to
anything.
justify
Yeah.
That's a hold on.
That's
That's
a
Shut the fuck up.
All right,
These
one
people
time,
do this
one time.
in the name of transsexual people. They want to use us, people who medically transition, who have gender dysphoria, to push this ideology that we all now have to conform to, or you get your private group chat DMs leaked.
Well, like the big problem that I see, like, because to like build off of both of your points, Stardust and Jenny, is that so like Stardust, you're saying like getting healthcare, like it's a big priority, it's a big thing. There's like actionable things, and these are some things that through science we can actually win arguments on and win politicians on to get them to actually provide support for transition and for HRT and such, right? But then in addition to that, what like Jenny is talking about, the problem that we're having, and this is something I wanted to push back on President Sunday about, but there actually is a very concerted effort to say that if you're a binary trans person, you're a trans medicalist. And if you're currently focused on advocating for the medical needs of binary trans people, because it's a very valid fight and it's a desperate thing right now, that we're actually losing in some battleground states, you suddenly are labeled as a trans medicalist, and then you're maligned as being Nazi adjacent and shit.
There is no such effort like that whatsoever. Binary trans people are completely accepted within the trans community. And as far as healthcare goes, similarly...
Big to differ. We've actually seen evidence to the contrary quite aggressively right now in at least online trans spaces, which is where all this stuff is blowing up, which is what triggered this whole panel in the first place.
So,
I've never seen that in any online trans spaces at all.
Yeah, if you don't look for it, you probably won't see it because it's easier to blind yourself to things like
You
that.
sound like you're deeply entrenched in a community that nobody else can relate to.
Yeah, I
think
want
this
to bring
is-
this back though to what
Who does?
Jenny was saying, because
This is the whole basis. This is the whole
beforehand.
point that was built on by actual Jake. This is what was being built on by President Sunday as well. So what I don't know what you're talking about.
But this is very different from like what Jenny and I were talking about, is that like when I agree that you can have all sorts of identities and you can identify as a cat or whatever, like Mudkip or whatever.
agree with
And,
that.
there's tons of identities that you can have. I identify as a Falcons fan, and that's freaking insane, right? But that doesn't mean that I call
cancel-worthy.
Falcons fan being a gender, and that's the different thing, right? It's like
Nobody's
identify
arguing
as
that
whatever
being a
you want,
Falcons fan
have
is a
these
gender, though.
identities, but when you start calling these identities gender, that's where it starts to kind of muddy the waters.
I just think I'm hearing a lot of empty and frankly nonsensical arguments here. Like when we talk of gender affirming care, we talk of treating gender dysphoria, which can be a thing which trans men, trans women, as well as non-binary people can have. And when we talk about affirmation of identity, we don't really enter the space of medical healthcare. Those are two very different subjects. And affirming an identity of a person does not block the way for a person with gender dysphoria to get medical health care. That is nonsensical.
Yeah, I would agree with that position. So why are you saying that that the arguments are nonsensical? Where does that statement conflict with what's being stated by everyone right now?
Because what is being stated is that affirming non-binary identity or even xenogender identities will somehow block the access to that healthcare, and I just don't see it.
If you were to, if your goal is to try, it depends on what you're trying to do. In the case of Brianna Wu, which is sort of like the basis for this whole thing, if you're going to politicians lobbying and you're saying, hey, we need to fight for, right now we're trying to fight for the medical coverage for trans people to be able to go through gender affirming care, she's talking about the gender affirming care. She's talking about the medical transition, the HRT. She's talking about things like that she's trying to fight for. She's not going to a politician and saying, by the way, we need you guys also to write legislation so that you have to recognize neopronouns. That's not what she's doing, right?
I mean, it's fine that she's not doing it. I mean, different people advocate for different laws. These are two very different legal things, and for the most part, the healthcare that non-binary people and binary trans people need is relatively similar.
Yeah, so it seems like there's not really an issue. So what's the conflict
there is an
then?
issue.
Why?
The conflict is that Brianna Wu, by her private discourse that has been leaked, is indicating that she is more than willing to cut off non-binary people as not really trans people.
Can you demonstrate that for me in her political advocacy?
Her immediate political advocacy does not even have to be relevant. What is relevant
cool. So she says some things that are kind of disagreeable behind the scenes, but her political advocacy is in support of. So that's great.
Perfect.
It's
not great. It's the opposite of great.
So since she's impure in private, at least she's doing the right thing in public. Awesome.
For now.
Sounds great. I mean, it sounds like you should be praising it. It seems. Hold on. It seems like you should be praising that because, like, holy shit, she could be advocating against us, but she's not. She's actually doing something that is supportive of the broader trans community. That's awesome.
No.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's great. That's awesome. You're basically saying that because she says it in private that she should somehow be condemned for all the pro-trans stuff that she's done in public that has not been anti-binary or against binary people.
Okay,
that's insane. That's like mental illness you're advocating for there. That makes no sense whatsoever. You're talking about trying to sacrifice somebody who's actually fought for us broadly without singling out people based on their gender identity. You're actually wanting to sacrifice that because she has some personal disagreements with certain subsets in private. What is this madness? This is absolute madness. This is self-destructive to our advocacy. This is like, you know what? I don't think we should succeed in fighting for our own advocacy. I think we should self-destruct because our advocates, even though they're doing the right thing, in private, they're just not pure enough and perfect enough for me.
So I guess what I'm hearing is
not that Brianna Wu is
basically
a perfect advocate. We're not asking for perfect advocates.
That's what Lucy is asking. No, that is exactly what Lucy is asking for right now.
That is not what Lucy is asking for.
That is exactly what Lucy is asking for right now. That is exactly what she's asking for. She's saying in private, her views are slightly different and disagreeable. But she cannot point to her public advocacy and her political advocacy in being in line with those disagreements. So she's literally saying that she's not pure enough in private to be an advocate, and so we should sacrifice her. That is what she's saying.
Why people not be allowed to discuss these things in private in a slightly disagreeable way?
Daedalus, you have been following this media.
Talk through these ideas.
Yeah, and why does
can
this
we
one thing
also
matter
point
so
out-
much more? No, one sec. Why does this one thing that she did matter so much more than the good work she's actually done?
Right.
I think
And
that you guys are
also,
ignoring
we need to
something
point
though, just
out-
real quick, because
Like, if you think about her
I
as
feel like
a-
this is
as
a
a
little bit
total
unfair
fact.
because hold on, because she is like the way that you talk about other people, it does affect other people socially, right? Like actually advocating for non-binary people, making them feel welcome in spaces, talking about how they should be normalized more so. That is still political advocacy. That still does make changes to our social norms. You can't act like people having very like slurring non-binary people consistently isn't going to hurt them in any way, right?
Yeah,
That
but
is still some sense of advocacy.
There's a very specific
this is
group
for-
chat that had a very specific group of people, most of which agree entirely with that whole thing.
And they were all referring to somebody, to Doe, essentially, who was like.
I was the one who started that.
They were all referring to a very specific type, right? Somebody who they thought or were under the impression that was like deer gender, right?
Naomi,
So-
you are. I want to confirm with you that Brianna Wu has publicly stated an intent to remove non-binary people from the movement to try to be more clear about goals. Essentially,
No, she said she wanted to take the movement back. She said that she wanted. Yes.
She since then also stated an apology.
True. So yeah, what Ninetales is saying, but she said initially she said that I want to take the movement back from this wing of the trans community, but as Ninetales stated, she did give an
They were
apology
talking
on
about
that.
neo-pronouns, I thought, as well. Again.
Yeah, I don't think it was non-binary. I think it was neo-pronouns, which again,
It was neo-pronouns.
Yeah, we
the
just
movement
differentiate.
is the movement
No.
taken over by
This is the thing. Now, non-binary people are definitely, by and large, the biggest users of neopronouns, but it is some shit to say that neopronouns are tied strictly to gender identity. That's some bullshit. So neopronouns have existed for a very long time. There are neopronouns like Caesar that go back hundreds of years, like a couple
It seems
hundred
like
years.
the majority of non-binary
and
people don't use neopronouns as well. So it's
and they're-
just talking about neopronouns, not the majority of non-binary people.
I'm a
but
binary.
despite that,
I'm a binary trans person. I use any/all. I go by she, her, but I don't give a shit. So they're used all across the board. I know cis people using neopronouns, and it doesn't matter. It's don't try to say that it's strictly a gender thing. That's just ridiculous.
And what she didn't say is that they aren't a part of the LGBTQ IQ2S movement, right? She very much includes non-binaries in that and always has.
Yeah.
I don't think the existence of that makes me think, I don't think the pre-existence of neopronouns existing in some form of society makes me change my position on that. It's like you're telling me the history of something, but I also don't see how that validates the use of them today. We're currently in a pretty different time where neopronouns have actually
Her point is
emerged.
that they don't attach to non-binary people. Not that they're more valid.
It doesn't
but that they
mean.
don't
It doesn't mean.
necessarily attach to non-binary.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you strictly get to own the neopronouns. That's fucked up and stupid and retarded. I'm sorry, just plain stupid. The neopronouns are used by cis people. They're used by binary people, and they're used by non-binary people. I'm a binary person who uses neopronouns. There are plenty of cis people who use neopronouns. I call total fucking bullshit on this whole thing that you're going to try and say, oh, well, if you're not in support of fighting for neopronouns, then you're clearly not in support of non-binary people. That's some
Can you
bullshit.
provide me of an example of a cis person that uses neopronouns?
Yeah, we were just looking at them the other day. We were exploring a bunch of different people who were using them.
Someone we could Google, possibly?
Jenny, who's the person we were pulling up, and she was she it, and she was cisgender. Was it actual Jake's partner? I think it's actual Jake's partner.
No idea. I wasn't.
Actual Jake's partner is she it. She is cis.
This is a cis person?
Why should this?
Doesn't this further trivialize? This is a stronger argument for people who think it's trivial.
A binary transsexual person with dysphoria who's medically transitioning. Why should this exist under one label?
Because having neopronouns and having non-binary people exist is not mutually exclusive with having medical care for trans people.
Okay. Maybe you don't speak English as a first language or something. Those two things existing aren't mutually exclusive. Why should they exist under one label?
How are they mutually exclusive?
I said they aren't. I said
They
why should
aren't
exist under
mutually
one label?
exclusive. The point is that
You
it's
guys
not
were
just a
agreeing.
non-binary
Then why
thing.
act like non-binary people are harming the trans community? If you can have
Again, we're
legislation
talking
that
about
is pro-trans,
neo-pronouns harming the trans community, not non-binary people right now.
you can have neo-pronouns and medical care for trans people and
But
in legislation.
Why
I don't think
does
anybody's
this all have
disagreeing
to
with
be
that.
considered the same thing? Why is
kinda
it all
take
under this
away-
umbrella of transgender? Why?
Yeah, there are people who need medical care, and there are people who do not need medical care. Does it not make sense to at least split those two categories?
That's not even what we're talking about. We're just saying that people who use neo-pronouns aren't necessarily excluded from getting
No, I know.
any
I'm
sort of
going
medical
to
care. We're
Jenny's
just saying
point
that
that
neo-pronouns
everybody.
aren't.
Why do we have everybody under one label when
Right,
there
but
are
that's
different
the
needs for
point.
these
Is that
different
food
labels,
shops-
different
neo-pronouns
people?
don't actually have much to do
Roy-
with gender, and so calling it a non-binary thing doesn't actually make sense because neo-pronouns aren't necessarily gender exclusive.
All right, hold on one second.
Yes.
I can't paste in the side chat, so I posted in the group chat. Cis person, this is actual Jake's partner. She, it are her pronouns.
Is it a neo-pronoun now?
I
I feel like that trivializes it way more than what we were currently discussing. I don't think that's a stronger argument against it. But...
No, I think it's a very
I think
strong
there's a-
argument to
Have you
say
heard of demi-girls
that
and demi-boys?
that pronoun that
And
the
that
the
person
that
wants
neo
to-
pronouns are not like solely owned by non-binary people, and therefore, if you don't support them, you don't support non-binary people.
Would you agree that there's a strong association with non-binary people?
I said that already. I qualified that it
Zonia-
is probably more often used by non-binary people.
Okay, but when you're conversation about gender, we're not thinking about like
but
past
you have
history.
a
We're
binary
talking about
person,
the people involved.
But you have a binary person right here talking to you right now that uses them, and you have cis people that use them. So I'm sorry, I call bullshit on this whole thing that if you don't
Okay, so
support
the
neo,
fact that they're cis and like
Okay,
utilizing
so
neo-pronouns
I
in a way
have
that
a
it's equally as
question.
trivial if they're using it if they're trans
be a
doesn't make
I have
it a
a
stronger
question I
argument
want
me.
to
And
ask
that's a lot weirder.
it pushes
And that's a lot
it
weirder.
pushes back against the bullshit call that is tied mostly strictly to non-binary people, and therefore
doesn't
not
matter
supporting
either
one doesn't
way.
support the other.
I have a
It doesn't matter
question for
either way
everybody
because
in
the
this
That's like
chat.
some. That's like some.
Just
That's
real
like
quick,
some weird.
just real
I
quick
own
to tie
everything.
up
One
and
at a time,
special
one at a
bullshit.
time. Let's keep
I
it
have
civil.
a
Thank you.
question for everybody in this chat.
Just real quick, let me just like close that out. The majority of non-binary people are not using neo-pronouns. So even when they're talking about excluding people with neo-pronouns, they are not talking about all non-binary people. Like President Sunday's trying to make it sound like it's a blanket statement for non-binary people, and it's just it would still be a
that's
minority
bullshit.
of them.
Yeah.
I have a question for everybody in this chat. Do you think that a movement with more people in it is going to be able to provide more support for the people and more advocacy as a single unified group?
Can I answer first?
Coalition.
That
I'm
already
answering next.
is the LGBTQ umbrella. We already have that with the LGBTQ umbrella. I don't understand why we can't split up people with different needs.
I'm gonna further on that. I think a group with conflicting views, you might even say like contradicting views, should definitely take a look at the way it's like leading itself. So if there's like the idea that they should be like separate, which I believe, I don't think that non-binary people, like, I don't think we share the same experience. And I think that's like, and I think that a lot of people feel the same way. And if you were going to throw us all under one umbrella, then you can't act naive and think like we're all going to just jump on neo-pronouns, because it's just like the priorities are fucked.
Well, there's the problem that like gay and lesbian have always been the priority in the LGBTQ movement, and so most of the attention and effort and energy has gone toward them, and we've been passed over, as the T has been passed over substantially quite a bit until very recently. And so it's been something that's talked about is like, hey, why don't we kind of just do our own thing and advocate for ourselves, because we keep getting deprioritized, right? So there's definitely arguments for that. But overall, like coalition building is a good thing to do. Yes. I don't think that we want to like single people out or anything like that. I think what I hear people saying, particularly Brianna Wu was saying, is that this kind of stuff is just not really winning us the attention of legislators and politicians. But these other things that we have here, we have scientific grounding for, and we can argue for, and so we can present them with that, and that is actually getting traction. And we really need to prioritize and put
Zonia,
energy into that.
Wasn't that the argument during
Zonia,
Stonewall?
are you?
The exact same one.
Is the science getting us anywhere?
Emmanuel,
I don't think it is.
before you go there, I just have to pop out. Food Shops, thank you for having me. Everyone subscribe to Two Guys Talking History. Have a good evening.
Yeah, of course.
Wait,
Good night. Thank you so much for coming by.
Good night.
Farewell.
Good night. So is the science
question
actually
about
getting
the-
anywhere?
no, I want to respond to your previous question, the strength in numbers thing. That argument just falls on its face because it doesn't ask at what cost, okay? You're talking about diluting the entire meaning of this category of my experience and of basically discarding it and saying that, oh, well, if you just identify as a fucking frog or something, you get as much say in trans issues as anyone else. You can speak for us. You can you can
Somebody
advocate for us.
identifying as a non-binary identity doesn't diminish the experience of binary trans people.
Look at
If anything, it expands.
Hold on. Wait,
No,
Jenny
that's
wasn't
two different
finished.
things.
Hold on, Jenny wasn't finished. I want to hear what you were going to say with the rest of that.
Absolutely does. It conflates our experience with some. Even if I accept that it is a real thing, it's conflating what I go through as somebody who takes hormones, who's medically transitioning, who is trying to assimilate into the opposite sex as much as possible.
Isn't that
Are you
argument-
non-binary?
Dysphoria.
What?
And no, I'm not non-binary.
If you're not non-binary, then it doesn't. It's that simple.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Isn't it an argument
As long as
that-
you're calling both of them
How does it
trans, it
complete
does.
both
Like, there's no
experiences?
conflation. They're saying they have different
That is
experiences. That's
because
why
it's
they
putting
need a
it under
different
the
name for
umbrella
what they
of
go through.
transgender.
Sorry.
No,
Okay.
you're expecting them to somehow
Here's
describe
like
what they go
here's
through
an
with the same
alternative
words we already use.
Okay, I'm going to provide an alternative perspective to this situation. So Brianna Wu doing this thing, I think, like, obviously it's the cause of this discord, but it's the cause of the conflict as well. Because if somebody heard, like someone like myself would have heard Brianna Wu say that, and with not reading into it as much as some people on this panel would have, I think that I would look at Brianna Wu and say, okay, maybe she's emboldening by the fact that, like, yes, the non-binary and the trans movement aren't really like as compatible as like some people like make it out to be. And so, like, seeing that statement, I think that if there was any trans women in her community who are like binary and focused on that particular thought, I think that she would have emboldened them at the same time. So I honestly don't think there's anything wrong with holding that opinion either. I believe it quite strongly, actually.
This argument of we don't have the same experiences, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, that's an argument that I've heard often from transphobes, from TERFs, isn't it? I'm a born woman. I'm a born woman. Why should we be under the same umbrella of women?
Okay, I don't think that we should. I hate this whole.
One at a time. Let's be civil. Let's be civil. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Transphobes also said you should drink water.
Yeah, I know.
So I just look. We can acknowledge that there are meaningful differences between different groups without discriminating against those groups. So I may say that my experience as a cisgender woman is different from Jenny's experience, right? Or Zonia's experience, right? And they should be different. I should be able to acknowledge that. That does not mean that we're making anybody less, but we can acknowledge that these are two different experiences. And just like that, we can look at the experience of being a binary trans person and being a non-binary trans person and being somebody who goes by a neo pronoun. We can look at the differences there and acknowledge it without saying one is less than the other.
And yet they're all under the same umbrella, no?
They're under the LGBTQ.
Kind of what's being argued.
I think some people are
like
fighting
trans
that
women and
perception right
women
now.
are under the umbrella of women, no? Even though they have different experiences.
If you choose to
It's a
acknowledge that,
movement,
then I
but,
guess
like,
on your side
we
of things
don't
it is true.
Or are you saying that's not true? That
We don't
trans women
consider
and
them a
women are
hive
not
mind,
under the
that's what
same
you mean.
umbrella?
No.
Listen, we don't actually we
No?
don't think of them as like a hive mind or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. No.
I know cis woman and trans woman are both under the umbrella of woman, but we don't conflate cis woman and trans woman as like the
Right.
same exact thing because they are different experiences. And so your argument makes sense that you're saying like well, we're calling them non-binary, so why would we conflate the two as the same
And
thing?
why would we not?
I think what they're saying is that the advocacy is as one group and as one movement, and so as one group and one movement, it's going to make people conflate these things.
Yeah, and the reason it makes more sense as well for trans women and cis women to be under one umbrella than it does for trans women and non-binary people to be under one umbrella, because we have a lot of the same real experiences. There is a lot of overlap there. When trans women still experience sexism, you still get treated like women in most social situations. For a fully transitioned passing trans woman, the difference in experience between you and a cis woman is fairly small. I mean, it definitely exists, don't get me wrong, but it is way smaller than it is between me and a random non-transitioning non-binary person. And
You're saying non-transitioning non-binary person.
You think
do you think the
likewise,
non-binary people don't transition?
I think they don't medically transition.
But by their own definition, they don't.
Wrong about
Is medical transition the only criteria that makes you trans, though? What?
Yes.
What separates?
It is essential.
What
yeah.
separates non-binary? Why exclude non-binary people from the trans umbrella? Because from my understanding, a transgender person is somebody whose gender is different from what is assigned at birth. So, by that definition, somebody who is non-binary, who identifies with a non-binary identity, is trans. By that definition, their identity is different from what is assigned at birth.
I'm contesting the whole definition and its value as a category.
Lots of non-binary people medically transition. I'd say more medically transition than don't medically transition. I
That's
don't actually.
Not true.
I don't know about that one.
I think it's a dishonest characterization of what we have known transgender to be like throughout society, because all of a sudden it like doesn't mean that. And I feel like you're trying to gaslight us into like the contrary. It's just weird. I don't know.
So what I would say is that, okay, we can look at we've got people who believe their internal experience is incongruent with the gender that they have been assigned at birth, right? We have that as one definition of trans. But if somebody is non-binary, if they are outside the gender binary, then they are not identifying as another gender, right? They're identifying outside of the gender system.
No,
so it's not the same as trans.
I mean, if they
it
are,
depends, because there are plenty of
I just wanna
non-binary
point out,
people
like, we
who.
when people say,
Go ahead.
When people say that we don't belong under the same umbrella, like that is wrong. We are fighting against gender norms being shoved down people's throats.
You are fighting
particularly
against gender norms.
Gender
Speak for
norms.
yourself.
It really depends.
And
on
not all
People are literally just trying to survive.
It really
when you say
depends on
that
the
someone
trans
must-
person.
So
Okay, so don't
trans
survive
people
under your
are
own
fighting
fucking
against
umbrella.
The idea,
Don't include me in
trans
it.
people are fighting against the idea that their gender
you're
can
on the
be
same
assigned
umbrella
at
whether
them
you like it or
within
not,
birth. Non-binary people are fighting against the idea that gender must be something you do in one category or the other. We are fighting against normativity one way or another.
That's fine, but
So
it's
you
just gonna be like,
that you want to tell me what I'm fighting for, but
So-
I don't give a shit.
So
I think
you've got
trans people are
people
trying to fit in
you've
with
got
the
people.
normativity, not
I'm sorry,
fight
but
against it.
So you've got a lot of trans people who are trying to blend in with society, right? And so
Sure.
what they want to do is transition, and then that's it. They just blend in. That's their thing. That's who they are. So that's not really fighting. That is fighting what you might call like the assigning portion of gender normativity at the start of life, but they're trying to assimilate and blend in with society, in which case they're falling in with the
Don't you see how ours ends? Don't you see how our don't you
Jenny,
see how
I
ours
have a
ends
question
reflect
for
their
you.
goals?
Sure. Well, hold on. Let Ninetales finish.
I'm just trying to say that our ends reflect their goals in the way that when we try to say, hey, let's get rid of gender norms being shoved down people's throat, this benefits trans people, this benefits non-binary people, and it benefits people with neopronouns. It is a
How does that
common
improve?
struggle.
How does
Because
that
you say
improve my
so?
ability to access healthcare?
It makes it harder.
Because nobody's going to be able to if we live in a society where gender norms aren't the default and we actually listen to who people think
Here's
they
a
are,
real
then no
example,
one's going
though.
to say, I think you're too masculine to apply for this therapy.
Okay, binary trans woman would go for like a laser hair removal, okay? Most likely on their face, for the most part, okay? If there was a situation where a government was considering whether to cover that by like whatever form, if we were to go with your narrative, what we would be saying is that like it's okay if you have a fucking beard and you call yourself a woman. Like we're basically fucking ourselves by agreeing to that. And the justification for that surgery, the answer to that surgery is literally, well, it doesn't matter, right? You guys can look whatever way you want to look and still be called what
How
gender.
many trans women do you think honestly want to have a beard? How many trans women do you think? Let's be real now, Neve. How many
non-binary people identify as female
Can you
and
name
still
one
have
example?
facial hair?
You name one example of a. Because I'm guaranteeing like it would be at most one.
Well,
I
if you're
honestly think a realistic argument.
Well, if you're watching Libs of
not that
TikTok, it's like all of
uncommon.
us.
It feels like it's not that uncommon. I don't know what your experience is, but
If we can
again,
have a more spectral view of how gender works, this incorporates it. And the more that we have this open-ended view of how gender should work, the less it oppresses people fighting treatments like gender
care about
affirmation
views. I care
and
about
or
access.
who don't
I care
conform
about
at all.
access. I do not care about views at all. I care
You
about
care
the
about
practical
forcing people-
application. I care about the outcome. I don't care about anything else.
Wait, but Neve, that's what she's saying.
I've known several.
Wait, hold on, because she's
I'm
saying
asking her a
that.
question. Don't cut me off. I'm
I
responding.
understand, but
I'm responding.
I'm trying to.
I'm responding.
I just,
Tom, don't let me on. Tom.
Okay, fine. Go
respond.
ahead. You guys are going off.
Do you understand the negative outcomes for forcing people to conform to gender roles?
I think that it might not be within someone's best interest, but throwing the whole fucking table away because you don't like the way something could turn out is worse than just going
Nobody's
there and
throwing
like
the whole
participating
table.
in it in the
You're throwing
first
whole
place.
table away.
Well, that's what
You're throwing
gender
the whole
abolition sounds like it is to
solidarity
me.
table away because you don't see the intersectionality of these groups.
I was never there. Like, to be honest, for me, it was never there. I've understood transgender to be what I know it to be. Can it be a little one-dimensional? Absolutely. But I think that that distinction is important in the way that it plays out in our access to like medical care.
Are you aware that there are binary trans people who they are binary and they may get problems with accessing healthcare because of the fact that they are perceived as being too masculine or too feminine? This is binary people, not
Okay, provide an example of how what I said would equal that. Like a practical example, like a real life one.
I know a relatively old trans woman who wanted to have short hair and wanted to and worked out a lot, and she still wanted to do a full medical transition, but she had a lot of trouble because of the fact that the doctor assumed that she was somehow not serious about it.
Okay, so some doctors have standards that are too high, therefore let's get rid of gender. Great argument, dude.
Hold on, let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk
Did
about
you say that like
hold on.
they want to have like muscular face like would be a little contradicting to that
One at a time,
someone in a vulnerable state like that?
one at a time. Thank you.
Here, let's talk about this for a second because this is interesting. So there used to be a lot of more aggressive gatekeeping here in the U.S. that required that you did live your life presenting as a whatever your target sex was in living your life day to day that way. But when they did that, at least the guidelines at the time were not that you had to have like long hair or anything, but that you like, for instance, if you're male to female, that you would refer to yourself in the feminine, adopt a feminine name, and put on sort of a presentation roughly feminine, but like you would probably be shaving a beard and stuff like that, right? Getting laser, etc. And you would have to do that for, present that way for a year or two before that they would put you on the track toward actual transition. A doctor having like an individual standard like that sounds like they wouldn't be following the guidelines. and like that would be wrong. But also, most of that kind of gatekeeping has been stripped away from most Western countries that support transition and have gender affirming care, including ones that have rolled back certain recent affirm first models like Sweden. So even they are not going to be expecting you to be a long-haired feminine person if you prefer to have short hair because it's more practical or looks better.
Well,
So I don't know what this is about.
What I'm saying is I think that if we aren't trying to focus on a binary and just focus on giving people what they want and what will treat their dysphoria, then that is going to make it so that people like this woman are going to have a much easier access to healthcare.
That's what NB people think.
Well, that's what this binary trans woman thinks too.
Okay, but you're not like engaging with the other arguments about how all of this stuff that you're promoting might actually undermine healthcare. You're just giving a theoretical, whereas Sonia mentioned earlier real examples of where these arguments are being used to prevent us from accessing healthcare.
I'm giving a real example of how it is that a focus on binary expectations is making it so that people are getting denied healthcare.
I would say that's either an anecdotal or a hypothetical. It's hard to know where this comes from because I've never heard a story like this before.
Can we have a concrete example of non-binary people actually impeding healthcare?
Sonia, the thing you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, about the that we've stripped away most of these things in Western gender affirming care, even in the countries that have like rolled back the affirm first model, like Sweden. So yeah, is that what you were asking me to reconfirm?
No. I was asking...
No, it's about the like conservatives using the well, you can just identify as whatever gender you want to say, okay, well, therefore, then you don't need medical care to transition.
Oh yeah. We had that conversation. Brianna Wu and Mix Vivian and I had that conversation a while ago. There's the whole idea. So I'm actually pretty cool with sort of getting rid of gender expectations, and so overall pretty supportive of the idea that we can move in a direction where we have fewer and fewer bounds on gender. But yeah, we do have this, like, one of the big things that Brianna Wu and Vivian Wolf and I got into a bit of a fight with, not a fight, but a debate with Vivian Wolf over, is that if you effectively say that gender is just like this inexplicable thing, anybody can identify however they want, it actually downplays what people struggle with dysphoria, where they actually have a genuine, like a medically recorded and something that's scientifically studied issue that we're able to leverage in actual politics and lobbying in order to say this is something that we need to be able to get attention on, and we need to be able to provide medical treatment for. We need medical insurance in the U.S. to be able to support this. We need nationalized health in the U.K. to support this. And so when you go and you start saying, oh, well, actually, this thing is all just kind of fun and dandy and whatever, people can identify however they want, it's actually not that important, it downplays that, and that is something that is very easily weaponized against us. Is like, well, then why are we spending national coffers? Then why are we spending our national coffers on supporting transition when it's just kind of a thing where people like to identify as whatever? Or why are we putting money into support for this kind of thing, right? So that's the thing. We have science to prove and show this is something that we can leverage and get people to support, and you're trying to say, it's all fun and games. That's the problem.
Not just that,
that's
but
how it gets
polling has
turned.
showed that like acceptance of trans issues has gone down over the last couple of years, while it was consistently rising for a long time. It seems like education on the differences between sex and gender and making trans people more accepted was steadily rising, and then the more gender abolitionist type arguments get into the mainstream, and then you got libs of TikTok playing a bunch of people saying pretty radical things. It makes it harder and harder for people to actually
can you provide your evidence for that?
Yeah, you're talking about the polling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd be particularly
By the way,
interested
throw
in
in
whether
the evidence. You can't access the side chat, so throw it in the group chat.
I have some
Wait, but
evidence on that as
we
well, which
have
I'll
established
link
during
in the
this
chat.
talk that a topic of identity and of gender dysphoria are not the same topic, right?
So could you say that again? I had to turn you up so I
Yeah,
could hear
we
you better.
did acknowledge that the topic of gender dysphoria and identity are not the same thing. Just because someone can identify as like outside of the binary does not mean that that gender
Yeah, but the
dysphoria
problem
is
is
a scientific
the problem is that all of
proven
this
thing.
activism is done under the monolith of transgender. It's treated as the same thing, even though there are these distinct differences. That's like the big problem. And also, like another problem is like
Well,
when it
that's
comes
because
to
gender is
when it
a
comes to having our own
fundamentally
spaces.
social thing.
When
No?
it comes to having our own spaces, you know, when I started transitioning about 6 years ago, I went to a number of trans groups to try and find people who were like me, who were going through the same things as me, so that I could have some community in my real life, some people I could relate to. And at most of those groups, they were overwhelmingly full of non-binary people who were not transitioning, who weren't on hormones, who weren't interested in being on hormones, and whose lives were entirely different to mine. And I've had to find spaces like this group chat with people like Brianna and Zonia and everyone else in there to talk about these things.
So now we are operating
That-
on turf
well,
logic, basically.
well, and then-
Unironically, our
look,
spaces.
okay. All right, Lucy, I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna ask a favor.
Yes.
Don't try to immediately find a way to drop a maligning label onto something. Be a little more open-minded with the conversation and what's being said.
It's not a label. It's a one-to-one comparison.
It's a buzzword. It's very easy to lean on because then you don't have to actually build an argument to explain what it is that she is saying that's wrong. You don't have to engage
if you
with
let
her.
me speak, I will build the argument.
Well, then
Pleasure.
leave off of the label and then give an explanation why it is that you think that she's wrong.
The argument. The label contains the argument, and I can build up on that argument if you wish. Would you
Well,
like
why
me
don't
to?
you engage with what she said?
I am engaging with what she said.
And by saying that she's using turf logic?
Yes. And
That's
I
not
can
engaging
explain
with
why.
what she said.
Well, explain the
What does that
logic
mean?
then.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
we-
then, if you will let me speak, then I will.
What's the turf logic?
That I cannot speak
what's the
if
turf
once
logic,
I
Lucy?
will not scream over you. I'll just not speak.
Well, we were asking, and then you said that your argument was, affirmed by that label. So.
Okay.
Yes, that's because
Okay.
just as you just said. So can I speak or?
Yeah.
Just as you just said, cis women who want to exclude trans women will say we need our own spaces. We have different experiences, and as much as you can find examples of shared experiences, bigots will, or rather, cis women who do not accept trans women will find differences, just as you find differences in experience between binary trans people
I
and
didn't say
non-binary trans
accept, though.
people. I can find similarities in the same vein as you.
I think we can accept that though. You're saying
Wait.
it, you're like loading
You
it like it's a
think
horrible thing. I think
Jenny,
like trans
hold
women,
on.
they understand how the world works and they can accept facts like that. I
Also,
think when it
like,
trickles into the rest of the
that
community,
are-
that's where it gets a little weird.
Well, hold on.
There are
Jenny,
spaces-
Jenny
You understand
said-
my argument, or should I go more
Well, Jenny-
into it?
No, when
Well-
you're saying that, like when you're saying that we're just weaponizing the tactics that cis women are doing to us.
Correct.
By creating the separation.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is I don't
I can
see them as
hear what she's
insults.
saying.
I see them as reality, and I live in a world with like personal responsibility,
Well,
and I
they will
operate
say the
around
same
that. I'm not
thing.
trying to throw the whole fucking baby out with the bathwater because it's inconvenient to me. That's what I'm saying.
And just
Well,
because
I'm
we're
saying you're
acknowledging
just
differences
parroting the same
between-
argument.
Just because we're acknowledging differences between cis women and trans women's experience doesn't mean we're not accepting trans women. That it's not always a turf argument. Sometimes there's utility in
Oh.
acknowledging that there are differences in these experiences because there are things that trans women experience, like discrimination, that cis women don't experience,
So
and
the
there are things that
answer
cis women
becomes-
experience that trans women don't experience.
So the question becomes: are trans women and cis women under the single umbrella of women?
They're still under
Yes.
the umbrella of
Well,
women. Yes.
So
No,
are
no,
non-binary
hold on.
people
Wait,
and
wait. you just waltzed past this whole thing. You basically
Okay.
said that Jenny was using a turf argument, which you didn't actually substantiate because you used the inverse of it. Jenny was saying that she went into a space that was predominantly non-binary people that was supposed to be a trans group. She felt
And a
like people
cis
didn't
woman will
hold
say
on,
that she will
hold on,
go-
hold on. She said that she didn't feel like people understood her, so she had to go find another group where people better understood her that had people like myself and others. And guess what? In that group, not everybody there is strictly like binary and trans medical and all that. We actually had a couple of cis people in there. You have me who leans farther to the left on this issue. So she had to find a place that was more accepting of her, and she found that. It wasn't about her excluding them. It was about her not feeling understood and finding a group that would understand and be accepting of her. That's an acceptance, not an exclusion thing.
And
So then how
and
then
cis
how come
women
then
who do not
these
approve of
issues
trans
are
women would say the same thing. I did not feel welcome.
Okay.
I went
Did you
to a
just
place where that was
categorize
my
That's not it. I'm
non-binary
sorry.
spaces
That is
as
not it. That is.
trans
One at a
I'm
time,
sorry.
one at a
That's
time.
not a
Thank
turf
you.
Why doesn't
argument.
it
Okay,
tell
I
that?
have.
Hey,
Sorry.
Sonia.
One
Go
at a
ahead. Go ahead.
time.
Go ahead, Nine. I want to hear Nine Tails.
So I have a question for Sonia.
Sure.
Did you just describe non-binary spaces as trans medicalists?
No.
I just wanted. Okay.
No.
Okay, so I do hear what Lucy
She
Hayes
felt
is
like she was
saying, and I do
misunderstood.
want to say I hear what Lucy Hayes is saying, and it's that we hear this from TERFs. They say, "Oh, I go into this space. They respected trans women more than cis women, and I couldn't advocate for my own problems without people shutting me down. They pushed me out."
No.
Yeah, but that
She's
also
saying that
doesn't
she
mean- So
was.
yes, we
she
have
didn't.
heard this
Well, hold on.
At the worst here, it's
Hold on.
ironic.
Let me clarify this. Do you think that there's a difference between feeling accepted and feeling like you're misunderstood or something?
Based
right?
on what she said so far, I'm not surprised she didn't feel accepted, to be honest.
So she went into a space that seemed like they didn't understand the kinds of things that she was going through. She wanted to talk about those. She didn't really have a place. Well, I'm speaking a bit for Jenny here, but it seems like she didn't have really people to talk to that could understand her experience. So she went to a group that was both accepting of her and willing to hear out her experience, and some shared her experience as well. So I don't see how that is a turf argument. Turf arguments are, they're invading our spaces and we need to protect our spaces. That's totally different. That's the inverse of what she just stated.
No, that is the exact same argument, actually.
It's a complete
yeah.
inverse. Okay, it would be a
I will
turf
explain
argument.
why.
A turf argument would be if a non-binary person came into our space and they shut them out and said, "Oh no, non-binary people are invading our trans-medicalist space here. You need to get out of here." She didn't do that. She just found a group of fellow people who deal with a similar experience, plus others, because we have non-binary people who are there, or people who lean more diversely on the spectrum.
Does it matter if it's a turf argument? Can we talk about whether or not it's a good or a bad argument?
It doesn't matter if it's a tough
It is a bad argument.
Yeah, that's the other. That's
one at a goddamn time.
My hand is up.
All right.
So when we talk about how these spaces operate, a lot of these spaces are meant to be safe for non-binary people, such that their identity is not being questioned by people who want to have careless discourse at their own privilege. So maybe she felt pushed out because she wanted to have a debate, and no one wanted to have
binary
that
trans
debate.
people are fucking
And no one wanted
privileged?
to have that debate there.
Far more than non-binary.
I think we're relatively privileged
that is a
relative to
joke.
non-binary
That is
people.
an
Yeah,
actual fucking joke.
we
if
are
you believe
relatively
that.
privileged.
See, this is
compared to
exactly
non-binary
why
people.
there needs to be
This
these
sounds-
distinctions
you're not-
between.
This
Sonia,
is-
I have a question for you.
I would
That's
say.
insulting,
Okay,
honestly.
Sonia, I have a question
I want to
for you.
explore this. I want to explore this. Do you think cis women are relatively privileged compared to us? Yes or no? Do you think cis women are relatively privileged compared to
Now
us?
we're doing oppression.
No, they're just
non-binary
different.
people.
Yeah.
They're in their
Dude,
own
I'm not doing this
lane.
fucking oppression Olympics bullshit.
Sonia?
Wow.
This is starting, and this is
Why is that
and by the way,
why is that so
and by the way,
harmful?
hold on.
Time for muting people.
You're really bad
Ninetales.
at recognizing oppression. I agree.
Okay, so Ninetales, what you're saying is
Sonia.
starting to sound a little
Sonia.
bit like a turf argument, because you're sitting there and trying to split those hairs and try to divide people based on that stuff and say, well, maybe you're too privileged for this environment.
No,
No,
that's
I'm saying we're all part of the same
argument being
movement.
made.
If anything,
I mean,
don't
that's,
think
that's an
that,
argument of exclusion.
I don't think that we should be trying to talk about people's relative privilege that much either. But Zonia, I have a question for you. Do you think you're in 2014? You're in Ukraine. Do you think that the way to save Ukraine is to give Crimea to Russia?
What the fuck?
I mean,
Why?
that's basically
Why?
what you're advocating.
What the fuck is this?
Zonia, answer. Yes or no?
answer.
Just answer
the question, please, so
Can
we
I
can move.
can I say bye?
I think the answer was to nuke Ukraine and
Hold on, let's
Russia
start this.
simultaneously.
Hold on, can we have Stardust have
Genocide,
her
kill them all,
final
let's go.
closing statements first? Final closing statements from Stardust. Yes, Stardust, go.
President Sunday, I no longer believe is a real person. I now believe that President Sunday is actually like a giant wet towel in a cardigan that somebody put in front of a camera. Secondly,
Also, it's Thursday.
It is Thursday. And yeah, I don't know how anybody watches that, but I'm amazed. It's amazing. And then secondly, I understand the points that people are making on this panel, and I just want to say, we need to kind of think about what is the best way to make sure that people's needs are taken care of. When we've got like conflicting interests, when some people are, saying that they don't have dysphoria and they don't need it and they don't need any type of medical treatment, how are you going to justify?
How is that at all a conflicting interest? You can,
All right, stop.
Closing
Stop.
statements.
Closing
Please head
statement,
now.
please. No responses. Thank you.
So if you've got one group that is basically saying that we don't need medical treatment, and another one that's saying we do need medical treatment, that can be conflicting. Yes. So you kind of have to, I would just encourage people, think about why is it wrong for us to acknowledge differences between different groups when they have different needs, right? So that's all I'm saying. Thank you for having me. I'm Stardust. You can find all my links at stardust.rip. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Good riddance.
I just want to point out Stardust can't handle what the other argument is, because that's entirely wrong. Nobody's saying we can't acknowledge differences. Just that we come together under a common struggle. Trans people have rights. Non-binary people have rights. The fight for those rights in a society which does not recognize them is the common struggle.
Why should we trauma bond instead of focus on the differences and align our priorities as such?
Trauma bond? That's just fucking rhetoric?
Well, you just said that we all had like shared experiences as different communities. Like, why is the strength in our community our ability to trauma bond when we could literally just focus on the shit that we want in our specific groups and then prioritize around that?
That's the only way to think about it.
I like
Zonia.
Work on your creativity skills and maybe it won't be trauma bonding.
Neva, I like that.
Just think
Neva, I
outside
like
the
that
box if
statement.
that's all you can think
that
about
was
it at.
I think that was a solid statement, rock solid statement from Neve.
Zonia, you never answered my question. Yes. Do you think that the right thing to do to save Ukraine is to give up Crimea in 2014?
I don't understand why we're so far off topic and don't really give a shit. So
we are pretty.
Zonia, I know.
Here, is anybody here on Twitch?
No.
Oh, brother.
Because what kind of faggot would ask a question like this?
Jesus.
Lucy,
but
you
nobody's
probably
watching. You can say whatever
understand,
the fuck
and
you
Naomi understands. So I think it's pretty clear. A sizable portion of us do understand why we're asking.
This doesn't nuke my YouTube VOD, does it?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
The reason is simple. Because
God, I hope you guys should have answered.
I raised my hand, but I genuinely don't give a shit. You're good.
You got to disavow. Loud disavow. Shout me down. Say I'm an evil person. Say I'm disgusting.
Based Zonia, use F-slur more on my Twitch. Thank you.
Okay, wait, Kenko, you asked me to bring you on, but you haven't said a single fucking thing.
It has been. I haven't had much of an opinion on some of the stuff.
Are you just getting screen time for clout? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, actually, yes, I am.
Okay, great, fantastic. All right, is there anybody else on here who's just getting screen time for clout? Okay, wonderful. All right, make your arguments. Thank you.
Who's next on closing statements?
I don't think we're all doing closing statements.
No,
We're
there's no
still
closing
arguing.
statements.
It
There's
was
no end
just,
time.
that was
Okay.
leaving.
All right.
Keep going.
We're stuck in hell for eternity.
Fucker.
We all better get
damn.
comfy with each other because we're all going to suffer through this together, aren't we?
All right.
Yeah, a lot of this does it separates along ideological disagreements on gender abolition, and it seems like there is a large majority that align pretty much with the current cultural norms that we have
Thank you
in
for
the
the raid.
West. And then there's the small minority that wants to kind of change a lot of that, and the majority feels like they're getting screwed over by representing that smaller minority at the same time because they don't actually align with their ideology and their beliefs. And so it kind of makes them, it's like conservatives having neo-Nazis on their same side and then feeling like, okay, we kind of want to separate ourselves from these people who are overly conservative. It's a little bit too extreme for most people with gender abolition.
Well, part of the difficulty as progressives, progressives, we have a lot of difficulty coalition building and aligning on things because we always want change. We always want things to go forward. We always want new things. It's like, okay, we haven't gone far enough. And so there's always going to be moving in new directions, moving forward, trying to break boundaries. Gender boundaries kind of become more uncomfortable. We find more and more correlation with a lot of anxiety that people struggle with having to do with rigid gender roles and such. So we're trying to break those. Then people are like, well, why do we even if we're breaking the gender roles, why do we even have the gender boundaries in the first place? And so it's very hard to find a way to say, hey, how about we narrow down on these things and fight for these things and coalition behind them and get the momentum behind it, when you got a bunch of people who are like, well, that's not far enough. And I don't know how to do that, honestly. I feel like political pragmatism kind of works a little bit against modern, fast-paced progressivism.
Wait, I know, and this is me, and I'm mainly going to ask on something that Tom said. But how are non-binary people comparable to neo-Nazis in this? How are those two examples comparable?
Oh, you're in it now.
More extreme faction of the movement. As I show, I did post 2 links that are showing that, acceptance of trans medical necessities are going down in polling. I posted the Washington Post and the Pew Research Center. It seems like
one is advocating for the entire exclusion of an ethnic group, and the other is just people who use people who use people whose gender identities are outside of the norms.
There is actually some comparison as well between the tactics these people will use. Just from the last 48 hours alone, I've had so many death threats and people telling me to kill myself.
Yeah,
we're
talking about the
tactic as well.
Yes, we're talking about the extreme factions of the movement. Not that you're advocating for genocide or anything like that, but that you are attached to a movement while having very different beliefs, very different ideologies attached to it, where the rest of the movement doesn't feel like they're going to want to represent those beliefs anymore.
So the LGBT during Stonewall. Yes?
I suppose I feel like this is just another Hitler drinks water, so we should all stop drinking water argument.
It's identical. Trans people were the extreme faction that the broader movement just didn't want to support because they had different beliefs. They were just too much.
Yeah,
are
sure.
you saying that
trans women started
have different beliefs, and some are going to be more extreme than others, to where they don't feel like it's going to be
Stonewall was
beneficial.
not started by a trans woman. That's a lie.
Nobody's saying that though.
I just heard someone say
I
it.
did,
So.
and it is.
I'm changing the narrative. I'm changing the narrative. From this time forward, a tranny started Stonewall. All right, we started the Stonewall right. New narrative. We own it. No more of this bullshit
Wow, you're
about
so
it.
edgy, Zone. Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
I obsess
So, yeah,
over
so
the
for
words that people
for
say. Oh
response
my
to Tom,
god.
I think that
Oh
there's
my
more
god, I'm
difference in the
such a whiny little tranny. I get freaked out about
Okay,
everything.
stop!
I'm
Points only!
I'm so
Stop!
true. Oh
Points
my gosh,
only!
I'm
Points
so
only!
true-tastic that I
Points
get
only,
faint of
please!
heart when people
May I
say
finish,
slurs.
please?
Points only!
May I finish,
Points only!
please?
I'm
Points.
such a
May I
sensitive,
finish, please? May I finish,
pseudo-intellectual troon.
I will mute.
May I finish, please?
Go
May I
for
finish,
it.
please?
All right, what's
Go
the next
for it, you
point? What's
non-edgy
next
person,
point?
you.
So
What's
in
the next
response,
point?
in response to Tom,
All right, what's the next
so
point?
in response to Tom, I think that there's more overlap than difference, especially as I pointed out, there's a common struggle for rights, and that common struggle for rights is from a system that by default does not recognize them. And you can assume trans people have all their rights nowadays. That is definitely not true. We're if anything, there's people willing to lose the trans athlete debate because of they don't want to lose debates personally, and they're just not willing to do research, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, like we are up against the same common threat of a system which by default does not recognize our rights. So you can keep saying that it's so different and they need to be separate categories, but it's only separate in certain ways. And that like
But it's
the
some
fact
of the
that
most important
non-binary
ways.
people aren't seeking surgery and the fact that non-binary people aren't seeking surgery means that they're not detracting from the surgery that trans people want by definition. And even when they do, it's because they're trans non-binary
Overwhelming
people.
majority of non-binary
Wow.
people do not do that.
Also, hello, Rose.
Okay, great. Good for them. That's their
Hey.
choice. Binary rights or non-binary rights. I mean,
But that totally like detracts from what you just said, though. No.
Yeah.
Like nobody's saying it's not their right, but it's like it means that there are very different
no, the
goals.
fact that they don't get surgery mean that they can't step on the right for access for trans people. They're not even trying to seek the same thing that we're getting, so they can't delegitimize that.
They delegitimize us by appropriating our whole identity and using it as a legitimate front for their own thing.
By what
Do you
means?
delegitimize cis women? Do you delegitimize cis women? No. So it is
It's not the
possible to
same
think about this differently than just these other
Completely
people
different.
exist.
It's
I'm
the
trying
same.
to become
It's
as close to
identical,
a cis
actually,
woman
word
as
for
Really
word.
not.
It's
That's
so
how it is like
irrelevant.
transition.
How is it?
Rhetoric.
No, it is irrelevant.
It's
It is
identical.
the turf rhetoric.
So it's the
Okay.
same rhetoric,
Yes,
but that
it
doesn't mean
is.
anything. This is the Hitler had a dog argument. You
Okay.
guys keep doing this, where you say, well,
Okay.
you're making arguments
Yeah.
that TERFs would make, or something like that.
It's
Where
so
it
you don't
doesn't,
have
it
to
doesn't matter
engage.
that TERFs would make that
I
argument.
mean,
They
No, it's
literally
not.
don't.
they
It's
are
so
the
that they
same
don't have to
exact
Reality
engage
of
with
the
the
argument, word for
circumstance is
word.
what matters.
It's so
There
that
was a
they
turf
don't have to
argument then,
engage with the
turf argument
argument. It's
now.
just like it's a Nazi technique, basically, that they don't have to
Ah,
engage with the
yes.
argument. Yeah.
Well, they are the same arguments. Or do you deny they are the same arguments?
No, you're
It
using the
doesn't matter
Nazi
that they're the
technique
same
of not
argument is
engaging
the
with the
point.
argument.
The
As
point is that
everybody
if we said,
here,
the point is that if we said Hitler says that everybody should drink water, it doesn't mean that we're all going to stop drinking water now. You saying that TERFs make similar arguments doesn't mean that they're wrong.
What are the
You have to
arguments
actually-
that are similar?
The point
Does
is not.
anybody
cares?
here
Who cares if they're
hear-
similar?
Who
Why do you
cares?
care?
Is the point.
Why do
So
you
if-
care?
So if
Why do you
Hitler-
care if they're similar? Why do you
Because
care?
there are certain arguments that Hitler made that are bad. Do we agree on that? Not
Yes,
every
but why
Hitler
do you
opinion
care?
is benign
Why do you-
as
why do
Hitler
you-
drinking
okay,
water. Do we agree
why do
on
you
that?
But in
care?
this case, we don't
This is
agree on
not-
what
yeah.
the TERFs say are bad, and so you just saying
So
TERFs said
why
it
do you
doesn't
not
mean that
agree?
we're going
You
to
have
think
to
it's bad.
substantiate it somehow, not just
Well, you're the one
reject
who
it.
you're the one who
would have to-
claimed.
no,
You're the one who
you
claimed
just
that it's a
calling
turf
it a
argument.
TERF argument. Yes,
So
you just calling it a
substantiate
TERF
that.
argument is you saying that it's bad without actually saying that it's
No,
bad. And so we're
I'm
saying
not
you have to
just
actually
saying.
explain why it's bad.
You're making a tautological argument here. You need to actually go and build on this and say,
Okay,
hey,
then.
this is why it's a turf argument. This is why it's bad.
Why is it bad
Then allow him to
for
build on his own.
for cis women to say
Yeah,
that trans women
I'm
are
just waiting
stealing
for
their
my chance.
spaces? Why is it bad?
Why is it? Say that again.
Why is it
No,
bad
it's-
for cis women to say that trans women are stealing their spaces, and that
That's a
the
loaded
experience
question.
is totally different?
Well,
Why is
because
that
we're not
wrong?
because we're not stealing their spaces.
Oh,
It's
It's
more
not a
about it
loaded
being
question.
wrong than bad.
What
Yeah, it's a
what
terrible
is
question.
well, though
what
I will say
does-
the same. Non-binary people are just not stealing binary trans people's spaces.
Okay, what makes it wrong, Tom?
The same. My answer is the same. They're just not doing it. They're not stealing the spaces. What now?
Wait, but you
And
can't
how does
say
that
that
affect
non-binary people aren't representative of the trans movement, and that their gender abolitionist movement isn't like somehow now being attached to all trans advocacy.
We're gonna lump non-binary people of gender abolishment movement? Are these things?
It's not just non-binary people. It's gender abolition in general. I would say the non-binary people especially, but like
aligns with
gender
their-
abolition all over.
Like non-binary and gender abolition go together like peanut butter and jelly. And I think that binary,
not necessarily,
trans women, and medical
Substantiate that in any
transition
way?
go together as well.
Like you
It's
just
simple math, people.
You just told me that I'm saying things just because they are, but you just did it yourself.
Okay, so is
No,
there
because somebody who doesn't? Okay, let me answer. So somebody who can't medically transition but otherwise would isn't less of a trans person.
Yeah, so
So if it's not accessible to them, the inaccessibility doesn't invalidate.
Should we stop building? Should we stop building?
Hold on, let her finish.
Okay.
Finish what you said there because I couldn't hear what you said.
Should we stop building stairs? Should we stop building stairs because people can't walk?
But nobody's arguing this, Neve.
Nobody's saying
what are you
that.
on about?
Nobody's arguing.
Okay, so
Well, I think it's analogous to what you were saying.
I think the problem that we're running into here is trying to understand what is actually being said. I feel like everybody's assuming what everybody else is saying, and then some are trying to tie that to like evil words and shit like turf. So maybe if people could kind of like more clearly state their position. So Jenny, why don't you like give your take again?
We're being very clear in our
So
position.
I do want to
just
answer
just
as
to
to why it's
clarify,
wrong.
just
People
to
ask.
clarify the point about why sometimes exclusion is good. Okay, when it comes to non-binary people and transsexual people, the vast majority of these types of people have very different experiences, and this is a space that should specifically acknowledge those differences. When you start talking about women's spaces generally, you're talking about like places that have like that they don't just exist to validate women's identities. They exist for practical reasons, right? So you need women's bathrooms to give them privacy from men. Okay, that's a need that trans women have as well as cis women, and it makes sense to categorize them the same way when you're thinking about bathrooms. So most of the time, that is generally true. Like it's good to include trans women in that because trans women and cis women have a large overlap in experience. But when it comes to non-binary people and
Let her finish.
But when it comes to non-binary people and transsexuals, there is far less overlap. And practically, the way that plays out is that most of the people under the umbrella of transgender have a fundamentally different experience to transsexuals. So having these people all exist in one space harms transsexuals because we don't have a community of our own to advocate for ourselves, to talk about our experiences, and to just exist among one another. That's it. That's the problem. And that's the difference between those two cases. The existence of exclusive categories is not an inherently bad thing.
Whether you like it or not, a cis woman who excludes trans women will say the exact same thing. We were born women.
That's
we have
fine.
periods.
That's their prerogative to do so.
Okay, so
we
That's
need
their
our own
prerogative to do
spaces
so.
that
So let me
exclude
talk
trans
about.
women.
You know what?
let
If they
me
can construct an
talk-
argument for why trans women should be excluded from a specific case and it's strong enough, then I would agree with it. I don't need to go to a gynecologist. Okay, that's never going to be a need for me. That's going to be like if I tried to go there, what would be the point of including trans women in that? It doesn't make any sense. That is a case where it makes sense to acknowledge the difference between trans women and cis women. But when you're talking about something like bathrooms or, I don't know, like a crisis center for people who've been sexually assaulted, it starts to make a bit less sense.
So I have a question for Lucy.
Yeah.
I want an answer. This is a serious question.
Okay.
Is it that you're kind of like afraid of having arguments that might possibly validate turf arguments, like genuine turf arguments? Is that the problem, that you're afraid that it comes a little too, that if you say that yes, it's okay to do this, The problem is it's coming a little too close to also saying yes to some turf arguments.
I'm not
Is
afraid that
problem?
they might. They do. They absolutely do.
So, because Jenny has made really good cases for why there are needs to exclude based on
not.
different experiences. She just did. She literally
No,
just did.
she just
she
said
it
the
didn't-
differences are there are different experiences. It's as
Well,
shallow as empty as
no,
when the
no.
transphobes say it.
She literally just said it doesn't make sense for a trans woman to go see a gynecologist.
It
right?
doesn't mean that trans women are not women.
So it doesn't matter. That's not what she's saying. She's
does
saying that
matter
there's an
because
exclusion
she's
there.
saying that
but
non-binary
you're
people
saying
are not trans.
So what she's saying that there is a difference of experience and there isn't as much overlap, whereas there's a lot of with binary trans women, there's a lot of need for things that non-binary trans people do not need and do not fight for. And so what she's talking about is prioritizing the support and fight for what binary trans people need.
No.
That's not her saying that you guys all need to go jump off a cliff or something. That's her saying that we need the ability to prioritize and optimize and fight for the things that we need as binary trans people. And when we try and lump a whole bunch of other people who don't need those things under that umbrella and try and fight for all at once and spread ourselves thin, we have a lot less power to accomplish what we need to do there because we're spread thin and divided and everybody wants to go in every direction.
Basically,
That
yes.
is incorrect. What she's
Why?
speaking of is not. What was the term that you used? What she is advocating for?
The term that I used?
Yes.
Well, the term I used is that there are reasons to exclude.
Exactly. Exclusion is the thing that's being advocated
So is
for.
exclusion
Yes, that's what I'm
always
advocating
evil?
for
Exactly.
exclusion,
Yeah,
for
yeah, hold on,
gatekeeping. I am a
hold on.
trans medicalist.
So it's
Hold on,
not
hold on.
for.
So
So
it's
not
okay,
for
okay,
prioritizing.
Lucy,
It's for
Lucy,
exclusion.
Lucy.
Wait, that's
That's the whole
No,
point. You exclude to
prioritizing does not
prioritize.
mean exclusion. That's nonsense.
It
Not
often does
necessarily,
mean,
but they're
but it
not
often does mean.
They're not
necessarily
When you
synonymous.
draw,
So-
okay, when
so-
you
so
draw
I
the
ha- I
parallel
have-
between.
So is there a problem with using the word exclusion? What if she said prioritize? Would you be okay with that, even though it meant excluding people when it came to prioritizing one over the other?
Exclusion. No.
So what if we prioritize binary trans people's needs, but that means that we are prioritized to the exclusion of non-binary's needs?
Then that is unacceptable to me.
Well, so
Okay, can I say
then
something?
that's a really good argument for having a division between the two so that you can prioritize one's focus and the other can prioritize
What
the
creates
other's
division
focus.
is exclusion. Historically,
So what
that
you would
has always
rather
been the
have,
case.
so what you'd rather have is dilution and moving in all directions and less effectiveness, and so less ability to advocate and fight for and
What is the
succeed
delusion
in
that
achieving
you
everybody's
speak of?
goals.
But you still haven't
Well,
been able
her
to.
definite. This is because she
you're
doesn't
operating
understand what
on vague
solidarity
terms.
is. It's not solution. It's solidarity.
What are you
Okay,
talking
when-
about? What are you talking about?
It's literally a
When you-
dilution. You're expanding the
okay,
definition of
when
the
you
term.
continue-
Ninetails,
I've been waiting to talk.
you and
I've
I
been waiting to
fought.
talk.
You thought that coalition building was a bullshit thing. You don't care about solidarity, so fuck off with
Okay,
this shit.
when
So-
you continue to
said
draw,
that.
Yes,
when
you
you
did.
continue to draw parallels
Putting words
between
in my
cis
mouth,
women.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forget your name right now. Oh, Lucy. So when you continue to draw parallels between cis women and trans women, what you're telling me is that you don't understand the actual underpinnings of what makes it okay for us to be trans women in public. It's not that we think that women should be trans women. It's that we are capable of picking our own battles and making the distinction when it counts.
Oh,
There's a
so
really
again,
big difference
we're going
there.
back to the Stonewall argument.
No, we're going back to the argument of picking your own battles, aligning with people who share the same priorities, and being like actually smart about the way we like spread our resources. And if there are people who align in a different way, all power to them. I'm not saying they're invalid, but on their own ship, on their own time. That's
Hold
what
on.
I'm saying.
Are you saying that non-binary people, just because they do not need surgeries themselves, for example, do not have the resources, time, or anything to advocate for those who do
What
need
I'm
surgery?
saying is that because you continue to draw parallels between trans women and cis women, I'm saying that that does not invalidate the concerns that we have for trans medical goals and ideas because they are primarily based on our experience and the things that we see. not your conception of gender and like your word for naming every nuanced experience that you exhibit in your personality.
And you recall the first thing that I brought up when I first came in here, one of the early things I said, I talked about historically, one of the problems that we've had for LGBTQ advocacy is that the T is always deprioritized and like the last one considered for the longest time. And it was always the L and the G that got all the
Something to
attention,
think
got all
about,
the focus and everything. So yeah, and one of the things that was talked about and was which is something that we talked about fighting for a lot for a long time is maybe the T needs to prioritize itself and fight for itself. And that's why we had the whole trans rights movement, right? So move in that direction. Now we're playing with another big canvas again. We've got a lot of people who have a lot of different needs, and there are clearly defined categories, some of which trans medicalists or transsexuals have very specific needs that trans-binary do not, or non-binary do not tend to have overlap with, or very rarely do. If they do have overlap with it, they can still work within what it is that's provided, that's fought for by trans medicalists. But there's a reason to draw that distinction and understand that and have a prioritized fight for these things, especially since these are things that we can scientifically argue for and actually present to politicians in a way that is convincing, that better wins these kinds of things over.
You know, I do appreciate that you guys immediately jumped to the solidarity argument and saying that, oh, well, you know, we're all stronger together, right? Because at least you admit, you're kind of upfront about the fact that the doing this to us is a purely political thing. Okay, so I appreciate the honesty there.
Well, no, it's not.
The funny
thing
is that...
No, don't say whoa. I'm responding. We can identify the common ways that they are oppressed. It's literally based on how they're made visible by society. And you, Zonia, and you, Jenny Matrix, have been a perfect example of that. Because you've shown that trans rights should end at trans rights, and that's it. And as soon as you started trying to apply that to non-binary people, you're out of fucking line.
The NB argument and prerogative is parasocial. It's parasocial and it's convenient. That's all I'm like. That's literally it.
Okay.
It literally.
It's parasocial.
Like,
do you listen to the words?
It's absolutely parasocial.
So.
You don't know what you're talking about.
So
describe how it's parasocial.
When you say that we're stronger together, when an NB person says that to me, I believe them because their whole like idea of their sense of self is underpinned by our reality that is based in like actual medical science. Like if we don't exist, then you guys don't exist. But it doesn't go the other way around.
What happens when
it doesn't go the
I
other
don't
way
think
around.
parasocial is the right word, but yeah.
Science isn't caught up.
I agree.
So you fight for rights.
Parasitic.
I'll say
okay, here's a better word. Parasitic. There we go.
It's more than just medical science.
How is it parasitic?
It's more than just medical science. It's about rights.
It's parasitic because the more that we capitulate to non-binary people, the farther away we get from trans like gender affirming care and the priorities that we have as non-binary or binary trans women.
Since it's like 8 a.m., I might have to go soon. So do I have like a closing thing or?
Yes.
All right. So I guess in closing, I think that exclusion of groups has historically never actually worked to achieve anything. I think that dilutes groups into small, weak fractions that are very easy to pick out by, let's just say, conservatives. And I think that it's the worst thing to do. Try to exclude a group just because you see a benefit in it for yourself. That's basically my closing statement. And
Gosh, I wish the purity testing people would figure that one out.
Wow.
Wait, Zonia, stop. Yeah.
I mean, saying that non-binary people are not good enough is ironically a form of purity testing. They're not pure enough.
I don't know
of
who
trans
said that
people.
they aren't good enough. I think we were saying they were pretty
you
damn
said
good.
that they're not pure enough.
You ironically used the word. You ironically used the word dilute in the way that you were describing the relationship between the non-binary and binary trans women. So that's kind of weird, but.
Well, fare thee well. Bye bye.
Farewell.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay,
I
I'm
see
like
lots of intact book bindings there, by the way.
To me or well,
you got work to do.
Jesus Christ. Okay, all right. Good night. Good night. Farewell.
Goodbye.
Well, That's it. I don't know. I tried, I guess, to get a word in later, but I just. What else do you say? Oh, yeah, that's because. Um. Wait. So yeah, like, oh god, it stopped working. Okay, I have to activate it. Sorry. So what is there more to say? Like this, like, I can't believe I can't believe that I'm hearing trans people saying stuff like we need our spaces and that we need to exclude non-binary people. This is. I think some of them started assuming that I was a non-binary person because how could a binary person say this? Like, and I don't know. I literally have the whole diagnosis from a doctor. I've been given a contact to a lawyer because, of course, in Poland you need a lawyer to sue your parents for misgendering at birth. I'm going through the whole medical route, and I still think it's bullshit. I still think that the exclusion of non-binary people is bullshit as a so-called binary trans person. I'm sorry. It's just mind-blowing. Yeah, exactly. There's no room. Like, just because, for example, non-binary people might not need, because some non-binary people do need surgeries. But just because some group of people might not need surgery does not follow that those people cannot advocate for people that do. We can stand together and work on goals together, no? I just. And I'm sorry if people don't like it. Oh, you're calling me the bad word. Like, I've spoken to TERFs who tried to exclude me. And what arguments did they use? Oh, we need our own spaces. You're invading our spaces. We don't have the same experience. We don't. It was like having a TERF on the panel. Unironically. What's happening here? A lyrical non-binary. Yeah! What a comparison. I don't know. Like, advocacy through exclusion is just doomed to fail. I'm sorry. Like, a person, Zonia, a person who is talking about excluding people is saying we progressive want to move forward all the time. We progressives, come on. What is even going on? Thank you. Thank you. I just I swear we're gonna end up having the will of our non-binary siblings like forever and like indefinitely. Like I swear this is gonna just become part of the layout, the sign that non-binary siblings, that we love our non-binary siblings. I just can't believe this. This is straight up bigotry. And for what? Well, it's the Xenogears font, so it also, of course, it looks good. It's the, and ironically enough to those bigots, this is the Xenogears font, so let's call it the Xenogenders font from now on. Like, I mean, Xenogears is basically almost Xenogenders. It's only a few letters of difference. God. You're not engaging. You're just calling us the bad word. We're sorry. If you're acting like the bad word, then I'm gonna call you the bad word. Hitler drinks water argument. Saying that Stonewall rejected trans people and that we want to reject non-binary people is just basically like saying that Hitler drank water. You know, the benign, innocent action of excluding entire groups is basically like drinking water. Oh my god. I'm actually not exhausted. I'm angry. I'm wide awake now. I won't be able to sleep now. I did not expect this to go that bad. I did not. I did not expect that. Save the nachos. Vodka. We watched a duck video or two. That's true. We should. Oh, a fan of spicy chat. They speak of purity testing when what they're doing is literally purity testing. Oh, you're not meeting the medical criteria that I set for you? You're not trans. Oh, you don't have this? You're not trans. That's not purity testing? Then what is? You don't have enough, I don't know. Your trans index is not enough for this movement. I'm sorry, you have to go. Like, okay. And saying that just because some cis people might use xenogenders as an argument to exclude all non-binary people that use it is just, I don't know. I don't feel like I did super good, to be honest. I guess I use Nazi tactics because I'm against exclusion of people. I guess that's a Nazi tactic. None of these people know what Nazis are to begin with, do they? I don't think Zonia has opened a history book ever in her life, but that's a whole different topic, probably. A Joker moment, like in the old Batman movie. This town needs an enema. This town needs an enema. Oh, it's Vaush. Live from DC, big day tomorrow. Do you wanna watch the short together? Yeah, let's watch Vouch. No, let's forget about the panel. I don't care. Ridiculous.
New timeout lengths. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Learn more. Open with no. Damn. I think I hit the live button, but you can never tell with these mobile apps. I'll try. I'll see if it works. Marco. Oh no, they're saying my name. Yeah, there you go. What's up?
What a hairy chest.
Phone stream. I know, it's been so long. What's up? Nice outfit, good looking, bud. Thank you. You're like spitting distance from me? Well, yeah, you're in my phone. And I could spit on my phone from this distance, so, you know.
True.
What's up, everybody?
Oh my god.
This is like an out-of-body experience. I'm glad you didn't see the Republican debate. I mean, I heard it was stupid as shit. You know, that's what I expected. Oh, thanks, Sage Uber. Why so close? What do you want from me? Okay, there. I'm putting it there. It's farther back now. I just have my elbows on the table.
That's what happens when you have hosts regulating and preparing, and when you have a bunch of transmits laying about. I just don't know what to say to that whole thing. I just don't know what to say to all that. Oh my gosh. Is that poop? Is that duck poop? I've never seen duck poop before. I might get clapped. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's just look for a different video.
Fist bump. Oh my god.
Wait, does this have a check? Oh my gosh. Also check mark. They all have check marks. This one doesn't. Our pet duck is swayed gently. Ah, it's smiling. And are you getting a duck, Lucy? I'm gonna get a... You cannot just get one. They get lonely, actually. I need at least two. When I meet my financial goals, and I'll be able to afford it. $10-hour stream. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. exclusion of non-binary people is just bigotry. It is. President Sunday just had the good sense to dip when he did. It is. And it's... The Crimea example was pretty good, but nobody got it, at least from that crowd. Or they were just dishonest and pretended not to get it. But it was good. Of course, it was obvious, the question about Crimea. Like, we shouldn't exclude groups. Come on. It's not complicated. Listen. Oh, I forgot. I should have... Okay, I'm not even gonna tarnish the rabbi's words by using the argument from the synagogue that we will only have a sweet good new year if we all stand together. I should have just said that as my closing statement and left. That according to my rabbi, if we don't stand together, we will not have a sweet new year. And I should have dropped the mic or something. I don't know. Should have detached the mic and dropped it. We should exclude those that want to exclude others. Yeah, because there is no space for bigotry. Like there just isn't. Like, this is my hard line on this. This is literally the RGR thing on steroids. And it's just horrible. Oh, screw you. Now they're discussing anti-Semitism. When I left, of course. Of course they're gonna discuss anti-Semitism after I left. Interesting. Of course. I'm just gonna write in that stupid chat. There we go. I'm going hard. I'm going scorched earth. This is what I am writing. The Jewish community stands with non-binary communities. You should 1. Read the Talmud. 2. Educate yourself about the Siddur initiative that is for non-binary people. Do not invoke our community in your bigotry. There we go. And that's it. Because they're trying to say that some person's arguments are invalid because they are apparently anti-Semitic. In that chat, in the whole chat of the, in the chat of the panel. That others can see it. Jesus. What is this? It's just all very weird. Wait. That's just, oh wow. Okay. I don't know. Oh God. What a nightmare. This is like there's a similar lake close to my mom. I don't know. I just don't think there's a place for that. If we're gonna talk about exclusion, I'm gonna exclude people that exclude. It's simple. I have a simple philosophy. I'm like the girl Naruto, okay? My way of the ninja is not excluding groups that are on our side. My way of the ninja. Some of my closest friends are non-binary. Oh wow. Like Obsessiforge, you know Obsessiforge. They created the intro for this channel. They created the outro for this channel. They created so many things. They are non-binary. It's ridiculous. And Palm Dad, of course, who could forget Palm Dad? You know? Demon Mama, of course. James Stephanie Sterling is non-binary. What? Is Stephanie Sterling not part of the trans community now? Is this a joke? I actually should have asked that on that panel. If the panelists consider Stephanie Sterling not to be a part of the trans community. That actually escaped my mind to ask them. I wonder what the responses would be. I think Stephanie Sterling accepts she. I think they once said that they generally prefer they them, but are more okay with she because it's, you know. You know? Exactly. You're right, Titan Uranus. I think there's she day. I think so. I think so. I think so. I think might be she day. But either way, Stephanie Sterling is a part of the trans community. I'll let you know my schedule, figure out another day to continue. Thank you, Archive. This has been an amazing stream full of, well, my house was the amazing part of the stream. I cannot sleep. I have to go to my mom now. There is no sleep for me. Oh, I'm sorry, Zoshilix. I'm sorry. I know how it is to lose a family member. What are Demon Mama's pronouns? I think Demon Mama is she, her, no? Because Demon Mama is trans femme non-binary person. I'm pretty sure. Which is a thing, by the way. A trans femme non-binary. Oh my god, why am I remembering arguments just now? Horrible. Like, Stephanie Sterling is on estrogen, transitioning, medically, non-binary. What now? This is stupid. Also needed that medical care, by the way. Like, for Stephanie Sterling, it was, for example, life-saving. So what now? Well, since you're here, I can tell you to consider subscribing or even donating a bit of money so that I can be afloat. As it turned out, people with funds are usually the awful people, as, I don't know, Brianna Wu illustrates. That person in white was just as, I don't know, it was like talking to a conservative, quite honestly. And that person, Jenny or whatever, oh my god. Jessie, that was also straight up like a conservative. It felt like talking to a TERF, unironically. Because I've talked to TERFs multiple times. Jenny Matrix, yeah. That was like talking to a TERF. We just have different experiences. We just need our own spaces. What? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to apologize to someone.
Oh, Mary!
Thank you, Nerodia, for 2 tier 1 subscriptions. Oh, Barry, that's right. Do I have a phone? I do have a phone, right? Oh, Barry. I should... Oh, no, I have to... And yes, apparently what I'm advocating for is mental illness, just so you know. What I am advocating is actually mental illness. Nice one. Cultural Marxist? Oh my god, okay. Apparently they started discussing anti-Semitism like... They started discussing anti-Semitism separately from the topic of gender identity. Why? Why? Because they started calling each other names. Like, I don't know, what sort of level of discourse is this? the vault, probably. Probably. And now I don't know where my phone is. I don't. What happened to the phone? Can you please help me find the phone? Oh. I was about to ask you if you've seen my phone. Of course it died. There's a Twitch channel that plays Dax just 24/7. There are always people watching. There are more people watching that than are watching me at best of times. If these people were alive in 1850, they would be arguing black people shouldn't be liberated because it would infringe of the space of white people. True! No, it's not below my socks. It's under my books. You bully me. The socks are here. The phone was here. Don't say things like that, Karasu. You don't know who might be listening to the stream. My goodness. I'm gonna drink some Pepsi now. I don't blame President Sanger for dipping out of that. I just don't. I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Oh. And yes, why are people so shocked that someone might have a few... Okay, that's admittedly a bit more than a few books, but why are people so shocked by books? Read a little. Maybe then you'd be less of a bigot. I know, that was so horrible. And then... Oh my god. And then Origin came in and called President Sunday the king of liars? You dare say Brianna Wu lies, but you're the king of liars. And I'm like, what's going on? The king of lies. Maybe President Sunday should stop being the president and should like embrace his title of king. One true king. Something like that. And this had a nice calm voice who was streaming today. I was not. I don't know. I did my best. You saw I did my best to be a bit more forceful. You saw that, didn't you? You saw that I tried to like a bit more forcefully get a word in, right? At least later. You triggered them. Like, it is literally identical. The arguments are identical. I'm sorry. I mean, I won't do that. Like, Stardust agreed with me and still disagreed with me. The Stardust says we must acknowledge the differences. Sure, but trans women and women are still under the umbrella of women. Which means, logically speaking, by extension, that you can recognize the difference between trans people that do not need medical transition, those who do, and recognize that it's both under the same umbrella of trans. It's not complicated. You cannot say it works for one and does not for the other. It's nonsensical. A non-binary person can advocate for medical health, for medical care for trans people. Because I'm gonna be honest, non-binary people fight for transgender rights, for example, simply by asking not to be misgendered. Non-binary people are, by their existence, fighting for transgender rights. But they can also advocate for specifically medical rights of those who need it. It's not complicated. Don't worry, ducks will win. There are more ducks, they will win. They will exclude the bad birds. See what I did there? It's okay for ducks to exclude the bad birds. Maybe seagulls are actually aren't birds. Maybe they just have a different experience. Maybe they should be excluded from the pond. You know? They just don't have the same experience as ducks. So they're not birds, they're just different. I don't know. I'm just I don't know. I don't know what to say to this at this point, just apart from just mocking it. Okay, now I have to go to the toilet. It's like blah, my bladder is blah. I'll be right. I just said, oh my god, we love our non-binary siblings. This is gonna be here to stay. As long as it takes, forever. What an experience. Today I've learned that I don't know. That what I advocate for is mental illness, and that I use Nazi strategies. It's wild. I don't know. Lovely duckies. I know, right? Maybe we should try to talk to Jim and Mama about this. Roadrunners. Have you tried painting a tunnel and trying to get the roadrunner to run into the painted tunnel? Have you tried that? Have you tried painting a tunnel on a wall? The simulation did warn me of that. Oh. Oh. Someone very nice left a comment under my paragraph 175 announcement. This is some stupid shit. No one cares. No one cares about the history of Nazi Germany persecuting a group of people. That's a statement. What a comment. Amazing. No, unfortunately, those are far between. Okay, I'm gonna find a nice comment. Unfortunately, the only nice comment I've gotten recently was being called pretty, which I appreciate always, even if I'm not sure if it's true. Where's the intro? Oh yeah. What? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I got a new bigoted comment just 1 minute ago. Why? What a world we live in. Probably attention from the panel, maybe. Wouldn't be surprised. We got some interesting people in that panel. Right. Do I even need to talk about tomfoolery in all of this? Tomfoolery saying, again, I said that Stonewall, excluding trans people from the movement, is basically what they're trying to do now. Binary trans people trying to exclude non-binary trans people. And tomfoolery is like, oh, so Hitler drank water. I'm comparing two bigoted things. Hitler drinking water comparison works because drinking water is a benign, normal thing that everybody does. Tomfoolery is just... I don't know what to say. What's going? No. Tom is not as smart as you think he... No, he's not. He definitely is not. It's such a waste of time on... Yeah, that's true. That's true, Somnio said it. But... But it is important to... It is important to show that it is unacceptable. And keep in mind, because my stance was that non-binary people, I don't know, cannot be excluded, people assumed I was also non-binary. You know? Because they said to me, we don't want you all to we don't want you all to jump off a cliff. Because to them, like, do you know what their whole thing can be basically compiled to? Fuck you, I got mine. As long as I get mine, fuck all of you. That's it. I look for my own and screw the rest of you. I'll never accept that. Never. No. No way. It's basically like people saying we should stop supporting Ukraine. America first. Marek, why can't we take care of our own? I feel like that particular duck called out to me. Called out to my soul. And we still have to continue with the Jess single BS. There's so many things to do. No, no. I'm just thinking that there's a lot to do. People just don't care. Okay, I actually agree, because it basically, yeah, it does. You know what? It does interlink with single, because just like single gender identity clinic, they want to be the normal and exclude the abnormal. So I will definitely agree with in that regard. That is just wanting to secure some normal and exclude all the wacky abnormal. Also, even though it was explained at this point a million times, though is actually not their gender, just so you know. It was explained like a million times and people still run to the whole, yeah, but Doe is a deer. Doe identifies as a deer gender. Which is actually not true, incidentally. What are they gonna call Demon Mama demon gender next? Moose gender, true. Oh my god, that actually scared me for some reason. The 3D audio of the duck. Oh, I guess I'm tired. I actually thought that... I guess I'm duck gender. By that logic. With my whole duck aesthetic. I'm surprised people didn't call me duck gender or something. Lucy the duck gender. Every debate on gender, it seems those gender needs to be clarified, unfortunately. We do need more of that. And palm tree gender, true. And you do post a lot of palm tree photos. Look at this ducky here, posing for the camera. And now off the frame. They're so nice. Oh gosh. We're in better company now, givers. We're now in like nice, calm company. $11-hour stream. Has it been 11 hours already? If you like what I do, please consider donating. I'm going to sleep. There will be no sleep for me. It's true. I'm a hardcore streamer, so please consider subscribing and etc. Shall I end the stream here?